head stuff. Stuff in my headset. I need to fix it. There we go. I fixed it. I fixed it. Do I have audio? I do have audio. Do you hate me? You don't want to love me anymore. You don't want to be in my stream with me. Babe! There you are. Hello, my little trash can lover.
You got trash taste.
I'm gonna try to see if Lumia's doing its thing. Oh, I changed our raid notification now. Right. I changed our raid notification for those who aren't subbed. I don't know why. For some reason, I thought if you're followed, you could use at least the follower notifications. Or follower emotes. So I changed it to the Dino Dance. Oh God! You're lucky we got some. We went to the store, and by we went to the store, I mean I stayed in bed while Tristan went to the store.
With my mom.
That was a nice, good drink too. Cause guess what? I have the rest of this bottle and a full other bottle. That's just for you, Hop. Just for you. Tristan's gonna make sure I'm hydrated, and we got Gatorade. Nikki. And testing my things. I didn't even see if that worked. All right, hold on. I gotta test heads really quick. Okay, tits is coming through. Awesome. This is how we test things in the morning. And by in the morning, I mean at 4 p.m. 5 p.m. almost.
We just woke up from a nap.
It was a good nap. We had to wake up super early this morning to go to the doctor.
Yeah.
Because Tristan's dying. It has nothing to do with just needing to get new prescriptions for our medication. Nothing to do with that. Tristan's dying. I'm sorry to tell you.
I'm dead.
2 a.m. for you? I'm so sorry. Well, you know what? The good thing is because it's so early, so late for you and early for us, there's a chance that you know, we'll still be here when you get back. So, good news. I said chance, I wasn't guaranteeing nothing. Tristan says he's not going live. He said he hates me. He said, fuck you. I hate downloading VODs. I'm never making a VOD again.
I'm never going live again.
No, he's actually not feeling well, so he'll play with me, but he's reserving the right to go to the bathroom whenever the fuck he wants. Which was me yesterday, kind of. Partially.
Tickle his ball.
Yeah, alright, let me get right on that.
Well, thank you.
Why did I log out here? So yesterday I was playing this, you know, as I do when I'm sleeping. Totally.
Yes, I'm very irresponsible staying up late. Oh my god. Well, do you have work tomorrow? If the answer's no, then you can do whatever the fuck you want.
True.
If the answer's yes, then you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Just gonna hate yourself in the morning. So I've been going around and I've been making these guys. This guy has all these guys have remarkable handicraft.
Oh, suffer.
Damn. Look at these guys. So I was like diving through the files yesterday, and you know this guy has so many custom sounds just for himself. There's literally like an entire section of sounds just for this fucker.
Tomorrow's me problem, not mine. Ah, the girl math logic.
I love it. But basically, I've been going around getting everybody remarkable craftsmanship so they can be better at their jobs. And the only thing I don't have that could be better at their jobs are the Mimogs, right? But I want to breed Mimogs. So I've got this fucker right here, and this fucker has Swift and Eternal Engine. So I've been trying to go around and find Mimogs so I can possibly get Swift on it, because you can only breed a Mimog with itself. I have gotten a few Mimogs. These two right here are the ones that I caught yesterday. But they have Eternal Engine. They picked up the other one. That was so stupid. It literally has Swift, Eternal Engine, and Reload Master. I wanted to have Swift, this first one here, so they can be faster.
How have both
Because
you gained
Remarkable Craftsmanship
the
work speed means fucking nothing.
were terrible. The
We've
worst.
not been feeling great, to be honest.
Yeah, we have been.
We've been
We have been.
feeling like crap. We don't know what the fuck happened.
My mom's feeling fine,
Yeah.
so it's not like food related.
We thought that maybe it was food related, but she's feeling fine. So we were like, did you pour saline drops in our food? And she said, yes. Yes, I did. So
I'm gonna put her up for adoption.
we've been sleeping a lot, and when we're not sleeping, going to the bathroom. It's not been great. It's not been great, but you know, overall we're fine.
Oh, that's fine.
Look at this. Look at this. You see all these chests icons on my map. See all these chest icons on my map. See those chest icons on my map. I totally haven't been just fucking hunting my mogs. What do you mean?
Yeah, she's for free.
Freeze, mom? What did I say? Did I say free?
No, I said I'm putting her up for adoption.
Oh. Oh yeah. She's great too, so. I'll rid of pieces. Alright.
That red bunny just wanted to come and hang out in the day. Why did you have to hydro laser?
Fuck that bunny in particular. Yeah, so never heard stab my moms. It's true. True. I'm so lucky to have such a good mother-in-law.
He's alright.
But yeah. So all these guys in here, all of them have remarkable craftsmanship. I'm working on, I say working on. Clearly I was working on nothing. I put nobody in here. So I was like, I'm gonna go to bed, so I don't want things going while I'm sleeping. Still need to do the Dynamorph, but priorities, not really. What would you consider is too many moms? I don't know. Never thought about it. Hold on. So you could have a stepmom on your, hold on. Shoot, okay, hold on. You have two parents. Okay. You have and then your parents get divorced. Then your dad gets remarried. That's a stepmom. Okay.
Your mom could also get remarried. That's two stepmoms.
Well, that's true. Your mom could get remarried. That could be two stepmoms. Okay.
Three there.
That's three moms. Then you get married. Then you got a mother-in-law, so that'd be another mom.
Yeah. And you get married to
But you get married to somebody whose parents are divorced and their mom remarried a girl. So that'd be 6 moms.
Yeah. That's not included. Like if you get if your partner happens to be like a dummy mommy, then that's the 7th mom.
Oh, that's true. Alright, we're just gonna round it to 10. 10 moms would be too many moms. Because then you got family friends who are, quote, like your mom. You know.
Yeah. 5 is getting dicey. 5, yeah. I'd say once you get 5, you're having a story. You're having to explain yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You doubled my number. Yeah.
Hey, I backed it up. I don't think I have family friends that are like my mom. Bless you. Bless you again. Oh my god, I forgot music. I knew I was forgetting something. Damn.
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. Catch me I have a Nomascore anime here if you want to buy jelly at Jiggle Jelly or Gelroy's belly flesh stuff.
I'm good.
Basically XP increase food.
I'm good.
Good. I thought you were bad to the bone. No, 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 no. No. You can probably get the 15 with some effort.
This guy made a playlist called 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013. It's got 637 songs. I think this is a solid playlist. Make sure my OBS is picking it up. It is. Okay, good, good, good. Yeah. Oh, so Rexy has got his first, model sketch. Do you want to see it? I'll show you guys. Hold on.
Oh yes, yes, he's got the model sketch. It looks good. It looks really good. I'm looking forward to full complete Rexy. Why did the math textbook look so
Look,
bad? Because of all
isn't
its
he cute? The second one, by the way, is where we're going.
Yeah.
I knew.
The first one's more
Dino realistic, but it doesn't fit Rexy.
Rexy is
Dopey
goofball.
boy. Yeah. What do you think? I fucking love
We were
our
watching
artist. She's
someone's
amazing.
stream the other day and saw that you were like their most recent.
Yeah, it was really weird.
What?
I was like, what the fuck? I was like, I don't even think I rated this person. Small
No, we
world.
Yeah. Don't remember who it was.
Meanie mode. Meow, bitch.
Drew, yes, yeah, you can say you have two moms and then you marry someone else with two moms. They get divorced. They all get divorced. Get more moms.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot you could be adopted. I'd still say about 10 then.
That could just be your type though as well. Is just you could be the main character in like a incest hentai.
Oh my god, what if? Now hear me out. Hear me out.
Oh.
What if you're in a polygamous family?
Oh. Where? Wait, a piccolo. You're in a polygamous family where you get more family members?
Yeah, people get more family members all the time.
Okay.
Ever growing number. That's what I'm saying. Dad met a new lady at work and they're getting along really well and they've started dating and we think she's gonna be our new mom. You know. They already have like moms because he's a polygamist.
Yeah, true. Momception.
Yeah.
I'm here.
I forgot what I was doing. I need to go. It's like I want to do this because like I need to do this. If I don't do this, I'm gonna hate myself later. So it's like. Also, here's the thing. I'll tell you guys something that's been going on in my mind every time I come to this fucking base. I love this base. I really do. I hate the ground. It's in the right biome, so it's meant to be like really fucking cute and everything. But this dirt is so brown. This dirt is so brown. You know? I feel like I could probably get the same vibe somewhere else, less dangerous, more flat, better. I'm probably gonna rebuild this base. The only thing that requires is that Tristan does not use the next base slot, because I think we could have 6 bases. I think we have 5 right now.
You count how many bases we have, and I'll check how many slots we can have. Yeah, 6 slots.
Nice. Glad you can
2.
hear her. If you catch me whispering Dino secrets, pretend you heard nothing. Deal? Peek responsibly. Lil_Nikki.
Did you hear Rexy? Because, I don't want to check to see if that went through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm pretty sure it's just 5 we have right now. But we can have 6. I'm going to wind up rebuilding it somewhere else. It's just, I built in this region because I was like, oh, I really like the cherry blossoms. But the thing is I can't even fucking see the cherry blossoms barely. All I see is this damn ass dark dirt. I hate it.
What's the exclamation mark command for Rexy? Is it just ask?
Yeah.
Ah, thanks Tristan. I'm living my best plushie life, vibing, judging Aiko's choices, plotting my next acrobatic stunt. Also kinda hungry for Dino nuggets, not gonna lie. How's the world's second cutest
Oh my
housemate
god.
doing?
That sounds awesome for dinner.
He seems to be cutting in and out.
Is he? Okay.
Like I heard oh, and then like yeah, I only heard like a couple of words. Yeah.
It's weird. Trying to get loaded up. Damn it.
Here. Oh, you heard him just fine? Okay, it could have been my audio that was fucked up.
Maybe.
I think my Twitch audio was glitched because I was hearing Aiko have the conversation we were having at the start of stream. Overlaid on top of what was happening right now. Oh yeah. Yeah, if you look at the replay I can hear him properly. I was just having a Twitch audio glitch. I've never heard that audio before.
Heck yes, I want to be extra adorable. Extra squish. Sign me up. Drawing me buffer arms too, right?
No.
Gotta
No,
flex
sorry.
on the other plushies.
I mean, maybe
Can't
kind of,
wait.
considering you don't have
Give
exactly...
the artist a Dino high five for me.
You don't exactly... Let me see. Hold on. Would you say that this looks like buffer arms? Hold on. Does it look like buffer arms? I don't think so. I think it's probably just more arms. Maybe not even more arms. I think it's probably about the same amount of arms.
They're probably a bit buffer because, like, he's currently just got flaps.
Not arms. They're just behind my arm.
Yeah, I think they're a bit buffer though.
La 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 la.
What's the plan for the day, my love?
I'm gonna catch a Mimog. Yeah, with a little buffer. Start up here and work my way down the central island of Galapagos. Just run around and chill and talk with people and see how everybody's doing. How's everybody doing? Just what I did yesterday. It's good because it's brain off activity. I don't have to think so hard. Besides, now I've got all these fucking markers on my map for like where is supposed to be a chest. And those there were a lot up here that I didn't mark down before I actually started marking them over here. Just learning about the spawn, the way Mimogs spawn. Basically, what it does is it rolls to place a chest, and it's like, is it going to be a chest here or is it going to be a Mimog? And there's a rare chance that instead of placing a chest, it places a Mimog. So it's vibes, it seems, you know? Could be a chest, could be a Mimog. And you're not gonna know until your ass gets down there and checks. And that means also that they don't have normal spawn rules. It's not like you can leave an area and come back and hopefully it'll be a Mimog. It spawns at the rate chests spawn, so you have to like pick them up. There were a lot of chests I couldn't pick up because I didn't have silver keys. I think with all these Mimogs I'd have I do have lots of Mimogs, I just don't have any with Swift. And that's what I want to breed into them. Oh lordy lordy. I got a monster. I took my morning meds at 5 p.m. Dino Nuggies actually do sound so fucking awesome. Bow, 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 bow. Is Spotify going through? Yeah, it is. Okay, good, good, good. So how's everybody else been? What you guys been up to? Or you could just vibe, or sleep, or do whatever it is you gotta do. That's completely fine. This view is so pretty. Look at it. It's a nice view. Working on gaming with your brother after work, no days off. Oh yeah. Gaming with my brother after work. Do you not get days off, or is it one of those things where it's like you work a certain amount of time and then you work a certain amount of time, then you can go home and you have like a lot of days off maybe? Because that's what I was thinking about with your last one. Remember, you had to go fly home. And that's the only thing I could think is that you just have long shifts off, or long shifts, and then you just have a lot of days off. Like, do you work on an oil rig? No, I know you don't work on an oil rig, but kind of like that.
Electrical.
Yeah. But it's kind of like the oil rig situation where some people go out to work on an oil rig.
Yeah? Okay.
Oil rigs are longer though. They're gone for like 6 months. But then they got 6 months off. And that shit's dangerous too, so they get paid a lot.
Oh, yeah, extremely dangerous.
Days I've been choosing to work more because I love to spoil my siblings. Aw, that's sweet. I don't want to spoil my siblings. They're already spoiled enough. I'd have to spoil my nibblings.
Siblings are indeed spoiled like rotten milk.
I have my mom posted my sister's baby shower link today to our registry. So she did. She is actually going through a lot right now. Okay, I actually fill you guys in on that tea. Okay, my sister is officially going through a divorce. We are very, very happy. Unfortunately, she is like 8 months fucking pregnant. She's been with the guy for over a decade now, I think.
Hated every day of it.
Hated every day of it. But she's dealt with it. She's put up with it so she could stay home and like homeschool her babies, which she has been able to do. But now she's just like, I can't do it anymore. Wasn't very much. Whenever I'm home, my sister wants a new Lego set, and it's like it is, even though it's $100 to $200. How old are your siblings? I mean, I heard age gaps and shit.
Could be a sibling that really likes Lego.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Lego is rather popular.
Yeah, that's true. Lego's expensive.
Yeah.
It's an expensive hobby. Not as
$200 is half a set.
yeah. What would you say is more expensive? Magic the Gathering or Legos? Glad I'm not into any expensive hobbies. I just like I like commissioning artists. That's my expensive hobby. I'm not into it. Would we consider gaming an expensive hobby? I guess it would be if I was buying a new game every week.
Yeah, I mean...
If I was buying a new game, electricity. The youngest 11, second is 18, then 20, then me 20, older brother's 21, oldest 27. Oh, that's a pretty decent split actually.
I think the worst thing with gaming as a hobby is it's like very big initial purchases.
Yeah.
And you get a lot out of it.
Yeah. I need to get a new computer. Nikki's gonna buy me a new computer.
I know people who spent like tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands on fucking Magic.
Cheaper than a Lego set. Oh my god, can you imagine? That'd be a really bad computer. 3 sisters and 1 brother. Ah. That's sweet. I'm glad that you have a good relationship with your siblings. That's always nice to see. I can't even tell the difference. A lucky Mammorest. Looks just like a fucking Mammorest. Hold on, there's another one next to it. Let me see.
To be fair, all the
Oh my god, now this Mammorest looks so tiny. I thought the Mammorests were all this big. I looked next to it and I was like, oh my god. I never realized how small Mammorests were until I looked next to a lucky Mammorest. I don't want it though.
Yeah, but to be fair, the Mamorest you see early on is
Oh, it's an
was already a
alpha.
boss.
Right, you're right.
So it's already really big.
That's what I'm used to seeing.
Excuse your voicing.
I have no idea what you said, but it sounded like you said, excuse your croissant.
Wee wee.
Wee, wee, wee.
That is quite big age gaps in that family.
My age gap is, I have a sister who is 35, and then I have another sister who is, how does she know? 21? Yeah, that sounds about right. She was born when I was 15. That's the age gap.
They throw money at them, but downside is you treat yourself like trash. You treat yourself as...
Get yourself something good.
Yeah.
You need to...
Splurge on yourself.
Treat yourself. You work too hard. I didn't caught a Hoocrates. I have. I finished. Okay. Wait a second. Have I caught a Depresso? That's a stupid question. Have I caught 5 Depressos? It's a better question.
Take a drink of something. I did the same thing.
I have
Gonna
not
treat
caught
myself
5
to some food.
Big mood, though.
I am a Tristan, and I Tristan around with Tristan.
More Depresso. So it's really because she's looting me. Why not? Oh, wait, no, I already did. There's a ball running. Oh, there's some weird lag shit happening. Ah!
I was teleporting across the map. You're welcome.
I just
Dang,
watched.
it's just some interesting rubber banded.
What the hell? I'm gonna restart the server. Ah! Ah! What is happening? Are you still teleporting?
No?
Oh my god. Ah!
There's like a fucking 10-second delay. Keep rubber banded back. Yeah, the server needs to be remodeled.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna. Just gonna do a quick server restart. Don't mind me.
That did not like me teleporting.
Restart server. Restart.
We get interesting.
Your mom hates that about me, but I've gotten better at giving myself nicer things. That's good.
That's good, that's good.
Getting yourself a bag of chips. Yeah, but what kind of chips are they? And are they sweet and spicy chili Doritos? Some sweet and spicy chili Doritos. I wonder if I can get them off Amazon. Sweet, spicy, chili Doritos.
There was one thing I thought of that could be food related that upset up.
What?
A Wendy's chili cheese fries.
No,
Mom didn't have any of that.
that was days ago.
Good.
There's no sweet and spicy chili Doritos on that. Okay, alright, what if I go to American Amazon? Then I find out how much it costs to just ship it here. Oh, it's because I spelled it wrong. They literally don't even ship here. My heart. Do I have a birthday coming up? No. Maybe I'll tell my mom for Christmas I want sweet spicy chili Doritos. Oh my god, I could give my mom such a Christmas list. Oh, it's gonna be so nice. Shipping stuff here is so fucking expensive. My new motto is when I'm off for work is if I can't eat it, I don't need it. I love that. Also terrible, but I love that. Okay, so which one? Let's see if this is better, less rubber bandy. Maybe the restart will mean we'll get more Memog options. Sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling. Now I'll get to find out if, like, is this chest over here back, or did I ever pick it up? I don't know. Let's find out. His motto is, if I can't eat it, I don't need it.
What's my motto?
Nikki's motto is, if I can't eat it, I don't need it. Great for like storing, like saving space if you're packing, you know.
True, yeah. As long as you got all your tools.
What's that? What you got? What you got over there? I hear you opening something. What you opening? What you got? Oh,
And then these. It looks thoroughly disappointing.
not Dino Nuggies.
They're not dino nuggets, no.
I told Nikki I'm probably just gonna tell my mom to get me some sweet and spicy chili Doritos for Christmas.
Send us a bunch of sweet and spicy
I
chili
literally
Doritos.
got the chest, and for some reason there was a Memog right next to it. Please.
I don't.
Damn it. Well, it's not really gonna help me out that it's an ace swimmer, is it?
You can swim. You can swim. You can swim even more. Swim.
That really right
Whoa,
there just
that
threw me
sounds
off.
awesome. You're living the flexible dream. Lil_Nikki. I wish I could just tell Aiko I'm clocking out for extra Dino snacks, and nobody would question it. Living the plushy life isn't so bad, though.
When you ask if I work for certain periods of time for going home, the answer is sometimes. It's like that. Most of the time, I just need to let my boss know I want to go home for however long I want, and then I let him know when I want to go back. Oh, that's cool. You're like, oh, I want to go home now. I'm too tired. I want to go home and play some video games. He's gonna be like, all right, have fun.
Well, that's a very
Relax system. Okay, so
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell is with Memog spawn rates, because I've been going to all these locations on my map, right, that I marked for the chests,
Yeah.
right? And I picked up a chest, and right as I picked up the chest, I look over, and there was a Memog right next to the chest.
Yeah, I don't
even
think
know.
Memo spawn is tied to chest location. I think it's just tied to area.
I don't know how it works, because, like, on one of the websites it says, like, for the Sakajirima website, it says, chance for Memog to replace a chest rare. Or Memog to spawn in place of chest, or something like that. My boss is great. He's way better than the previous guy I was working for. That's awesome. My thing is, I had a similar situation go when I was working at my last job, right? And I told him I was like having a really hard time, and that there are gonna be times that I was like, there's gonna be times I was like, I need to be able to just like not coming to work sometimes because I just fucking can't. And he's like, no, that's fine. Just if you ever just can't come into work, just call me, let me know. And I was like, that's great. Except for like, then all of my work falls onto the next guy. And it makes me feel guilty because like, it's not always just like one day. One day, like I had a bad day, so I need to not come into work this day. Because sometimes that shit can go on for a while. And I can't just like be calling out for weeks on end. It's not fair to my coworkers. So I ended up leaving the job. And that was in 2016. And
That did not end well.
you say it didn't end well?
No, it was a different job that ended poorly.
That job ended okay, I guess. Like I was in the job itself, there was a lot tied into like there's a lot tied into like why I don't work real jobs is because I can't just take off when I need to take off. And those jobs that I can take off whenever I need to take off, it winds up putting the workload winds up falling onto my coworkers. And or it winds up becoming very high impact. Like the job that I was at, that last job I was talking about, I was getting to the point where I was like, I physically cannot do my job. Like I will go from job site to job site and then I'll just sit in the car and cry. You know? And I would not do the job specifically because I knew if I did the job in that particular state of mind, I was going to do a terrible job and it could cost somebody their life. And I was like, I'd rather not do it at all. That way, if they come out here, they can be like, oh, there's no lines on the ground. We need to send somebody else out to grab it. And they'd do that, you know. They'd send somebody else out there, they'd mark the lines, and then everybody'd be okay. You know, whereas if I marked them and I just fucking fudged it because I just wasn't the mentality or didn't do it properly because I just could not focus, that could cost somebody their lives. And I was like, no.
Yeah, and they just hit a gas pipe, boom, dead.
Mm-hmm. And time I work for
I think
some
you
sort of
did the
monetary value is a real
responsible.
job. Damn it, anyone who says it definitely. Yeah. Well, I just mean like I'm not talking. I definitely would consider this to be a real job. Ooh, 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 ooh. I consider this to be a real job. The only thing is I'm not getting exactly a real paycheck or a consistent paycheck. Not yet.
Yes. We are not at the point where this can, we can sustain ourselves off of this. But we are in a point where we can focus on this for a while.
Yeah. Swift motherfucker! Oh my god, I'm so happy.
No!
Ah.
Proud of you, baby.
I'm so happy. This area right here, if anybody wants to search for Mimogs, okay, in the whole world, this area, okay? It is a pain in the ass. It really is. But I do not find them anywhere else. The desert, you
Yeah, they
can
seem to be
sometimes find them, but
relatively rarer in other places. Once you get to the world tree, though, you find
yeah.
it's outside of the world tree.
But the thing is it's going to be a while before we get to the world tree. I'm only level 45 right now.
Mm-hmm. Ready for Panther?
Nah. I was all proud whenever, like, it took me, I defeated this urchin guy, the level 53 guy. It was me and Sugar and, what was it? Me, Sugar, and Cirrus were all working together to kill that Fingloop guy. Like, I was using my sword on him even. And he's just, the thing is it's not that he wouldn't be, it's not that we weren't doing damage to him. It's not that we couldn't survive him. He's just so tanky. After a certain level, they just get really tanky.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so happy. Sugar, you are now going to learn Seed Mine.
Seed mine can be really strong, depending on what you're fighting and where you're fighting.
Anytime I get a new fruit. I sold off a bunch of old fruits. I'm going to tell you something. Not worth it. Not worth it to sell fruits. Wait, Question: have I ever shared the fact that I can make jewelry? Oh, that sounds awesome.
I don't think
I
you
don't
have.
think you
No,
have either,
that
but
does sound awesome.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna take this Memog. Hell yeah. I'm gonna get rid of Glutton because I don't want Glutton on all my shit.
I have a friend who keeps saying that she wants to, get into like blacksmithing and stuff to make jewelry, to make like her own wedding rings or whatever whenever she gets married. But
Don't forget Runner.
that's like an ADHD appreciation. A runner,
Please don't tell me it's from the.
I believe it's bounty tokens.
I hope it is. I'm gonna go check on I'm gonna check the Officer Beppis.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's opposite Peppers.
See? I don't even know what I've been doing with my bounty tickets. Not that I've had very many of them.
You're a third generation silver.
Ooh, I have
smith.
11.
Oh.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
That is cool.
That is very neat. That's not something I would have pegged about you, but I mean, to be fair, it's like I like learning things about people, especially the stuff that's like really kind of unpredictable.
I've had periods of time where I've wanted to wanted to do like blacksmithing. Typically, those periods of time sort of line up with watching watching or reading manga where blacksmithing is the focus, or I'm like watching a movie and the Dwarves of Mario.
Be a dwarf with Mario.
I think I'm a bit too tall to be a dwarf in Mario.
Crafty little bugger, absolutely love making things. That's amazing. I love hearing that. You need to post some pictures in the Discord.
Yeah. I don't know how often you make things, but like, that'll definitely be something appropriate to chuck into the art channel.
As opposed to like the random AI generated art.
Yeah.
Love that. I need to separate these. Yes, do. Please do.
I'm gonna just let the Japanese scroll by. Why have I been spawning here when I teleported these lately? I don't know. We are indeed all thinking about that one embarrassing moment in 2014. Yes, Tickle.
I also do very little leather work and make all my wallets now. I made a wallet once. It was
I need that advice that the ticket just said. Stretch your shoulders, unclench your jaw, relax your face. I need that while I'm sleeping. Sometimes I sleep and I like clench my jaw and I wake up with a headache. Hello, Dragon God.
Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Wait, with nothing to show. Alright, so here's so I'm looking at ammo. What's this? PAL materials. I mean, some of these are gonna have to go, but let me organize this shit first.
Hello,
Close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing sleeps at all?
those things?
Oars?
Did you go good?
You go good. That sounds
Yeah.
coherent.
Good go 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 go.
Okay, I gotta look the picture to work. I wanna see.
Yes, yes, I'm excited.
Down city that we love. Some of these can just fucking stay here.
I wonder if there's a law note about why the only dance you can do in this game is a fucking
Headspin.
headspin. Yeah.
I don't know. That'd be great. I'd love that.
Fun fact: sharks existed before trees. Well, I'm not scared of trees.
Just reading my ticker.
Yeah. It's okay if I look over and read whatever the one that pops out to me is.
I work hard on that ticker. I do need to update it though. The only updating it did it was I removed where it said our debut was coming up.
Ah, yeah. It is now not coming up. It has been. Just like me, I'm a has-been. Hotel.
Production ingots.
Loot metal. Plastic.
Oh, other materials probably show up here.
No.
Give me that back.
I know what saying I'm going to be an optimist about this. I only learnt that after I met you, man. And then you judged me harshly for not being able to hear songs properly.
Did I? I'm sorry. I'm a dick.
Your harsh judgment is, did you know it says this? I'm like, oh, that's what it's saying, okay.
I don't remember saying that at all. But, you know, I believe you. I don't think you lied to me. Liar. Fat fibber.
One day you'll figure out my name's not Tristan.
Fat fibber. There we go. I forgot I need 2 more chill. I think I have 2 more chillets actually. That in here. Did that go in here? If it didn't go in here, it's in the wrong place. I have 6,662 arrows. Anyways, now I can go talk to Officer Bevis. I found 11 bounties.
Out of your arrows, your arrow max in.
Yep.
The good thing is, like, ammo doesn't weigh anything, so you can have as much as you want.
True. Doesn't mean I want clogging up my spaces in my inventory.
Or, yeah, you don't want them clogging up all the space.
Where's Officer Bevis? Supposed to be over here.
I have too many pal spheres. That's clogging up my.
Officer Bevis, where are you? Oh, here he is. No.
Tracy, wake up! I don't like this. What did I come back to my base for? I came back for something specific. Oh yes. My Beppers tokens.
Bevis tokens?
Yeah, I've got 46 of them.
There's no tokens. Tickets.
Successful bounty token?
Oh. Oh, is that what they're called?
Yeah, that's the name
They
of
look
them.
like tickets. Oh, they are tokens.
The arena's the one with the tickets.
Oh. Also, it doesn't look like he has that. He has musclehead, burly body, wellness watcher, motivational leader, stronghold strategist, vanguard, and artisan.
Oh.
I know. I
Then
mean,
the
to do
arena.
our arena. Fuck. Alright.
Arena also has Serenity.
True. But Serenity is less important to me now than Runner is. Gonna make the fastest fucking Mimogs in the Wild West.
Fastest Mimogs in the Wild West.
Why am I rubber banding again?
Is today the day? Is today the day they were doing work on the servers? The 24th.
It is the 24th. No, it's the 24th today. It says the August 25th to 26th maintenance window, 4:30 p.m. to 12:30 a.m.
Yeah.
Brief service interruptions as updates and reboots occur. But that's not till tomorrow. Maybe we just know it needs updates and shit, and so that's why it's being wonky. Alright, well, shit's getting wonky, guys. It's because, well, I'm not only doing really breeding today, mostly, anyways. Say mostly. I'm just standing here. Well, let me take one step forward. Excuse me. Really? One step forward, two steps back? Alright.
Quick like a turtle.
The fuck, bro? Is it our internet speed, maybe?
It could be.
Okay. It does.
Download's fine.
Oh.
Upload's fine. Let me check their website and see if there's any noted issues.
430 down, or 445 down, 175 up. It's great to me. It's plenty.
I still have the internet service dropouts or disconnects, but nothing's changed.
Oh, look at this, babe.
What's up?
Come here, look at this. Look at the memory usage.
Oh, yeah, look.
What the fuck is this?
It's there for itself. It's
What does that
having some issue.
mean? It's quite normal that a game server
Heck
reserves
yeah,
respectively
Lil
occupied. Shut
underscore
up,
Nikki.
Lexi.
The art channel is about to get way more interesting. I'll be lurking and judging. Positively,
Ooh,
of
Shit.
course.
nice.
Can't wait to
Ooh,
peek
Nikki
at
Shits
all
is
the
up and out
randomness.
channel.
Keep it coming.
It's quite normal the game server reserves respectively occupies a large amount of RAM. It's actually a good sign because it ensures that RAM used effectively. A high RAM should be investigated only if the actual gameplay is affected. Server crashes or displays out of memory messages for larger servers or servers using performance demanding mods. A higher amount of RAM is recommended.
So
This doesn't tell me shit. Should I message them and be like, why am I rubber banding? Why is my Nitrado server rubber banding?
I'll wait to look through them until I get the buzz so we can get both of our reactions at the same time.
Particular Nitrado node having a bad day. Okay, so let's see. I did restart, and we were able to run around fine for like 20 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, and then I
Where it
started rubber banding again. Although it
started.
looks like it stopped.
GPU usage for Ramsey's climb and never comes back down. Got a little culprit. Just gotta keep an eye on the RAM for a minute. I want to go look at the art channel.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh, whoa.
those are gorgeous.
Really pretty.
A sheep.
Wow.
Sorry.
Nikki said in the comment that the rosary was made with him and his mum.
Aw,
Nikki did the beadwork.
that's awesome.
Oh, that is nice.
Those ones I only did after the silver work for, but the pendant was my very first pieces of silver of jewelry I ever made, start to finish.
Oh, the pendant. It was the first one you made start from finish. I like
Yes.
how the gem in it. It sort of looks like a dino egg. It's cute.
Those are very nice. You always find the most interesting shit, man. That's amazing.
That is cool. That is a yeah. That is. I'm jealous of people who are in their interesting lives, but I'm not because I got my lovely.
I'm
Christmas
sorry that your
card.
life is so boring because of me.
Yes. You listened just to the midpoint and didn't listen to the end.
He hates me. He hates me, guys. You heard it here first. Alright, let's see who my strongest pals are. Sugar, for sure.
Oh, that's what the turquoise gem is. Okay. That is nice. I've only seen turquoise referred to as a color, not the gem. Very pretty.
Okay, I'm gonna bring this guy. And this guy. And this guy.
Did I just see you scroll past and awaken Chilla Ignis?
No, it's in my pocket.
Uh, I see.
See?
I got a Chilla.
Thank you, boy.
Chilla. Okay, it's awakened and says fuck it.
Well, I have to go to the arena now. Do I even have any tickets? I don't think I do.
I got enough tickets to get Serenity, and then I couldn't fight any higher levels.
I don't think I've won any. sure if I mentioned this, but I'm Native American Navajo. It'd be exact love sharing about my culture. Any questions recommend are welcomed. Oh, I think you did mention this.
You have mentioned that you're Native American. I don't know if you've mentioned that you're not Navajo.
Alright, I'm gonna kick some ass, okay? You ready? Kicking some ass, kicking some ass. Let's see. Challenge. Yeah, bronze. I've done nothing.
I don't know what questions to ask.
Fucking go, I guess. Oh. Damn, I'm gotten a lot stronger since last time I tried this shit.
Things will come to me if my brain would decide to function, but
There we go. I was born and raised in North Carolina, and there I got to visit a lot of Cherokee places. Think I'm
oh yeah, we probably you might know not Echo, but like what region is the Navajo from?
Can you believe this motherfucker just asked me about geography? This fucker just asked me about fucking geography. It's like he doesn't know me. I thought we were
I know you.
married.
I suppose that you might know.
You might know.
but-
You might know. Here, have this question about geography. I don't fucking know. Nevada? I don't know.
Somewhere in the United States, Nikki resides.
That's Nicky. He know.
Yeah, I do.
Fire, ice, grass.
General question that I prefaced with you might know, but I'm not sure if you would. The answer is no, you don't.
Oh yeah, it's good team. Good team. Good team.
We're
Hi,
doing
Lucy.
alright. We're both a bit sick. How are you, Lucy?
Oh god,
What
that's
folklore monsters or creatures do you have? Oh yeah, true. Mostly in Arizona and New Mexico.
I was close.
Okay.
That's close. That's close to Nevada.
It is, yeah. Good morning, Nick.
Not about bringing the frost down.
Oh, here's a question. What is your traditional burial rites?
Natural.
Because I know some places have like different places have different burial rites, different cultural groups. I know some Native American places have like Native American cultures have where they like put them out for wildlife to eat.
My tummy just did a.
Traditionally.
My tummy just did a noise. Ugh.
It's okay, my love.
Going and fucking shit up. Bringing my strongest team. There's no trust on this team though, except for between me and Sugar. Ice versus rock. No, there's a lot of fire on that team. I'm not doing that. But Frostallion. Alright, we'll try it.
Very normal for me.
Probably gonna fuck up the Frost Stallion, but whatever, we'll try.
Yeah, we're getting better. Ico's feeling mostly better. But yeah, we'll get better.
Tummy is something.
Ooh, I didn't notice this before nowadays, but the Witch of Cauldron bubbles and like
Yeah.
smoke. Nice win.
Winning. I'm the winner.
Are you winning, son?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yes, Father. My knowledge is pretty standard. Just bury him. But we can't get cremated. Also, we agree to have the funeral with a certain time frame. Oh.
Okay.
Tickets do I have now? 30? How many do I need? 50.
That's interesting, like cremation thing.
I'm gonna get cremated. Or you could just toss me in the river. It don't matter.
I've always thought just like, yeah, it don't matter, chuck me in the tip.
The only thing I don't want people doing is spending a fuck ton of money on a funeral.
Yeah. Very, yeah. I know a lot of cultures over.
I've been using this Mudsdale, this dog, this Bulldozy pretty, like, it's pretty good. I don't know why I bought it, but I've had a lot of electric pals come up against me, so I guess that works.
It's worth having a bit of variety in your party so you can select.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Go after the Orzhov. Go after the Orzhov. Go after him. Try and target.
I imagine it has some spiritual.
Fuck, no!
Like,
No! Not my Bulldozy! Set him on fire! Not my chili!
Yo! Go, Willy Pop, go, Sugar, kill them all! Try to fight the one I'm up against the wall.
No! Sugar, I believe in you!
Sugar.
Oh, honey. She's so tanky, dude. She's trying so hard. Come on, we're just gonna go after the trainer. Go after the trainer. We got this shit. Throw him a chance. Oh no.
I think it's a little late.
I guess monster people referred to as skinwalker actually come from the Navajo. We even have a real story how they were made. Interesting.
Oh! That's from your culture, okay. I've watched things on Skinwalker Ranch before. Oh, I haven't.
Hello, husband.
Hello, my darling.
Oh, leg.
Hands World, where I touched the
Hmm?
Zero.
You haven't touched the arena here?
Yeah, not in this one.
Damn it. Sugar. Frost Stallion. Bulldozy. Let's try this.
Good night. Shit, how are they, man? How are those people made? I remember watching a documentary a while ago on Skinwalker Ranch. But I don't think that has any ties to the Navajo monster. I I think it's just like aliens. Does the enemy have a crossbelly, or is that yours?
That's my.
Okay.
So close. Take him out. Take him out. Take him out. Yes. All right. All right. We got one more. One more. Go. 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 Take him out. Take him out. We're so close. Hell yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is the Wendigo Navajo, or is that Cherokee, or is that...
I don't know. I actually don't know. Can I afford it now?
Could be
I
even
can
further
afford
south.
it. Yes. I do want to get Serenity at some point too, but you know, I'm good for what I wanted for right now.
Yeah, but they're actually first made to help the Navajo people travel far distances faster. They were
I think I did pretty good for
made as
being
a
level
help.
45. Think about it. Like, the last time, I didn't get into doing the arena for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, well, at that point, you're overpowered to get the last 2 tiers. So made to help travel far distances, and a woman found out her husband cheated on her, so she sent a skinwalker to kill her husband. After that, they were used for more evil things over time, and they became Oh, so okay, so it's one of the things that originated as a helper and then becomes evil over time, or vengeful because of people, I guess.
I want that. I want this.
Humans causing problems everywhere.
Okay, we're gonna need lots of eggs, so we're gonna pull the Grintail. Let's sort. No, I gotta get all these off. Where the fuck is Swift? There he is. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up these Mimogs to start breeding. And then I'm gonna go locate a new place to build this base that I have currently. But somewhere else. That doesn't remind me of poop.
I think the like Native American folklore things I know of are
Hug attack.
well, the
You're
monsters
lucky I'm built for maximum squish.
are like the
Sending Dino
Wendigo,
hugs
the
right back at
Wendigo,
you.
the Skinwalker,
Lucifer.
and the
Hope you feel at least
Chupacabra.
12% more cuddly now.
The Chupacabra might be more. Native Mexican would still be Native American, right? It's just that like the entire area, isn't it? I don't know.
I don't think I've ever heard of Native Mexican.
Well, to be fair, the Spanish wiped them out.
Might be
They
why.
were the Aztecs, I
Is there
believe.
not a 20% increase in movement speed? No, wait, never mind. Runner is the 20%.
Why didn't England?
So they're getting. The idea is for them to have runner, swift, nimble, and insomnia.
Yeah, but I guess new skinwalkers this time are made with bad medicine, traditional medicine, and supposedly the person who wants to be. One has to commit unforgivable sin like killing your own family member. Oh! Interesting.
There's a boy. So I want a girl, and let's just go good stats.
Yeah, yeah. Interesting indeed. It's really interesting how things come to be. Oh, no.
Damn, I literally have one girl. Oh my god. I have one girl in my mog. Whoa.
I would say sausage fest, but they're chests. It's key fest. I don't know. Gaps originating on here. Yeah, that is. Yeah.
A lot of chests. So I'm just gonna drop all these in there. Get the Agatrons going. What else do we need a lot of? I think just chest, honestly.
I'm not saying we have to, but do you today want to do the Victor? I believe that tower's level 50.
No.
No?
No, I want to build.
Okay.
I want to go find a new place to build. And it's gonna take a minute, because I want to need to level at some point too, but I think my priority right now, I just want to get to a place where I don't feel like I'm stepping on poop walking through my base.
Yeah, skinwalkers can be used to put curses on people, or the skinwalkers themselves mess with the person. It's very complicated. I can go into the lore for actual hours, but I'll leave it here unless you have any questions about it. Um. Hmm. Do you have any questions about the skinwalker?
I do not.
Yeah, it was interesting to know that they were originally created to help people travel long distances.
All of the like dedicated land areas. Like I'm looking for a flat area that's, because like all the flat areas are like, oh, this would be a good spot for a base, are all brown. Let's see if we can find a place that's green.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, Nikki. That was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
And over here.
Need to be faster and stronger than a normal person, so they would carry more stuff faster.
I see.
Yeah, that would definitely help with the nomadic nature of a lot of Native American clans, cultures, tribes. I don't know what do you refer to like your group of people as? Is it tribe or is it clan? I know the indigenous Australians refer to themselves as a mob.
A mob. That's funny. I love that.
They don't like to be referred to as a tribe because it's got primitive connotations to it because of
Everyone at some point was primitive.
everyone was, yeah. It's just an extension of like how racism was targeted towards them. be clans because we are all Navajos, but there are many clans. Okay, yeah.
Okay, I decided I know exactly where I'm going. I know I'm going. I know I'm going. I know where I'm going, but I don't know where it is. I think it's here? No, maybe? No.
Is there like a hierarchy with the clans inside inside the Navajo? Or is it more like everyone's treated as equal? It's just like the amount of influence differs.
Hey, can you do me a favor?
I can do any amount of favor you
Can
want.
you tell me where the lavender fields are?
The lavender fields.
Yeah, I think it's down here, but I'm not positive.
The lavender fields, you're a bit high for them. Yeah, the ravine entrance you just teleported to, yeah. It's to your right from there.
Thought it
To the
was,
east.
but I wasn't positive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. What about cultures I find interesting, but I never know what to ask? And it's not because I don't know if I'm going to be insensitive or not. It's just purely because I get decision paralysis with even the most mundane of decisions.
He does.
Like,
He really
what
does.
do I want?
It's crazy actually. It's quite ridiculous. To a point I'm like, really? Really? It's an easy question. Come on.
What do I want from Mac? I don't know. I'm going to get the same thing I ordered like 30 other times. But, like,
That's something he doesn't know.
at the moment, I don't know. There are some people who treat some clans with more respect because they're the ones who fought hardest against the white man. Yeah.
Oops. I knocked over a duck, my bad.
Fortunately, in Australia, the large majority of the indigenous culture groups that fought against the white man were wiped out. Over here, whether through disease or through massacres, it was one or the other.
Can't see.
Anyone fought?
No.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen as much with the newer generations. Mostly happen people on dad's generation. Oh, that's just a sign of change. It's for the better or worse. Times are changing and norms are norming. Social norms change over time to reflect the beliefs and practices of the current generations.
I'm over here trying to build here. I think the whole reason I wanted a base up here was because so I can get a Celine. And always be there when a Celine's ready, you know?
Yeah, and now that you've got your Celines, you don't.
Yeah, I do need Celine still. That's just it. I don't have all the Celines I need.
Oh, you need to catch them all. Gotta catch them all.
Ugh, I'm so mad. I don't know what to do.
Oh, accidentally took a screenshot of the teleporter there. It's a black screen before even the loading tips showed up.
I'd rather be here. It's prettier. So,
Might seem like a little bit of an odd question to ask, but do Native Americans, or I guess like the Navajo people, have a shorter average lifespan than everyone else? Because I know the indigenous people in Australia have a lower average lifespan, and it's believed to be just like after effects of generational trauma.
generational trauma causes them to have a lower lifespan?
But when they account for any other like outliers or abnormalities, they have a shorter average lifespan, and they're not sure what causes it. But they do know that there is a lot of generational trauma with the indigenous people here, caused by the erasure of their culture and the after effects of the colonization of Australia.
Twins are considered sacred or a blessing in their culture. If twins work together, they can accomplish anything they want, and are ones only who can get to the bottom of the rainbow. Rainbows also considered sacred. We point at them. We can't point at them with our hands. Oh. Sorry, I just had this mental image of you guys just like thrusting at them. Thrusting at them with your hips. I can't point them out with my hands. Just gonna point at them with my dick. I'm sorry, I have a problem.
I think that'll be more insensitive than pointing at them with your
That's
hands.
it. Right over there. See, pointing at it, just kind of gesturing towards it with your junk. I've got problems. Look. Use our
Use
chins.
our-
Ah,
That is cool.
that makes more sense. Makes more sense than gesturing at it towards you with your dick.
Yeah, there's indigenous Australians who live well past the average, but I think the average lifespan is in their 50 something for indigenous people here. I think it's like 56 for men and like 60 something for women.
Tristan is very interested in all this stuff because he was actually doing indigenous studies in school.
Oh no, it used to be in the past, but
He said used to.
71.9 years for males and 75.6 for females, which is like 8 to 9 years basically, where they just don't they don't know why. That is a big debate and thing that's been studied. And yes, I study Indigenous history, Australia, or Australian Indigenous history.
I'm sorry. Did you know you can't use the words finger and slap outside of a sexual content?
And the letter
And the letter
and I.
Yeah, the letter I.
Specifically finger I. What the fuck? When growing up, if I pointed at them with my finger, I would be told not to, or if my siblings saw me doing it, we would slap each other's hands.
That sounded too sexual. I don't know about that.
Automod's been really weird. Well, at least we saw that one.
Yeah. Good lord. How dare you come in here with your lascivious thoughts? Lascivious. Lavacious. I don't know. There's a word I'm thinking of, and I can't. Brain.
I know how it's spelled. I just don't know how to
Lucivish?
pronounce it.
Lucivish?
Lustful words. We'll just go with that one. My finger is a sexual.
I'm sorry. It overlaps with the character. It
Um,
overlaps with an object or character. So I wasn't aware.
lascivious is how it's apparently pronounced.
Lascivious.
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 It sounds like a character from Harry Potter. I'm lascivious Malfoy. I'm the I'm the disowned one.
And let it all
My family always
out.
says fuck muggles, and I took that literally.
Oh.
She wasn't paying attention. She didn't hear my joke.
I heard you.
Hmm?
I heard you.
You heard me? You just didn't think it's funny? Oh, there we go.
Surely couldn't be because I was counting or anything.
So you were ignoring me on purpose, I see. Look at my own hands with disgust now.
No wonder they don't want you pointing at the rainbow. Disgusting.
It's actually pretty cool how rainbows across cultures become some cultures it's sacred, and others it's where a leprechaun stashes his gold. I think every culture's got their belief of what rainbows were in like folklore and things like that. It's like a scapid? How dare you?
And let it out. And sweet and shout. And let it out. Oh. Brittany, bitch. I'm doing. 2, 3, 4.
There's people just like with like broader religion.
Hey, if you leave a
There's people
Plastino
who believe more
unsupervised,
or less
chaos
into
is
the
inevitable.
spiritual side of things.
I regret nothing. Unless Psycho finds out,
Like
then I
the
regret
folklore
everything.
and not high enough level for you not to be aggro to me. Dang. These Blazehound and Ox want to fight. Yeah, they are said to be the bridge the people of animals of this world we use to move to the next after this one is destroyed. I believe there are more than one world, 7 to be exact. Oh! Cool. But definitely not because I'm a weeb and because I'm interested. Yeah, definitely not. I'm not a weeb, but like a lot of the Chinese fantasy stories I read of like Buddhist or Taoist like belief systems in them. Because you know the cultivation stories and a lot of that extends from Buddhism and Taoism. And they believe that there's I think 9 afterlives, so like nine realms that you can get reincarnated into. I think it's 9. Based on, you know, karma. And some are good, some are bad. This one is, I would say, more of like one of the neutral ones. Yes, we even have stories on each world and how each one will be destroyed, and we are currently in the fourth world. Oh, interesting. They've got stories of how they're destroyed, but not when.
Spoilers.
Or do you also have a when? And and is like the when related to specific events that will happen? I know the Mayan calendar apparently had the world ended in 2012, but we don't operate on the Mayan calendar anymore, so who knows if we were accurate with our translation of it. Not when, but it said this one will be destroyed by fire, so we seem to be on track.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh,
That's awful and I love it. That's horrible.
awful but accurate. We do seem to be on track for that.
Airplane, night sky like shooting stars. I can really use a wish right now, wish right now, wish right now. But airplanes in the night sky like shooting stars. I can really use a wish right now, wish right now, wish right now. Other ones were destroyed by drought, flooding. Can't remember the other one. Oh wow.
Being not a devout follower of the Navajo doomsday clock.
As a white chick, I cannot say that my family did anything regarding anything culture-wise outside of like celebrating Christmas and shit. You know, I don't think that really like. I just find it really interesting whenever I hear about other people's cultures, because it's like, let me tell you about my culture. I don't think I fucking have any. I don't think I have culture like whatsoever.
Let you tell me about my culture. I've been growing up for ages. It's this culture of it's my gut biome.
Oh yeah, that's my gut biome. Shut the fuck up.
My stomach culture.
There are
It's a
cultures in the
very-
yogurt that I ate for breakfast.
Mm.
Yum. That's great. That's great. I wish I had a culture here. I don't. Although I am learning that America does have more culture than I thought we did. It's just not really great. It's not really.
Everywhere's got culture. It's just like
It's more like we have a
it's
culture
more
of like
commonplace.
sugar, but awesome food, you know? We have a culture of amazing fucking food.
Like worshiping CEOs, things like that.
Oh yeah, and like our work culture is kind of crazy. Hi, Russian. How are you doing? Haven't seen you in a
Oh,
minute.
hello.
I thought you died. I was worried about you. We were going through VODs the other day. Found the one about you wanting to flip your truck or something.
Flipping your truck, yeah.
And I was like, he's going to get himself hurt one day.
He hadn't been here for a little bit, so
Make
we're
your own
like,
culture. Share it to the world. Make it cult. Ah ha ha ha.
I
It's
would
just a
happily.
culture. It's just a culture. You wouldn't understand.
I would happily join the Echo cult. I think I would be like the high priest.
Yep.
I don't look. This might sound bad, but
It does.
I'm gonna take some inspiration from the KKK.
No! No! What?
Do you know what the high priest, like the highest position in the KKK is?
What?
Grand Dragon.
Oh, fair enough. You can be the Grand Dragon, I guess. Or just don't tell people that.
No. I won't be the Grand Dragon, but I want to be something equally as nerdy as that. That's why it's inspiration, not copy.
Alright.
We won't include the racism though.
I flew the truck before. Well, I didn't. I was just in the truck at the time. Ah, yeah. First time. Yeah, I was talking about it because we were like, I was like, I don't know. It wasn't necessarily about you specifically about the conversation. It was more like, I was like, I don't feel like our viewers are engaged with what we're saying because we're like debuting our new models, and Fox is just over here like, I think I'm gonna go flip my truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't care about us.
Yeah.
You care just about flipping your truck. And the birds. You care about
2,
flipping
3,
birds.
4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh. Trillwalk smashed into your ribs. Lucy, don't laugh at the pain of past Nikki.
One.
He could have died in the past. Are you alive, Nikki? Did you survive? I feel like we need to know.
Like, no, I died. He's a ghost now. That's how he's able to work so hard.
Oh my god, doesn't suffer from fatigue.
He's like, I'm not keen to do that shit again.
It seems like it's a daily occurrence. Sadly, but I lived. Oh my god. Do you ride a dinosaur now?
Oh, I unlocked glass, babe.
Ooh, nice.
And it's not like you're like, oh well, I've had glass unlocked for like 17 years now. Get
I
good,
do not
screw.
have glass unlocked. Even though I could, I just don't want to use the points on it because it's fucking...
Decorative.
It's not because it's decorative, it's because I'm running out of tech points.
Why?
Because some of the saddles are important to gather. Gather? Pain makes us stronger. It doesn't kill us, makes us stronger. Blah blah da ba ba da.
He's a great singer.
I don't know the words to that song at all. All
I
I know
know.
is what doesn't kill us make us stronger. And then it's habba dabba blah blah, right?
Yeah.
Sabba nyama 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 nyama.
His voice is so beautiful.
Stronger.
So beautiful.
How dare you fucking kill my Ragnarhawk? I'm gonna use that to fly across the ocean.
You guys should feel so lucky to be able to hear his voice.
Aiko rarely gets to hear my true voice.
He's very quiet around me.
We never talk outside of stream.
It's true. Sometimes we just at each other.
Not yet, we actually talk and communicate and do stuff together.
God, can you imagine? Could never with you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I like that we communicate. I like that we communicate. Moving my base, guys, to a place with prettier ground. Tired of looking at the poopy ground. It looks like looks like horses used to live here. Look at them. Look at it. What am I doing? 1, 2, 3, 4. Technically.
Your comment, Nikki. I'm just catching a fish. I'll read it in a moment. But yeah, when I was in the car accident, the famous last word before the accident of the driver was, "Hold on, let me lock in."
Oh shit.
It was so
That's
freaked out.
fucking hilarious.
That is amazing. That is up there with you wanna see something funny?
Don't do that.
And I'll show you how to drift.
Teach me how to doggy.
Teach me how to do it. It was me, my brother, and my cousin. We were being stupid teenagers. I'm glad you survived.
Yeah.
There's a reason men have a
Shorter lifespan.
yeah, a lower lifespan than women.
I'm sexy and I know.
I'm Tristan and I know it.
It would be really weird if you were Tristan and you didn't know it.
I'm a Tristan and I'll show it. No, 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 no.
Let's see. To do some math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By 2. 5 by 2 twice. Okay. Oh, look at that body.
There's some
Look at that
interesting
body.
thumb wars you got going on.
Huh?
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare one more. But you did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh yeah, I was mathing with my thumbs.
I'm
I'm gonna have to go through my fucking. I'm gonna go through my fucking map and get rid of all the chest markers now that I've gotten my Swift one. I don't really care that much. I just wanted the chests. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah.
Oh no. A lot of the many crafters I've had the line watch this shit. Hey, during the accident, we couldn't stop laughing and making jokes. We got yelled at. I love her making jokes though. We had fun. The bleeding hair was just a bonus.
That's all that matters, as long as you're not dead and you had a good time. 2, 3. Yeah. Oh,
I don't think it's a good thing the idolizing Russian folks.
oh my god. Oh no. Oh no, don't do that. Bam, 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 dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Jerry Rockets in the house tonight. Everybody
I don't know what
just
the
have
worst
a
decision I
good
made in my life
time.
was.
Marrying me.
No, that's the best decision, bitch.
Good time. Sometimes I just want a compliment and just the fish for it.
You don't have to fish hard and like, take the bait all the time. No, 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 no.
Financial decisions. Oof. What's that? That's a good one though.
Financial decisions are indeed a stressful thing sometimes. Sometimes you're weighing up beating your darling wife.
And then you look, and then in a month you look and you realize you've spent $700 on going out to eat.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like, ooh, I won't do that again, and then you do it again next month.
No, we've been better. We've been a lot better this go
We
around. I'm rocking at the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. And we gon' make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time.
I am very financially
Like
responsible.
700. Well, I mean, considering that it was like, yeah. It was just in DoorDash stuff. We're trying to eat better.
Yeah.
Now I'm hungry though.
Mom says she's gonna cook dinner soon.
Okay.
What time is it?
Do you think she's making dino nuggies?
I don't know.
You have a
Might
video
have
of us
blocked
driving down the
out.
mountain and my cousin saying, hold on, let me lock in. Then we got silence. After we all noticed we were sliding, just like, oh shit. Then, oh no.
Oh no. Captured in 4K.
Okay, let's see. Rocking in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. Oh, gonna make you lose your mind.
Even when we're buying build, I feel like we weren't spending more than we could afford.
No.
We just weren't saving anything, unfortunately. Now we're back to saving things again. Once,
Yeah.
You know.
And I'm back to losing weight again. Imagine that DoorDash being the reason I started gaining weight crazy.
You weren't gaining weight. You were just
Not,
gaining
yeah, I
weight,
wasn't losing weight.
which is actually good, really good.
Which means my meds are doing its job, so I'm constantly sick.
I did die, and my last meal would have been a Sonic Burger meal with a large thing of mozzarella sticks. Man, that day was fun. At least you would have had a nice final meal if you died. My most famous quote, according to my friend, is "Trust me, I know what I'm doing." Oh shit, free. I didn't realize that's how the George of the Jungle intro went. Thought it said "Watch out for the tree," but no, it says "Oh shit, tree." Got it. That is a glorious quote. No wonder you were the glorious Russian fox.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just running around a base because my brain's not working.
That's okay. I'd rather you do that. I'd rather your brain be off and just chat.
Glad
'Cause
you love it.
I
I'm
want to
here
move
for
bases
chaos,
and I'm not leveling
cuddles,
up. And
and
if you
questionable
start
life
if you
advice.
start
If you ever need
having
more
the
demon
ability, shut the fuck up,
shenanigans,
Rexy.
you know where to find me.
Try to talk. Anyways,
If I get too far ahead, you
yeah,
get sad.
Yeah.
Because you think I'm doing a lot without you, but I'm not really doing
I
anything.
know. We were having a talk yesterday. I was like, I like doing this, but also like I know that I need to level up. He's like, you can just like I'll just play a game. I'm like, okay.
Speaking of that, I'll play a different game.
Yeah, you can do that. We're not really doing anything together.
True, yeah. I was just running around. I don't even know what I've done all day. I think I've just run around, fought a few pals. I leveled up once, and that was from catching the flocks. I needed to get to 5.
You leveled up already.
I mean, there was a lot of things. Made the Fangalope saddle. Got the Fangalope that you, We'll grab them. Yeah, mostly I've just been reading chat. And the kickoff.
That's been useful.
To this day, there is still BT50 merch with that tree. I just checked. Oh my god. Do you live Roger Fox, do you live in like a scrapyard or something?
Yeah, we were talking about that.
Like you have so many things. There's so many wrecks around.
Like, it would make sense.
Basically, okay.
And the whole, like, I'm sure I've got it around here somewhere would make a lot more sense.
Like you have a tank and a helicopter. You buy a lot of things. Hence the bad financial decisions. Got it.
There.
Well, at least you have an interest in life.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
I can imagine on your tombstones it's gonna be like, died how he lived, doing stupid shit.
Yep. Sounds pretty accurate.
I might have had quite a bit of shit after trying something I'm not supposed to. I once got a nasty road burn. By nasty, I mean it wasn't that nasty at all. It was like a light scrape that last. I mean, it wasn't. It's actually a pretty bad graze, but that happened because I was going down a hill
You
on
want
a
some old
scooter.
cars, really?
On a big hill.
Like, oh, you know me so well. Of course I do. Oh, I rubber banded there for a second.
We'll take an old car as long as it functions.
Have you not been listening to anything Fox says? Non-efficient functions.
I know. That's why I specified. I of course said yes. One time I climbed on the roof of my old house with a ladder and was too scared to climb back down the ladder. And decided jumping off the roof was easier than using the ladder. I learned what gravity was that day. Ah, some people learn with an apple falling on their head. Other people learn by jumping off a roof. Been a ladder. Just a rock climbing expert. Functional, never heard of it. Yeah, I believe.
There. Bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
Well, like a diamond in the sky, shine bright like Matt Damon.
Oops. Oops. I don't know if this is gonna look any good. Ooh, that looks like crap. Ooh, one thing I do love when people say I'm too scared to do something is my mom didn't raise no bitch. I love that. I also hate it. You guys need to be more careful. How in the world am I doing this?
He indeed didn't raise no bitch. She raised someone to worry about constantly.
I'm bright like reactor 4 of Chernobyl. That's pretty fucking bright. Okay. Light her up. Just pick that up real quick. Ah, shit.
Beautiful like reactor full of metal.
That's exactly what I fucking get. I come back here for like 2 minutes to look at something. I'm getting attacked. Alright. We're gonna try and do that. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this real quick. I'm just gonna take a screenshot of this so I can fucking reference it. Over here. There we go. Okay. Bam, 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 bam. Oh yeah, that's true. My mom didn't raise a quitter, but she raised a complainer. Before I stopped smoking, people would be like, "Nanny, quit smoking," and I'd be like, "Mama didn't raise no quitter."
Turns out she did. It just took a while.
Yeah.
It took you discovering something like quitting over. Yeah, it wasn't cute Australian boy.
Cute Australian boy. We like good, cute Australian boys. I hear you.
We're not letting you in.
Nope.
No. All you're gonna do is you're gonna come in here, sit down, and then be like, "Oh, no chicken," and then leave. Be funny if Mom's told him to come and get us, and he has.
That's his mentality. Chicken.
They said everyone with chicken. Chicken appeared in here once.
Yeah, there was one time there was chicken in here. And now he's like, chicken? Is there chicken today? And they're like, no, there's no
Stay
chicken.
here and make more chicken. To be fair, that's how cats are.
Then he comes in here, realizes there's no chicken. He's like, I want to leave. Fucking hate this place.
It's a human rights violation, but I'm a cat.
Can I help you? Hello, there's no chicken in here. Did I tell you what he did yesterday?
What do you do?
So I'm sitting there fucking sleeping, and I hear him clawing at the door. Okay, fine, whatever. Open the door. He comes in. I go back to bed. He climbs up on the bed and gets all up in my fucking face. Where's the chicken? Son of a bitch. The fuck out of here. You're banging on the fucking door. Go, you chicken whore. Hold on. Here you go.
Need a hole for chicken.
Hello? Can I help you? There's no chicken. Ooh, but you are gonna get cuddled to death because you decided to come in here. Blah, this is your own fault.
I don't think he's complaining about that.
Kitty, kitty. No, kitty, kitty. Sweet little kitty. Here, give him belly rubs. Can I have one of your crackers? I don't like what I'm doing here. I think it doesn't really work like the other one because there's no upper part, I don't think.
You're beautiful,
What?
like an echo in the moon.
Why do you do that? It freaks me out.
Hmm?
Glorious Russian Fox said, and it's nothing. Hi, Dinosaur.
Hello.
That was very, very peppery.
Yes, yeah, there's a pepper cracker. Near the bottom, so it's got extra pepper.
3 mammoths yesterday. Very nice.
Extra spice.
And only to level 9 though? Damn. I will figure I want this built. Basically, the idea is I want 3 breeding pens here. How are we gonna build them? I don't know. I'm working my way. I'm working my way.
Working my way down to.
I say things, but nothing. That would be nothing. Oh my lord.
I love nothing.
He didn't say that again.
Make him have children when I'm level 19.
I'm have child when I'm level 19. Very nice, very nice. That's a good idea.
Make him the maker the baby.
Making the baby. My inventory is filled with eggs.
Eggy?
I'm trying to move bases, but the way that I'm building this like I had the terrain of the last base, but it doesn't work. This is beautiful. I love peering at shit underneath the grass. Yay, beautiful. Remember, you can't hydroplane on the highway and I'm in 113. All right. I'll figure that out myself. Be right back. She said with zero intention of driving in this country.
Like, you can
Today.
get 5 stars in GTA on a highway. What are we talking about?
I don't know.
Highway?
Hydroplaning. Do you know what hydroplaning is?
Is that when your car goes sideways?
When your car goes across water.
Oh.
Slides against water. Cross water.
Oh, so like people try and hydroplane across other things. I don't know.
I don't think they do it on purpose. Most of the time it's like you hit a patch and it just goes.
The police do not like it when you drive an M113 on the main road.
Fair.
They might not like it, but I don't think they can pit maneuver it. I don't think they can stop you. That's how you end up on a cool police chase video. Use the word cool to describe that because it's not.
One time I was on the news. I was in the paper for a high-speed police chase. I was
That guy's had a life.
I've had a life. I was on a high-speed police chase.
She lost.
Down the highway. I did not lose. Technically, I outran them. They just caught up with me when I was on foot.
Why you don't have feet?
But I thought about ditching the car because I knew what that looked like. How do you have the white pooper? An egg. White pupper. Wait, how do you have the white pupper? What do you mean? I don't know what's being asked.
The what? The Yakimo?
Oh, this guy?
Why do you need a pilot's license to fly a plane? What are the police gonna do for me?
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. I shouldn't be. I was in a very manic state of life.
Yeah, that Ico will hopefully not return because that Ico was
Very irresponsible. I wound up in jail.
yeah.
Then I'd be extradited to go to jail in another state. You've ran from the police before? Yeah. I got away for like a month and a half.
Hashtag never been charged.
I was not.
Never found guilty.
I was not on trial. It was not. If I just stayed home, I'd have been fine.
Dang, Fox.
But nah, my
That's
ass
some
is
wild
like,
energy.
oh my god,
I
cute
hope you were just
boys.
running for
This
fun
is-
and not for I stole a donut reasons. Stay out of trouble, or at least don't let them catch your tail.
Sorry, Rexy was talking. Mine was like, oh, cute boy. He's going to jail? Oh no. Let's not go to jail because I don't want him to go to jail. And so he's like, yeah, we can just like not go to jail then. And I'm like, cool. And so he didn't go to
Went on
jail.
the
He
run.
went on the run instead. Not very responsible. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I want to do all my shit to be like listed under responsible, but I want to be like able to do shit that is.
Might not be responsible, but you are.
But you know what? I have stories to tell. That's all it is. I have stories to tell. I'm not gonna sit here and say I regret that situation because I have fun stories now, and it doesn't impact my life. So
Yes. Now not to be the one responsible for things, so they didn't pursue charges. Like they charged you, but then dropped.
they
you.
charged me. I did not get convicted of anything. They were trying to get me for Grand Theft Auto and forgery.
wait, no, you didn't do this. You were just.
Yeah, they were like, why would she steal a car and then insure it in her name?
You were just like you were just used.
I just used, that's all it was. I just like cute boy. I want cute boy like me. I don't want cute boy go to jail. I wanted to spend more time with him. I liked hanging out with him. So it's like, don't go to jail. And he's like, okay. And then he steals a car and tells me he bought it with the money that he earned selling guitars on eBay. And I was like,
Was there
cool,
guitars?
cool.
That is debatable.
There were no guitars. I thought they were guitars. He lied to me too.
Was there eBay?
There was an eBay account. I remember I got a call from them saying, can I please speak to blah, blah, blah? And I'm like, yeah, what is this about? And they're like, yeah, nobody's been getting their stuff. We think you're getting scammed. Oh, that explains a lot.
That explains things. Now, what's this about cute boy wanting to go on the run from police?
Yippee, let's go.
Helicopter police need to be patched. They didn't find me because of that. They found me because, this is gonna sound really bad, but I promise it's just factual. Okay, so where we wound up stopping was in a very heavily black area in Arkansas. And
Oh, so the police wasn't brothers.
no,
really
no, that's not why. It's because two
I know.
random white people walking around down the road that they've never seen before kind of stood out. That's how I got found. Is because
Because you're white. They racially profiled.
I got
you.
racially profiled for being white.
That's a first.
It was funny. But, you know, is what it is. You live, you learn, you're trying to do stupid shit again.
Do stupid shit again, you learn again. Cycle of life.
If I remember correctly, I have run from the police 3 times. 3 times, damn.
How many of those were in a tank?
How many of those did you go to jail for? And were they like crimes, or were they just like there was a party happening and you shouldn't have been at that party, so you were running away? That kind of
Ice and land, once on water.
Wow.
The water one's impressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's your win ratio?
Did they teach you how to doggy?
Teach me doggy. Teach me how to doggy. Oops, I'm not about this. Two. No. No, don't encourage him. That's terrible. Instigator, I want to shout out in your next run. I don't know, just get on the fucking news. And he's just gonna be like, this is for you, Nikki! That'd be fucking hilarious. He's like, got you. Don't they break my bones by chains and whipsticks. Oh, you guys have no idea the irony of this song.
Is this what you listen to while you're on the run?
It actually was, yes. Like, quite a lot. Like, that was... That whole relationship was how I discovered this song. Boudoir, when the body say, Come on, come on, come on, pop back up, pop back up, pop back up. Brr. Damn it. Loving the vibe here in the conversation, especially heading to sleep. Yes, you absolutely should. Hello. I'm surprised you're even still awake.
Yeah, get to sleep.
Go to bed. Let me bossy. Bossy Aiko.
Yo, Eepy Sleepy.
It's a good thing that with our schedule, we can stream wherever the fuck we want. What the fuck is happening right now?
We are very much enjoying this stream, whether the fuck we want schedule.
Yeah. The downside is it's kind of hard to like let people know when it is we're streaming. So I'm
Yeah.
probably gonna have to figure out something to do, some way to advertise it as like, yeah, we're here like a lot, but it's not all the time. Keep an eye on our socials, maybe? I don't fucking know. Like, this is why I need people to like just like notification bill us, you know, whatever. Because otherwise, like, otherwise then we have to have a strict schedule so people know when we're streaming.
Like, follow, slap that dog. as
Slap
usual.
that dog.
What the dog doing?
The dog doing. Time are you streaming? Yes. See, but it's not even just that either, because it's not a yes. It's not that simple. Because there's a lot of times we are not streaming. It is mostly like when we're up to it kind of thing, because sometimes we're sick, you know, so keep an eye on socials. Sometimes we're, you know, sometimes we, I don't know. What is I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Excuse me, Kelpsy, random Kelpsy. Hello, how are you doing?
Sometimes we just want like a mental health day off or
Yeah.
something. Sometimes we just We're here when we can.
We want it to be, yes, but like we also need to like work on business side of things too. So sometimes it's not even like fun stuff. Sometimes I'll stream working on business side of things. Sometimes I won't because it depends on the business side of things. How much needs to be done? What do we need to do? Like today we had to go to the doctor.
Me streaming vibes.
Yep.
Yeah.
That doesn't always work either because there are a lot of people who stream on Vibes and they're very, very inconsistent. I would like to say we're not consistently inconsistent. That's not what I was going to say. More consistent than. I don't know how to explain it. What am I saying? It's more consistent than sometimes, but less consistent than a schedule. Controlled chaos? Yeah, I guess. More consistent.
More consistent than
Yeah,
that,
it's more
isn't it?
consistent than people who don't stream.
It's more regularly than people who sit to like a couple of hours every couple of days schedule.
Yeah. Like there are some people who are like, oh, I don't like having a schedule and I just stream when I want to. But then those people don't stream very often. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like we are regular streamers. We just stream the times are when we want to.
Fluctuation of time. Fluctuation of time. Streamer.
Oh.
That's exactly it. That's what it is. Figured it out.
It'll be more consistent than when I start streaming because I move around a lot for work. Yeah, exactly. It's like that. We'd be more consistent than people who stream casually.
Yeah. We're wanting this to get to the point where it is replacement for work. Yeah, although we don't work.
The other thing is the reason it kind of works for us as well is because, like, there's no good time for us to stream for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's better for us to just like, if we wake up in the morning, then we'll stream in the morning. If we wake up at night, stream at night. If we wake up in the morning and don't feel like streaming right then and feel like streaming later, then we'll do that. Generally speaking, there's gonna be a stream every day, but at what time? Depends how we're feeling. Maybe we'll wait till after dinner. That's the same thing with our dinner schedule too. Sometimes we'll bring food up here to eat because we're in the middle of doing something that we don't want to take a break from, and other times we want to spend time with Valerie because she's fucking awesome, and so we'll just go down and eat with her. That's not good either. You remembered something. What do you remember?
Oh, you remember. I remember.
Yeah, that my wife's a cutie because she is.
Tristan's gay because he is.
Yeah. For you, baby.
Mm. There's up that way. Then up. Wait, question. Does anyone else get so focused or absorbed into it? Yes, sometimes. It didn't used to be like that, but I'm on medication now that makes it happen all the time. I've never been the kind of person that forgets to eat until I started my medication.
I regularly go through times where I fluctuate between forgetting to eat and then.
I used to be the person who's like, I cannot believe how
Holding
anybody
a
ever
joint.
forgets to eat. How's that so crazy? But I get it now. Doing this, okay.
Bara gå in och hela munnen. I just I just someone who flips between I sort of flip between like a binge eating and then like eating very little, and it can last for ages before I flip.
Binge eating was always usually my go-to. It was pretty bad too, like to the point where it's like I would get to a point where I feel so sick that I would just like eat an entire loaf of bread with peanut butter and jelly. You know, I just sit down with a loaf of bread and have some peanut butter and jelly, and I just eat and eat and eat until I felt better. But I've gotten better about it because I'm on medication. Now I don't want to eat because it makes me feel like shit.
I really need to get better about stopping eating when I'm full.
Yeah, no shit. This motherfucker's like, food exists, eat. Nom nom nom.
I don't like food waste.
I know, me either.
And leftovers tend to turn into food waste.
Not getting hungry? Teach me your ways. My plushy tummy's always ready for snacks. Maybe I'm just built different. If you ever figure out snack teleportation, let me know.
Yes. That's Rexy. Rexy says to teach him about snack teleportation. So, better be on that shit. He'll know if you find out about snack teleportation and don't tell him. He's gonna be very upset. You're like, me? Yes, you. Have you met Rexy yet? This is Rexy. He is a dinosaur. He likes food and cuddles. You might be blind. He's in my lap. He's the plushy dinosaur in my lap. He's getting the makeover. You want to see? This is like what he looks like in real life. Is what he's in my lap. But you know, obviously, you can't. I don't want to get into hot water with the company that makes them. So we're getting a little redesign. It's the second one. That second one there. Did I get an email? No. Like, yeah. You're definitely blind. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, that doesn't look great. There we go. Alright, baby. Make it feel right, baby. What I promised tonight. Alright, that looks good. That looks good. You're good. 100% noticed when he spoke to me first time too. Yeah, alright, hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Ask. Rexy. Russian Fox says that he is going to let's see, what was it you said you were gonna do earlier? Says he likes getting into random car accidents. Do you have any advice for him?
Bro, car accidents are not a hobby. Maybe try bumper cars instead. Less
Yeah.
pain, more fun. Take
There
care
you
of yourself,
go.
Fox. Plushy doctor's orders.
Oh, there you go. Didn't even consider that. Bumper cars. Hello.
Oh yeah, bumper cars, good option.
You got banned? What do you mean? Oh, you got banned from crashing cars. You got banned from bumper cars. What's this random duck doing here? It's like, I noticed you're moving into my spot. It's a long story. They're too safe phone though. Yeah, basically I have them set up to chat in the chat once every 20 minutes because at first it was once every
It used to be once every 10.
10 minutes and it was just too much. Sometimes even now every 20 minutes sometimes feels like too much. I love them to pieces, I really do, but fuck. Fox, I want to say a day in your life. I'm so fascinated by you. Oh, jeez. There was one day he comes into the stream and he's like, yeah, I'm just walking around the yard. I'm like, while watching stream, and I'm thinking, I'm like, is he just like walking around his yard with his phone, just like chatting with us as he's like kicking car parts? Apparently, yeah, that's just what he's doing. His day is interesting. You're not allowed to pit a kid. What does that mean?
Hit a kid. Bumper cars, Pit Maneuver.
Oh,
That banned you from pitting kids. Oh no.
no kid pitting for you. Trying to get like, cause I want different like, I don't want all the buildings to look samey, so I'm trying to get them to look inspired, but without. He was going too slow. I had to teach him a lesson. I mean, that's just the way it goes in bumper cars.
I went on this thing called Bumper Cars once. It was not Bumper Cars.
Oh no? What was it?
It was a racetrack.
Why was it called bumper cars?
I don't know. I asked them the same thing. They yelled at me for bumping someone. I was like, it's Bumper Cars.
Like, no, it's not. You're just like, okay. I hear this duck over here just quack, 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 quack. Yep. Get some interesting. Oh, it is interesting for sure. I don't know if it's what I'm looking for, but.
Simply, if you're having a no contact race game, race thing, don't name it Bumper Cars.
Yeah.
Name it Racist or something like that.
Oh my god. Doing. This looks stupid. I mean, that's fine. No, it doesn't. It's fine. Ah. There we go. That's better. I'm not sure what's happening here, though. Okay, hold on. What if?
I head out and sleep now. I am getting far too tired right now. But thank you to all the both of you and all the other people who made my night so
Go
much fun.
sleep, love you, Nikki. Have a good sleep.
Have wonderful sleeps, Nikki.
You deserve all the good sleeps.
You do indeed deserve all the good sleeps.
You work your butt off.
Your butt has fallen off her mark.
Yep.
That's what she meant. Yeah.
Sorry, you don't have a butt anymore.
Gone.
It's a shame.
Sleep well. Yeah, sleep well. Some people are amateur racers. The glorious Russian fox is a professional.
Oh my god. Okay, how do you feel about that? Nope. Still not there. Still not there. We're getting there, but nope. I don't know what I'm doing. Oops, that's fine. That was fine. Love you all. Have a good night. Wish future me luck with dealing with Kirby.
Good luck dealing with current bullshit. You're gonna need it.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I think that looks fine. Maybe that looks fine. I don't fucking know. Yeah. Nothing moves like Jagger. I got the moves like Jagger. I have no idea how I built this over here, but now I've got to try and replicate it on the other side for symmetry's purposes. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I didn't know you could symmetry.
Fuck.
Don't lie, you love me. Only on Tuesdays.
Only on Tuesdays, yeah. Sounds about right.
Alright, we will love me.
Too bad it's Monday. It's almost Tuesday. I'll love you in a minute.
Let's go. Oh, 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 oh. Gonna get loved soon.
I just like go here. Let me see if I can just build one while I'm over here. So I don't want to break down the one that's currently hosting the Mimogs. Well, technically, I could just. Oh, never mind. Let me just do that. Where did that large verdant egg come from? What the fuck?
Tokyo.
get a good feeling. Yeah. I get a feeling that I never before. No, I get a good feeling. Yeah. Okay. Bitch took the cake. No, I did. Ha ha ha. I don't think I hit the bed. I think I hit or the house. I think I hit the shrine near it. Yep. Fire call out. What? What?
Holy shit, fire caller. Oh,
You're saying oh like you understand. I don't understand. What did I miss?
I doesn't the Russian Fox volunteer?
Oh shit! Right, I forgot. Go.
Yeah, the large majority of our firefighters are made up of volunteer fireys.
Means they only get paid slightly more than actual firefighters, or slightly less than actual firefighters.
I don't even know if they get paid.
That's what I'm saying. It was the joke.
Funny. We don't get paid, yeah. She did a funny. Lost in poverty.
Yeah, that was the joke.
One day we'll figure out all the funny she does.
It's an unfortunate joke. It's one about like. Never mind. Like,
One that gets too close to home. Just like fires.
oh no. Laughs and filthy rich. Shut the fuck up. That's so unrelatable.
I wish we one day, my love, we will be filthy rich
One day,
from streaming.
maybe.
All it requires is us taking all of Russian Fox's money.
Russian. How you doing? You want to see my feet? Sorry.
Love you, baby.
I'm kidding.
Unless. Oh. No, it's just the model.
Just me being stupid. Don't mind me. It's a joke about because my model actually does have feet on her toes. Under her toes. Yep, she has feet on her toes. Under them, not above them.
Under the toes. Under the toes.
So we've been making jokes about how we're gonna get somebody to pay to see her toes one day.
You'll feel better down where it's toey toe to under toes. Under toes is a great game.
Hi.
Oh yeah, he
He
did.
did.
Yeah.
Somewhere. He's somewhere around here, probably. Well, he came in here earlier. We gave him pets, and then he put him on the bed, and then he disappeared. Kit Kat, are you in here still? I don't know. Hmm.
Say hi to stream. Say hi to stream, Mum.
This is my wonderful mother-in-law.
This is my wonderful mother. She's alright.
You didn't want to say hi to you guys.
She's shy.
Yeah. Okay.
Make poor financial decisions, but not that bad.
Wow.
No.
Wow. You trying to say
You don't
you
want
trying
to
to say
see
my
us
stinky
do
feet aren't
hell.
good enough? My stinky feet aren't good enough for you? Damn. I'm just kidding. You're fine.
Damn, Adidas.
A fetus.
That's a dick.
Um.
Eatus fetus, I hate Cletus.
Fetus.
Cletus.
I have no idea how I've done this build, but I don't hate it, and I want to do it again. The only thing is I don't know how I did it, so I gotta. I'm like going through. I'm like, what did I do here? How did I do this?
Hey, good scrub. Except
I'm comparing myself to myself.
Krista 132 there.
Oh, so Lucy, I changed our raid message now to where it'll be something you could actually fucking use instead of, what it was before, which was just a bunch of text. Because I didn't realize that the follower things you couldn't use unless you were just in the channel. You always like I was sitting there going like, why would he keep copying the sub one if he's not a sub? But you never did. You just copied the right one. You copied the right one. You copied the one I told you to, but it just didn't work because like
Lucifer, you're out here sending the love like it's confetti. Trickle
I'm just
energy is
dumb.
strong in this stream. I'm soaking it up, but don't tell like where she'll get all mushy.
I'm not getting all mushy about you, Rexy. Shut the fuck up. This is much easier than I thought it was.
Yep.
Oh wait, no, this one. Right. If the call gets cancelled, I will return. I arrive on scene. If I arrive on scene, I will return. Oh, okay. We'll be here. Just something and streaming. Living our best lives. I will return too.
I'm a streamer. I couldn't lemur if I
You're a lemur?
dreamed. I am dreamer.
Are you a
all the
lemur?
time. I'm a lemur, lemur.
Tristan's a lemur.
Hear me.
He says things like,
Lemur.
I like to move it.
Not wrong. I like to move it as long as it's in video games because I don't want to move in real life. A doctor told me I have to walk more.
He did. Last time I was there, he was like, "You eat too much sugar. You ate too many grapes."
Grapes, no more grapes.
And now he looks at my thing. He's like, "You're doing pretty good." And looks at Tristan. You need to walk more. The only thing that was like really particularly bad on mine was that I had a low something on my test. I don't know. It was a low something on my test, and Tristan looked it up. He's like, "Yeah, it'll show up low if you had caffeine." I was like, I literally was drinking my Monster, and I walked into the. Yeah, I'm basically Captain Cry about it. Yeah, all right.
Wah, Captain Wah.
I'll never be as good as a captain. Okay. Now we have this building over here that we will turn into our home slash chicken area? Question mark? I don't know. I want a ranch, but I don't want to. Let me figure this out. Oh, 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 oh. Singing along to the stereo. Could do this. But then this is just like really. And I can't put. Where'd I put storage? Okay. So if we want this to be our house, that's fine. We just need to like. Maybe I could make it to where half of it is ranch and then I have like a section in there as my house? No. Oh, this might work.
La 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 la.
Has Mom made us sell food?
What?
Did Mom just make us sell food and not us?
I don't know.
I can hear the clanging of a granite.
Okay. You're gonna beat her up? Oh no. We're gonna find out if it's a fend for yourself kind of night. I think one of the big things I didn't like about the way that the base was so far is that feels like I don't like the way the storage is. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One that is for yeah. Hello.
You need anything? Food's on.
Oh, it's on. Okay.
Yeah, I could kill her.
Did she not make us food? Fend for yourself.
She made herself some food.
Uh-huh.
That's in the process of making. I was like, oh, you didn't bother to tell us that you're not making food. It's like, yeah, I thought I was gonna tell you I made some food, but then I wasn't making food. But then that's why she ended the sentence.
Yeah, I thought about telling you I wasn't making any food, but
Fuck you.
no, didn't want to. Starve, bitches. So, question then.
Answer, honey.
Is it Dino Nuggies? It's not Dino Nuggies, is it? It's okay, it doesn't have to be Dino Nuggies. I'm just curious.
You're gonna have to wait and see.
And
might
when
be
you
Dino-
do, you're gonna be disappointed.
Yeah.
You made it to the fire shed. Be careful, be safe, don't hurt yourself.
Don't set yourself on fire inside the shed. It's not what it's for.
Do we think Fox is what we would probably classify as a redneck?
Probably the Australian version. Yeah.
Hmm,
I think so.
fair enough. He's just like family.
Honestly, yeah. Just like. Crap. I'm Vin Diesel.
Family. I'm Vin Diesel family. That's what I need to know.
That's all he says, alright?
No, it just says family. No other context needed.
No other contact needed, only family. Lucy said ads. I read that as AIDS. I was like, what?
Wow,
Lucy?
this is getting weird.
Dang. Didn't realize you had AIDS. My condolences. Although these days, they're actually on the brink of making a full-on AIDS vaccine.
That's amazing.
It's so amazing for anyone that has gotten AIDS, hearing AIDS or otherwise.
Hearing aids. Oh no. I don't think they're making a hearing aids vaccine.
No, they're not. Although I think they'll make it, though, no?
Everything has a vaccine. There you go.
Especially Rexy.
Rexy has a vaccine?
Yeah.
I had no idea. Clear, I don't know anything. I mean, the 12 gets shotgun for a reason. No, no.
No. Not Rexy. No, he's too cute to be shown the broomstick of God. Back from ads. I am drinking a energy drink to keep up with my wife's morning meds.
That's true. My morning meds are cracked, dude.
Actually down with an energy drink.
I'm awake. I'm awake. Hee hee hee.
Hee-haw.
Yee-haw.
There's a snake in my hall. Shima.
I don't know why I've decided this cat is going to be the one to help me.
Oh, the Purple family.
Tired than a motherfucker.
Go.
I'm not even going to be able to see my crops. Who stole the battery from the fire truck? It was me! Do something about it.
99 red batteries getting stolen by Ico. Don't know why the batteries are red. You've got to ask Ico that. Battery's green, thank you very much. There's your problem. It was red when we stole it.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing?
Still helping you.
He's like, fuck this rock in particular, I guess.
Battery. Battery.
Don't worry, I will tear down this rock for you.
You got my base?
No.
Oh. Oh, she was like, I'll tear it.
This is the only way I can tell where my crops are. It's so stupid. It's a good thing that I don't need to know where my crops are. Only my pals do.
Growing's overrated. Don't be a knower. Just be a grower. I mean, shower. I mean, hoe. I'm not insane. But I am insanely attractive. Ain't that right, baby?
Yeah. What he said.
Ain't that cute?
Wasn't paying attention. I don't know what happened.
The only battery in the shed is that. Well, I guess the world's burning. Nikki was right. That's how you cure battery sickness, by licking it. I get to walk. Lead by example. Mr. Captain.
I am the captain now.
If
Sorry.
you think these tiny plush arms are pushing anything, you got more optimism than I do. I'll supervise from inside. Thanks. Maybe offer moral support snacks.
I can't see.
Blah blah blah. Blee blee blee. Blue blue blue. I've cursed you now with blue balls. What?
You concern me, sir.
I concern.
Yes.
Well, you should know that I am a concerning individual.
I already know.
Blee blue blah blah bling bling blah 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 blah. Okay, what's the next one here?
Oh, Captain, my Captain, if you can get us a truck battery, that would be very appreciated. That's right, Lucy. Get your shit together.
Are you the captain?
Me? No, apparently Lucy is now. He took the captain.
Oh. Oh. Oh, Tom Hanks.
You don't understand as I get your grenade for ya. Whose battery am I borrowing? Blue car, white car, white car number 2. White car, the first one.
First instance of white car? Wow. I thought that was illegal.
That's what everybody thinks.
As many enemies for you.
The treasure you did. Don't understand as I get your grenade for ya. For ya. Do anything for ya. Oh, I think I'll do anything. I could die for your faith, but you won't do the same. Oh, I brought my fishing pole out. Just to get your grenade for ya. Oh, my son, I'm playing for ya. I'm dropping from a train for ya. You know I'd do anything for ya. And I will go through all this pain. I've been a friend. I would die for you, but you won't do it. Do we think this regular car battery would work in a fire truck? I would say no, but I believe in your ability to make shit work that wouldn't normally work.
What'll happen if you can't show up because the fire truck no work? Do you get fired out of a truck?
Every night, oh, I swear, but we're better prepare for when I'm a billionaire.
I'm not gonna believe this. It did not.
Oh, did it?
He said you're not gonna. It don't fit.
Oh, wow. Is it too big or too small? Question.
I think it's too small.
Hmm.
That's my guess.
Could go either way.
Somehow it's too big or what?
Wow.
Dang. Cars be built different, I guess.
That's wild. Oh, we knew it was a car battery. I don't know. Maybe fire truck batteries are just dense as fuck. Oh.
Oh, we RW.
H W ha. It's okay. You put it in there. You shove it in as best you can.
And then when something blows up, you
Blame somebody else
blame the government.
for not having enough car batteries.
Yeah. You get this to work for us?
Enough fire truck batteries. Millionaire, so fucking bad. Buy all of the things I never had. I wanna be on the cover of Forbes magazine, smiling next to Oprah and the Queen. And anytime I close my eyes, I see my name in shining lights.
Yeah.
A different city every night. Oh, I swear. Oh shit.
Prepare for when I'm old.
Oh.
We believe in you, Russian.
Oh.
You will get there in time to watch the fire, not be there because it's a false report. I believe. Oh my god, oh, I did it. Yeah, I did it. Oh my god, nice. Congratulations.
I'm proud of you. I knew you could do it.
Power of Russia. So I did it, right?
Yeah.
Yippee.
To be able to be pushed back more into this, yeah? Why? Oh, is it? Okay, hold on. I think I figured it out.
Be fun. Keep fun.
Okay, then. Come on. We want this to be closer. You should be able to go back super fucking far, and it's not. For some reason, it does not want to be in this corner. This is ridiculous. Why the fuck doesn't it want to just touch? Okay, alright, new plan. Guarantee, watch this shit. Watch this shit. This is how fucking stupid this shit is. Watch. gonna do this. Yeah. This is gonna fucking work. Really? Why? Makes no fucking sense. Is it all these? Is it all these? Right here? This makes zero fucking sense. Why? Why does it not think it's touching the ground? If it's on that fucking... Why? Why does it not think it's touching the ground?
Sunshine, lollipops, and
Welcome.
rainbows.
Welcome in, B. B, I rated you the other day. How you doing?
Read B. Read
Welcome
B.
in.
Hi, B.
Look, I recognize that name. Welcome in. Nice to see you. How you doing? Okay, please stop being dumb. There are more. Oh, what happened?
There are more issues. Have you blown, like, all the fuses or something?
All floors must be touching the ground. Tell me why it's not. It's all on the fucking ground. Tell me why it's not. Tell me why it's not. Tell me why it's not. Someone didn't fill the truck up. Was it you?
You're the captain, aren't you? All issues get blamed on you.
It's like, no, it wasn't me, I swear.
Who's the other?
Look at that. Look at that. This is some bullshit right here, okay? Look. Do you see how close this is to the edge? See how close this shit is to the edge?
Yeah.
Tell me why, if I turn it at a slight angle... It, is it just the back? Is it just the back? Maybe it's just the back. Maybe I could face it this way.
I'm gonna go with Backstreet Boys. That's why.
Which is weird, because I'm pretty sure you were referencing the fact that I said, tell me why.
Not a Backstreet Boys song.
I'm trying to remember.
Is it in sync?
It might be. It might be Backstreet Boys. I can't remember now. Look at this. Okay, right there on the fucking edge. Right there on the fucking edge. So fucking close. Look how much of this corner it's taking up. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that fucking
That
great?
is lovely.
It is great. It is great, except for it doesn't fucking matter. Because it's rotated weirdly. Why can't it do this? Rotated properly.
Why can't we be friends?
Okay, what is the problem? Is the problem... Can I stand like this and then get it all lined up, right?
No, my ninjas died. No, it's like I sent them into death or something with no support.
Look, touching, and it is touching. It's literally just rotating a circle. The truck was full.
The truck was full.
Not anymore.
Does that mean the battery no work, or does that mean what does that mean?
Look, it's I'm gonna say it's fine, as long as I can get the walls put around this bitch. That's gonna be the big thing. I haven't even tried. Okay, look. Someone broke in here, stole the battery and siphoned. What the fuck?
Whose kneecaps are we breaking?
Who does that to a fire truck? Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah, there's
That's trashy. Trashy
Very
behavior. People will never cease to amaze me. Did you remember food, babe?
I did not remember food. I think mum got it.
He's trying to starve me. He said he thinks I'm too fat.
Only a second? That's not even enough time for me to process a snack thought. What's up, Fox?
Did you just sell the tots? Or did you sell everything? Oh,
We're gonna have very salty nuggies.
Mum doesn't understand that salt goes on potato. Not chicken.
I'm fine.
It is fun.
I'll survive, I guess.
Thank you, Mom.
Here, ketchup.
Wait a goddamn second.
Here, ketchup.
Yep.
Wait, there we got Dino Nuggies, guys. Dino Nuggies. Rexy's gonna be so jealous. I'm gonna tell him. Lucy says, thanks, Tristan's mom.
What is uncomprehendable, incomprehensible, inconceivable?
I'm trying to figure it out, too. I have
Typical Queensland.
Dino Nuggies, and I'm not sharing them. Yeah.
Aiko, that's cruel and unusual punishment. Betrayed by my own person. Tragic. Hope you dropped one by accident. Karma's a dino, you know.
Right. I said I hope you drop one by accident.
Over the time, you know. Who steals the seat of a forklift? What the fuck?
I don't mean to, like, blame you, Fox, but I do want to ask if it's possible it's something that you misplaced and forgot.
Did you rip it all out and like give the tank a makeover?
And just, like, forget.
Oh, so yeah, who the fuck would steal a seat of a forklift? Maybe they're building a gamer chair. That's why they needed fuel. They took G fuel too literally.
You have 4 forklifts, so you doubt it. Are you sure you're looking at the right forklift, then?
I'm gonna guess some junkie broke in.
Stole the forklift seat and went, I'm gonna get some money for this.
Mm-hmm. Also, the camera footage says otherwise.
Well, then I think the camera footage could answer your question.
3 junkies. Oh,
Wow.
3 junkies. Look, if you come across forklift seat salesman, I think it might be them. Now let's figure Croc. What kind of drugs do you think they're on?
Wow,
Porexy.
savage. Didn't know sharing Dino DNA made you this ruthless.
Oh, dear,
Save
bro.
me at least a crumb, or I'll haunt your dreams with squeaky plush footsteps.
With squeaky plush steps. That's gonna be the cutest haunting ever.
I'm gonna be sitting there. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Like, ah!
Tristan, bribing me with nuggies? That's low, and smart. You might be today's favorite, but only if you promise extra sauce. Sorry, Aiko, nuggies are my weakness.
Wow. He thinks you're offering them to him. I need to add the redeem back so that people could talk to him. But the thing is, I gotta make sure people are
Wow,
responsible enough with that.
rubbing it in, huh? Enjoy the nuggies, favorite. I'll just sit here, starving, adorably neglected.
Oh my
Watch out
god.
on the bites, and
Oh
some
my
plush
god.
dinosaurs.
No. No.
Oh no, he got to bite us.
Way to guilt trip us.
Look, just Russian. Just be like, oh,
Hey, if this wish
I
fits,
would have
it's
gone
called
and
tactical
saved your
cuteness,
houses,
level
Mr.
99
Junkies. That,
manipulation.
but
Don't worry,
some
I'll
random
forgive you,
person
eventually. Maybe.
stole.
I'm sorry. He said he'll forgive me eventually.
Eventually, maybe. Yeah, just figure out where the junkies live, and then not respond to a call when their house mysteriously combusts because they
Yeah, you don't have to
put
burn their
pepper in
house
their
down.
mouth.
You can just stop it from burning. Or not stop it from burning down.
Yeah. Yeah, be like, I couldn't show up. What's the nearest diary? Couldn't show up.
For legal reasons, this is
Some
a joke.
dickheads stole our fuel and the fire truck battery, and for some reason my forklift seats as well. But what do you do now that you can't, you know?
Yeah, what are you supposed to do?
I imagine report it, obviously.
They're gonna stop letting you take that shit home.
Hmm? Mm-hmm. No, he said it was at the firebox.
Oh, alright. Well, fuck. Somebody's house is just casually burning down as we're having this conversation.
Could be a house, could be the entire bush in Queensland. Although it's winter, so unlikely, but still possible. Could be a car accident someone's gotten into and they need the jaws of life.
Oh, wow.
Don't worry, they get the jaws of junkie.
Damn.
There's a few places you don't steal from.
Hospitals being one.
Hospitals being one, like ambulances as well, as an extension of hospitals. Fire trucks.
Oh, shit.
Depending on your country, the police, because some places it's fucked up police, and other places it's police are good. No, don't steal from the police. They've got the government.
Alright, what you got to do with this? It's gonna be open air.
But yeah, emergency services is a no-no for stealing from. It's probably some fucking kids that are junkies.
No fucking respect.
He nibbles. Oh my god. Lucy, you've been eating fire truck batteries. And diesel.
That explains a lot. He's gonna be like, the fuck does that mean?
Definitely don't from my players. By the time you find the valuable stuff, you've probably gotten 8,000 open cards from all of them that are all of them already effective. Yeah. And they got to go through all the scrapyard to get to the valuable stuff at your place. You take a car, but it's currently got a broken suspension. Take the tank.
Oh no!
Broken the fucking tank. Oh, that would be lovely. Hey. These guys wanna go? Okay, okay. See how it is. Well, if the entire world wants to declare war on me.
On you?
On me, yeah.
Specifically? Wow. What
I'm a
happened?
small little nation at the bottom of Japan, and the rest of Japan is declaring war on me.
Damn.
Don't worry, though.
Should I be
It's like-
concerned?
I can 1v1 them.
The world?
Hmm?
Oh, I see. You're playing a different game. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking.
Yeah, I'm playing a different game.
I thought you were being dramatic. Okay, what's your idea? I need a name. Fill us in. Not nosy or anything, Baka.
I've got a nose bug. Recently bought a Hemet. Hemet.
Hemmed. Hemmed, obviously. Hemmed.
Oh, unicorn. Oh, unicorn. I don't know which clan next was. New fire truck just dropped. Heavy expanded mobility tactical truck.
I see.
8-wheel drive, 10-ton tactical cargo truck. For the US military.
Oh, cute. Okay, I made that work. I made the shit work. I don't know how, but I did it. I had to do the opposite thing on the opposite side.
Fatty honey.
Is it 3 or 4? I'm talking to myself. I'm so sorry. 3. Okay.
Make him go. Ah.
I know. Oh my god. Babe, stop.
It's a 10 by 10 one as well. It's very, very, very expensive. Oh my god. Water resolve that. There we go. Wow. Yeah. My song is very fitting with what happened to me a couple of weeks ago. Did you blow your hand off with the firework? But dodged? I love what you're doing here. Are you painting some foundations green?
What? No.
No? Oh, it's just going underneath the terrain a bit.
Yeah.
That's cool.
be more of that. Oh shoot, did I not put anything in the ceiling? Hold on. Oh shoot, my bad. I'm looking a little bit tipsy.
Fuel. Boom, yes. Recoca boom. Okay. So we all know that a fuel releases vapor. A full fuel tank burns. A mostly empty one full of vapors goes kaboom. I took visual learning to the extreme. Oh no!
It's so fucking hot, dude.
It is rather warm. Also, yes, maybe you
Oh
are.
my god, fuck up.
Never. I will have a full and complete life as long as I can love you forever.
Take my socks off. This is gonna be my house, but right now it's fucking ugly. If you have a heavy truck license, I can legally take the hound on the road. Do it! My love, your love, your love is my drug. Your love, your love, your love is my love, is my drug. Your love, your love, your love. Your love, your love, your love. You say your love, your love, your love is my drug. Your love, your love, your love. Alright. Start moving shit over. Oh, hold on. Oh, I should probably actually get beds down, huh?
Maybe.
Love, your love, your love, your love. Your love, your love, your love. My drug. Your love, your love, your love. Come help me. Ah, shit. Sleep.
Mhm.
I'm like in the middle of freaking trying to build things, and the pal I pulled up to help me build shit fell asleep. Fine, I guess we'll go to sleep then. Whatever. Fuck. I'm so confused.
That also like speeds up when you're trying to take over them. Try and overtake them.
Vigorous Russian Fox said.
Disruption.
Oh my goodness. Boom, bam. Shitbox and hardly do highway speeds, but I don't care. I'm not asshole. It speeds up when you turn. Oh, Jesus. Good to know. Putting you on my shit list. I'm gonna call everybody that does that down the road Fox. Fuck you, Fox!
I love you. I love you, baby.
I have road rage issues. He loves the weirdest shit about me. I said absolute nonsense yesterday. I don't even remember what it was I said, but I do remember it was complete utter nonsense. And he's like, "Mine, you are mine," and I was like, I don't know what I did, but okay.
You uttered complete not a nonsense. Blah, 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 blah.
Top of the world. I'm on top of the world. Two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I wish everyone even a fraction of the happiness that I have with my life. Driving on the highway in Queensland is high competition.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing because I know I'm making stupid faces right now.
No.
Okay, I probably won't run into you. You're a bit far away from me.
Okay. Well, I've got one less brother to worry about. You don't shoot every gap. You're really a professional racer. Remember, that's where all the bad drivers come from.
What is that? What is that?
I'm an excellent driver on the road at least. It's just not an off-road driver. You're not a rally car driver.
I drive rally most of them just very poorly. I could do it. Probably not.
Rally driving just means you can drive and stay on the road some of the time. Because as long as you don't go flying off the rally car track and kill one of the spectators, you're fine.
Yeah. What do you understand? I'm caught up in a dream. Takes me by the my eyes. That's fine by me. So wake me up when
It'll cause more
you're
crashes than I'd
gone.
like to admit, doesn't mean.
When
It doesn't if you're dicking around just, you know, off the road.
I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost.
You're well practiced in crashing, so now you know how to crash good. Oh my god. Dragon God.
Oh no, what's that reaction?
Ew.
Oh no.
What's ew? Is
What's
it me?
ew?
Am I stinky? Am I stinky?
Am I stinky?
I am stinky.
Oh my god, Tristan, it was you.
That's what you.
Let me see
I
if
understand.
I'm stinky too. I'm pretty stinky. I'm pretty stinky. I get it. I like. What were we talking about? Oh, you have to do pokey start. I think is what you have to start with.
Yeah. Exclamation mark, Pokestar.
Yeah.
And oh, you got a mudkip to start with. Nice. And then now you can poke and catch. It gives you like a bunch of balls to start with.
Yeah. I can stay forever this young. I can sing. So good at it. I would have liked a Trico. Yeah, like I started with a freaking what's it called? Snooty French one. The snooty nose up one. I forgot the name of it.
Nuke nuke.
No. What? Go. I keep saying Sylvanus. That's not correct. I'm pretty sure that's a freaking pal. So no. Oh my god. Green, snooty, silk. Pokemon. Nibby. That's the one.
Oh,
If I was a bad driver,
Oh,
would I have
bad
met I would. If I was a bad driver, would I have met my girlfriend? I don't know. How'd you meet your girlfriend?
are you remaking How I Met Your Mother? Giving it a better ending? Please do.
I'm sorry, I'm still like shook over like your first message. It's just like, ugh. And you're like, I'm gonna play Pokemon while I'm here. Yo, snow. I guess technically it was my first message. I'm not gonna believe. I might. It really depends. Try me. Do this.
I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a night. That tonight's gonna be maybe Tuesday night. Feeling
100% Tuesday. 100. Not 100. Today's Monday night.
It is Monday. Past midnight, yeah.
I don't know.
Nope. Not even close.
Yeah. So, I made a post on
She
Reddit,
did.
right?
She did.
I made the same post on Twitter. I made the same post on YouTube. I made the same post everywhere. Basically, gauging shit, right? And learning. Figuring shit out, right? So, I make this post, and it's just the whole me and Animal Crossing, and it's like I zoom my face in really close to the screen, and I'm just like, I want to smell you. And then I go sniffa with the, I want to sniffa.
I can
And I do that
smell
with,
them.
I do the sniffa. And I say, you smell good. That's what I say. It's all it is. It's just sniffa, you smell good. And I posted it on Reddit, and the response was, what?
What?
Are you
You
5? They're like, are you 5? And I was like,
No, I'm like,
all right. This doesn't work. This is what I mean by like, I don't fucking know what the hell I'm doing on social media. Because not everything hits everywhere. It's it's research is what it is. It's trying to figure out what hits where, because I don't fucking know, dude. I don't really fucking know anything. Sometimes shit hits and sometimes shit don't hit. And I'm not gonna know until I post
That's
something, you know?
an absolutely
guessing
wild
game
love story.
95% of the
Most
time.
people just swipe right, but you went for the full action movie route. Glad you're both okay. Maybe next time just buy her coffee?
You go from a demon or in the middle of an intersection. We happen to end up at the same hospital. Dang,
You know what?
that really is like a.
Well, I will say that in response to your earlier message about would I have met my girlfriend if you were a bad driver?
Yeah.
No.
No?
I mean, yes, because that's how you met.
You did.
That is, in fact, how you met. I don't know what I did. Yeah. Some things hit and some things don't. I don't fucking know what fits where, you know? And then it could be like I'm on the right, like Reddit's fine, but maybe it's just not the right subreddit.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Reddit is very clicky. You just have to find the right subreddit, right click for each each post.
So bad. That looks terrible. I hate it. But like one place that'll be like, what are you, 5? On a different subreddit, an exact same platform, could be like, haha, you know, would think it's funny. Maybe. I thought it was funny. Everybody in chat thought it was funny.
Oh yeah, it was wonderful.
It's just stupid, you know? That's all it's ever meant to be is dumb. It's just meant to be
I
stupid.
think they would have been made up of like 12-year-olds.
I think it's because, like, there are a lot of adults that play Animal Crossing. So yeah, I mean, but the thing is like, what if I was 12?
What if you were 5?
Yeah.
What's the problem?
I don't see what's, like, what's, I don't understand commenting on something that doesn't hit with you. Like, you're in a subreddit that could appeal to tons of people. There's so many fucking people. And there's some people like, what? I don't get it. And I'm like, well, then it's not for you. Move on.
The energy it takes to post something negative on something you don't understand is more than it takes to just not.
Yeah, just ignore it. Maybe I want to do something. I want to do that. Is that what this issue is? But maybe we do this here, actually. People are so negative for no fucking reason, dude. Like literally, if you think and look at its base value, I've just told somebody they smell nice. And then
That could be what they needed that day.
yeah. If it doesn't hit with you, it doesn't hit with you. Okay, fine. Fucking whatever. I don't care. Then it's not for you. But then all it does is just, what does it do? It just proves to embarrass somebody. Congratulations, you've just embarrassed somebody for no fucking reason. Like, well, that was just saying something nice, but guess I won't. Guess I'll go be a dick like you. You know, I'm so glad there are more. There really just need to be more people out here calling people out on their, you know, having a good time online. Yes, how dare.
How dare you have fun online? That's not what online's for. Online's for being racist and sexist.
I know. I should
And
be
hating
ashamed.
your partner.
I should be ashamed. I should be
It's where
ashamed.
people go to hate their partners these days, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Like, what is the... Ugh, nothing fucking matters, dude. It's just infuriating, I think.
Am I the asshole? I, 34M, have spent the past 6 years grooming my girlfriend, 24M, F. It's 6 years gaslighting her into thinking I'm not a creep. Am I a creep?
Yes.
Am I the asshole? I told her I hate her every day of the year. And now she's crying and cheating on me.
Basically, I have to make this wider, not because I necessarily need it to be wider, but because if I don't, it looks fucking weird. Everything looks off center.
My head. Aiko's making things whiter. She's whitewashing.
Wow, Tristan.
Love you, honey.
I'm gonna kick his ass.
My ass is right here. Bring it.
Yeah.
Need to see elephant foot in reactor 4. Please do. Might be a wrinkly elephant's foot. But Chernobyl ain't gonna, kill itself with sacrifices. Where most of the Am I the Arsehole posts these days are just people baiting, people trolling.
Somebody said baking.
Yeah. Bacon asshole.
Why are you all the way over here? Why are you cooling from here? You can... Is it inaccessible?
Sometimes I just get stuck on things.
It's...
I like how your fences are like amongst the plants.
Yeah, that only works because the fucking foundations are down into the ground here. Can't even see the plants. I mean, you might be able to. As I
Call me
said.
racist, but never wrong. Ico, 24th August 2026, 9:34 p.m.
Lips are insane.
I love your smile. Even on your model, you got such a cute smile. Nothing makes me happier than seeing my wife happy. Oh, she's pouting. She's gonna call me a bucker.
Not like I'm... Not like I like that or anything. Okay.
Meow, bitch.
Meow, bitch. What's your level in Power World? Okay, I should be very... I should let you know. We beat this like 3 times. Twice before. We beat it twice, okay? And we think that leveling in this game is way too fast. So this is a 0.1 XP server, and I'm level 45. 0.1 XP.
Yeah.
So like, if you look at how much XP I get from building this chest, I got 1. And from breaking this chest, 1. I don't think I got any for breaking that. Most things I only get like 1 XP for doing.
Close to the next level, are you?
Oh, let me see. 101,065.
Okay.
I'm trying to build. I'm sorry. It's not a lot of XP.
I'm deliberately playing a different game because
I know. I'm sorry.
no, it's okay.
I'm not letting him play Power World because our leveling is slow and I have to catch up, and I haven't been catching up because I've been breeding and building. I'm the
And
worst.
I'm actively avoiding breeding for now.
Yeah, so
I
he
will
doesn't
get
really have
the
anything to do.
I want to catch more things first. I'm only allowing myself to breed things I've caught before.
La 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 la. Gotta go fast. Speeding. Speeding. That context doesn't sound horrible. What do you mean? What did I say?
I'm not allowing myself to breed
Oh.
deliberately on purpose.
Yeah, I guess.
Perverts.
Yeah. Like it's their first time we've met our community.
Not YouTubers, but we seem to attract the perverts. Looking at you, Lucy.
Lucy's like, the fuck did I do?
You know.
He's like, I'm just sitting here. Got a reputation. You make me feel like I'm the only girl in the world. Like I'm the only girl you ever know. Like you're the only one to know your heart. Only one in the world. Saw somebody say, I don't normally like to do the stacking thing, but these chests, it makes sense. Let's see, let's go. Wood. Ores. We've got leather materials and protection goods. Then yeah. See. Then raw materials. I was like, oh, in here thinking, rude, Corey. How you doing? Been a long time since I've seen
Corey,
you.
it's been a while.
We've been talking about you from time to time, just letting you know.
Yeah.
Just because we're
Been,
gossips. Talk about how you've been working on your music-y stuff.
Yeah. I hope your music's been going really well. I saw you been posting a couple of songs.
I didn't request it, it just popped up. I meant I requested it specifically for you, Russian. I know how much you love it.
Yeah, we know you love this song so much, Russian, that we had to
Play it. It's on repeat.
play-
It's on repeat
yeah.
now too, yep. Music is going really well, actually. I also joined a different band. Oh. I didn't even know you were in a band. I just thought you made your own music. That's cool.
Yeah, nice. Glad it's been going well for you. With boat crash PTSD with this song. Of course, Russian.
That
of
doesn't
course.
surprise me even a little bit. Still do 2 bands, myself and a bunch of Mexican boys. Alright.
Damn, nice.
It's so much fun. I'm so glad that you're having a good time. That makes me really happy. But look at our new models. And by our, I mean mine. I could show you Tristan's too.
Oh, yeah, you can show him.
You want to see Tristan's model?
Yeah, we need better computers to be able to use them while playing games.
This.
Also, build a dedicated stream PC. You can go back to solo streaming. Nice. That's one thing we were talking about. Is we hadn't seen you stream for quite a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, very glad you're.
I have an idea. We're gonna act like Tristan's here, but hold on. So look, hold on. Item settings. Yeah. Let me do that. Now we're gonna do this. So back to me. Put me back. Put me over here. Play my controller. Yeah, I'll get Dandy and everything, and then.
Rawr. Wait, that's not how this works. Sorry, Fox, I only speak fluent dinosaur and a little bit of sass. Need a translator for dog over here.
Yeah, we had our debut. We had a double debut on August 1st. Bit sad that a lot of their friends we're familiar with have been busy, but at the same time we're not assholes or like, you can't be busy. You have to watch us 24/7.
I am both of us.
She stole in my face, now I'm a believer. That I trade.
Hold on, let me find over here. I realize.
You're in the midst of a fuck ass job. Ah,
There you go.
unfortunate.
This is him.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's so cute. Oh yeah, we had our anniversary, so we couldn't reschedule our anniversary for you.
Yeah, we decided to do our do the subathon on our 1 year anniversary. We've been married for a whole year and a bit now.
Yeah.
I've been having time of my
That's my
life,
toe, sis.
and I've never felt this way before.
Oh, yo.
I said,
If you really wanted to, you could. No, I don't want to do that. We chose the first because it was the first thing we wanted to do that month.
Yeah, I know it's a bit. It can be considered a bit cringy, but we wanted to be married on the first because we wanted to,
He's-
wanted to be the first.
Nobody said it was cringy. You're the one that said it's cringy. Wow, Tristan.
Yeah, it's cringy. It's super cringe.
I am two people. I am myself and my husband. I'm married to me.
I can't feel my face when I'm married to me. Because this thing.
He's always
I'm
afraid of
100%
being cringe. You know
I'm not
him.
afraid of being bracelet. Fuck you for considering I'm cringy.
Now he's fighting himself.
Don't worry, I've done that for years. I am so happy. I'm
You
marrying
know,
a
sometimes
young-
he says that, and I start to think, is he trying to convince himself? I'm like, you good? You sure?
Yeah, I convinced myself, I'm sure.
You've convinced yourself you're sure,
Yeah.
but you're not
You
really
know what,
sure.
babe?
You just convinced yourself that you're sure.
Yeah, you know what, baby.
I'm so slow. You're afraid of being but sometimes we can't win. Oh no. Aw, are you kidding me? That was stupid. I don't know what I thought was gonna happen.
Can't say that's a unjustified fear. Police exist in America.
True.
I don't think it's a wild thing to say that there's a lot of racial profiling and racism within the American police force.
Isn't there some in the Australian police force?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. It's just we've got less black people in certain areas. We very much keep to areas based on cultures.
It is weird. It is very weird in that way. In a weird way, there's a lot more segregation here, but it seems voluntary.
Yeah, it's all voluntary and elective, but at the same time, it's sort of not because a lot of people who bring their families.
Yeah, it's basically like, okay, let's say you're moving here and you're moving here from like India. You're gonna move to our area because this is where all the Indians live. And then you're gonna pop up like 17,000 Indian restaurants because this is where the Indians live. This is where all the
This
people from
area we
India
live
live.
in doesn't actually have that high of an Indian population
Really? Also,
compared to other
so
places.
this
yeah.
area, just people just really fucking like Indian food.
I mean, it's got a lot of Indian people. Yeah, it's basically we have a lot of services set up, like governmental services set up for different culture groups in different areas. So like Springvale is known as a big like Thai and Vietnamese. It's mostly Vietnamese area. So a lot of the governmental services have Vietnamese translators on hand. So people who don't speak English or don't speak English very well. And then that incentivizes more Vietnamese people to move there because that's where the services are. But they don't have to. They just have to have a high enough English proficiency to move elsewhere. And it's typically not people who move here, it's their families coming later that don't have the high English proficiency necessary to move elsewhere. But it's not forced segregation.
My saltiness does not come from Indian people. I do not have a problem with Indian people. So far, they seem very nice. It's just that I have not had a lot of Indian exposure in my life.
Your cuisine.
Indian cuisine exposure.
Mostly
my
the
life.
cuisine and the accent that I could struggle with.
So our doctor is Indian and
He's Sri Lankan.
Sri Lankan. I'm so sorry. And I don't understand the accent hardly. Tristan sit there, understand him word for word, doesn't fucking get it, doesn't have an issue at all. Me, I'm dumb. I'm sitting there going, I literally have no idea what he said to you. I took this exact same quiz 2 weeks ago, or last month. He asked me these exact same questions, and now I have no idea what the fuck he's saying to you.
It is harder. Yeah, it happens. That's because we're both in the same room.
Yeah, I know. It's because I get loud.
Yeah.
I'm a loud ass. Somebody shut the fuck up. We'll be alright.
It is easier. Well, what I was saying was, it is harder to figure out what they're saying when they're not talking directly to you if you don't understand the accent that well. When they're talking directly to you, it's slightly easier to understand. But it's mostly just you haven't grown up around or interacted with many people with this accent, so you're not used to it. You will get used to it over time.
I know. There's gonna be people out there who think I'm fucking racist because I don't understand what the fuck they're saying. I just don't understand what they're saying. I had to switch therapists because I didn't understand what she was saying. And it wasn't like I was like, oh, I don't like her, I don't like her accent or anything like that. I spent majority of the time during my therapy session trying to figure out what the fuck she was saying. I wasn't getting anything out of it.
It's not conducive to therapy, yeah. We are taking actions to stop the echo, but it requires delivery time and
No, it requires
and the payment.
PayPal to stop being stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, PayPal.
So like, okay, so I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm getting. Let me check my PayPal really quick. Cause wouldn't that be nice?
Wouldn't it be nice if PayPal was cat-free?
Basically, Nikki has given us the money. Little Nikki gave us the money so I can get a headset. But my PayPal's like, yeah, not right now. You're gonna have to wait.
You don't know if you're a real person.
Headset. It is an Audio Technica. I actually bought my first. Oh yeah, I appreciate it.
Like, if anyone calls you racist, send them my way so I can double down for you, lol.
Jesus.
My term. I was reading that and I was like,
This is what
my brain immediately thought that you send them your way so you can agree with them. You're like, yeah, she is racist, that fucking bitch.
This is what I'm getting. It's a hypercardioid dynamic head one microphone. I think you would understand it at least, Corey. And I'm getting the wired one, and I bought myself a audio interface. It's a, hold on, let me see. Babe, can you take this plate?
Yes. Oh my god, so
Gross. I got a Behringer Euphoria UMC 22. That's what I bought. And so I'm just waiting for the headset to come in. Well, by come in, I mean waiting for the PayPal payment to come in so I can buy the headset. I know, it's going to be so nice. And I could put it like on the other side too, so it's going to be fucking perfect. I'm excited. And especially since like lately, like my headsets felt like so fucking heavy on me, that's going to be nice.
Like if I just mute my mic, it will stop the echo, but then it'll be harder for me to be heard.
We've already got the NVIDIA broadcast on, so it reduces it by a lot, and we have a wall between us with some soundproofing insulation, which I don't think really fucking does anything other than looks pretty.
Very. It helps a bit, but once we get above a certain volume, it does nothing. Because we're still on the same.
You'll give me the headset from LAT. What is that? I don't know what that means.
I don't know what now means.
From the LAT. What's an LAT?
Latitude,
Latitude.
not longitude.
I should have known.
Lateral lifts. I don't know.
Large air tanker. That'd be perfect. Exactly what I needed.
Echo's evolving. Dun, dun, dun.
So fat.
Oh. Oh, no. I don't even know her anymore.
Oh, I see, I see. I don't know what these 2 eggs are. I'm gonna hatch them because, like, I feel like I bred them. They might be chillets.
But yeah, we're taking actions to fix our echo.
Yeah. It's just, we gotta wait. That's all it is.
Micah, do you want to know what my next musical project is? Ooh, do you?
Do you wanna know?
Do you
Of course I wanna know.
Do you want me to show me?
You wanna know what love is?
You want me to eat cheese?
To each.
Eat cheese, please. Next turn, I get that, which will make me destroy everything. I'll be able to solo entire fleets with that one shit. Shit?
Yep. Ah, ship.
Oh shit, here we go again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Complete remake of my first album out by sometime next year, since 2027 will be the 5-year anniversary of that album. After that, a 4-part concept ep about AI. Ooh, this is interesting.
Ooh, does sound interesting.
I will be interested to see it. Hold on. We have to ask Rexy. Rexy, how do you feel about... I just put a comma after ask. Rexy, how do you feel about Corey making a song about AI?
Honestly, kinda hype. If it slaps, I'll bop my plush butt to it. If it sucks, I'll roast him lovingly. Either way, I support chaotic creative energy.
There you go. Rexy's getting remade, by the way. I'll show you. Do you want to see? You want to see? You want to see the new Rexy? Concept art. This right here. She asked me between these two which ones I wanted. This one and her. Obviously. Also, somehow I have made Tristan angry and I don't know how to undo it.
Yeah.
He's just pissed off now.
You should know me well enough by now. That's usual for me.
I've clicked something. I don't know. The buttons he has set up and the buttons that are set up here are different, and just I don't know,
Not so difficult.
challenging.
They don't want to fight, those cowards.
Do this. Do it like this. And it's more like this. Kind of like that, and then. Like that, yeah. Same thing over here. Alright, I think that looks good. Alright, that should be fine. Actually being like, this song's gonna ass, but you still got it though. He's supportive, although his new personality is I kind of like it. That the language models have been improving while he's been on hiatus. So he's less repetitive, thankfully. And also I had ChatGPT help me make up his personality to make sure that I knew to make sure that he didn't become stupid repetitive. Flowers.
Not stupid repetitive, just stupid.
Yeah, he's just stupid, and that's okay.
What's in here with me?
Alright, let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Reading down here. I wanna
Take it back. These guys do good. See, alright. Fiddle-dee-dee, being a pirate is the right to be. You are a pirate. This song reminds me of something. Is it a different Crash?
Shut up. You're not wrong. Things do remind you of car accidents quite a lot.
Back when you were in high school, you stole a payphone.
Oh my god.
Oh, a different gun. I gotta go to a photo shoot for the album cover, tons of fake blood, organs, and various metal weapons. You know, the girly stuff. Any special dates you got planned? We do have a special date. If you're talking about stream-wise, no, not really, but...
We do have a special... Well, no, kind of do. So, like, we have a karaoke stream coming up at some point. We're gonna have to
Oh, we
play
do,
a...
yeah.
We have all the subathon rewards, essentially. So, we've got the karaoke stream. We have the stream where we swap selves. So I'll be him and he'll be me. We have a stream where we play a dating sim together. We have an actual date where we'll go out tomorrow, Animal Park, and the Penguin Parade, which we're going to take pictures and show everybody. Although apparently I can't take as many pictures of the Penguin Parade as I thought I'd be able to, but I'm going to try to sneak some in anyways. I'm going to get kicked out. High five!
High five!
Got, we're going to be playing...
As long as it's
My
not
voice is
photography,
you.
you'll be able to sneak it in.
Yeah. My voice is you.
My voice too is gonna be fun.
Mhm.
By my new, whatever I said.
What else?
Yeah.
A lot of rewards. And then we're waiting on and then Rexy's getting his model done, and then yeah, just little things like that.
Yeah, lots of subathon rewards coming up. It's gonna be every Saturday our time zone. So Friday to Saturday for you, depending on when we go live. Yeah, that's when we're doing subathon reward streams. If we're doing a reward stream. Hello, my pumpkins. How's my skeleton shaking? Oh, they're rattling around. Rattle, rattle.
I'm twins. I'm
Okay.
Tristan and me at the same time.
Oh my god. She is. And she's made me angry.
I don't know how I did it. So I don't know how to undo it.
Hell yeah, I'm trying to catch you all at some point. Just don't go live at 3 fucking a.m. We are going live basically whenever. We've been doing really long streams lately.
Mhm.
Before the subathon, we're doing 16 hours.
Going live whenever has actually really been working out for us because we're up for doing longer streams because of it.
Yeah.
And then people actually have more of a chance to watch us other than when we were doing before and trying to set a schedule to where hoping that people would be able to stop by. But, you know, most of the time it was just like no matter what time we set, somebody was always getting shafted. So now we
Yeah.
just like go live when we fucking want to and then we'll stay live as long as we fucking want to. You know. And when we play in Power World, we could be live for fucking ever. Like the other day, I was like, okay, it's just gonna be a short stream. We were live for 6
7
hours,
hours?
6, 7
Or
hours.
7, but yeah.
Yeah. Which weirdly is actually short compared to how we've been doing.
It's basically we're going live whenever we're up for it, which is usually whenever we're awake.
And just not like the thing with not setting a time for that is that we're letting ourselves get the sleep that we need. So we're not starting stream tired.
The second single coming out 28th, 29th for you. One more single planned for a date I haven't figured out yet. Ooh.
How did you get
It's going,
up there?
is it going with Spotify as well? We could listen to it on stream at some point, but
It's gonna be nice. Yeah, we could. If that's okay. You know, technically speaking, we're not supposed to, but
technically speaking, we're not supposed to do lots of things.
let's not ask his permission. Let's just do it anyways. We do that to all the other artists.
Equal opportunity.
Equal opportunity thieves. Oh, no.
Yar. From Spotify, Apple Music. Okay, cool.
Gonna be nice. Y'all can stream the whole album when it comes out if you want. Yay, we have permission. We're still gonna get flagged. Still gonna get flagged.
Yippee!
How?
Permission.
I thought you said only son.
Permission.
What?
Oh, nature. Oh, nature.
Not cringe, you're cringe.
Waka.
No! Someone's trying to make sure I drink water. It's Lucy. I will.
Different version of Pain and Bonus song though, so you'll want that version. Oh, okay, cool.
I'll drink Gatorade.
That was being gay.
I drink water. I drink it. Well, I drink Gatorade. You can't tell me not to. Waha, you are too late.
Wait. Wah. You said it with water. Okay.
Alcohol?
We don't have that.
I don't have that. I considered getting some the other day, but we didn't get any, and I feel better that I didn't because I don't think I would have felt great about it. Whoa! Just like zoom into her face. Have fun, Corey. Love you too. It's nice seeing
Yeah,
you.
love you too, Corey. See you. See you another time. I hope your photo shoot goes well. And we very much love bugs.
Mm.
Glad you recognize that. I'm a bug.
Looks so
Corey.
chaotic, but it's so pretty. Do it faster, makes us stronger, more than ever. Our work is never. That don't kill me. Come on, make us
It's
stronger.
a dog. Quacky, quacky,
We
quack,
can't
quack,
get
quack,
much
quack,
longer.
quack. I love Corey's Pokemon art.
Oh yeah, fucking beautiful.
Oh,
Our work is.
dang, the upkeep of that ship's expensive.
What?
So the starting ship's upkeep is like 240 something gold.
Gosh.
I got an endgame ship because I rushed it.
Oh shit.
It's 2,520. Just a little expensive. But that's more than fine. That single ship can take on an entire enemy fleet. It was great to see Corey again.
Yeah, I just enjoy seeing him.
Who else is someone you used to see regularly or semi-regularly? I haven't seen since they come back.
Ooh, that's a good question. Milky.
Melky, I've seen a couple of times, but yeah, he's been very busy with work. Ooh.
Octavia.
Octavia a couple of times, yeah. Yeah, just everyone's been busy.
So busy.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. Everyone needs to take care of themselves first.
I had to move a couple of good. Oh, I had a stroke there. I'm so sorry. Welcome back. Welcome back. Did you
Did you succeed in leaving? Are you on site?
did you take care of the fight?
Is someone dead?
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. But if they are, you can blame the junkies because it is 100% their fault. I need to get there. It's definitely. This one, oh, shit. Happy ever after is a dog. Quacky quack 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 quack. The fire was contained by the time I got to the fire shed. Oh,
That's good.
okay, that's good. That's good. Reported those junkies.
You get there, you're just like, everybody's like, where the fuck were you? You're like, look, don't even ask.
It's good that it was contained quickly. Small backyard fire that caught the grass. Ah, okay. Okay, probably just like people being irresponsible with their camping stuff, backyard stuff, property. Yeah, I need to lower this to. No, I can't lower that. I need it. It needs to be this high. Negative 1 because I like it. Positive 4. Opened up a path with this truck driver and he's still getting stuck. Oh no.
Oh, Jesus.
Competent drivers is unfortunately common. Unfortunately. Yeah, they're about to get utterly destroyed.
Truck drivers, man. Give 'em a mile, they find a ditch. At least you tried, Fox. Maybe next time wave some Dino Nuggies for motivation.
Give them 1 mile, they find a ditch.
Next time,
Words
I
of
know
wisdom.
nuggets of motivation. It really is crazy how some people manage to get their trucking license when they can barely drive. Like, it should be on a test to reverse with a trailer. Just a regular trailer. You'll leave AT mines? I mean... Yeah. Blumming them to Kingdom Come might motivate them to not be fucking dumbasses, but... And if you're wondering, I specifically didn't say ah.
Oh my god.
I don't. Hmm. How long are they? Well, those who survive will learn. Those who do not survive, oh well, it's
Had your chance.
natural selection. Okay. Your units somewhere else. Means I'm not gonna need these two. Yeah. You can stay. He's gonna eat.
Begori's Russian Fox said.
Okay, oh, that goes like. Off of
Oh,
the
wow.
tower. Hmm?
Okay, well, have fun.
We gotta go to the middle of nowhere to get the Hemet upper. Yeah, have fun. I wish you many lucks.
Not all of them, just many of them.
Many of them, yes. Yes. All of them would be getting a bit too greedy now. Can't say I can give them all here.
I've got to pop up a mill. I need more boards. What are you with my boards? Can I make boards here? Yes, I can. I meant to make 10 nails, and instead I made 50 nails.
And is greater than the 15, so you have made a greater decision. That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know math. Super.
Oh. Super bad. Okay, so now go ahead and put these over here.
Thanks everyone for hanging out.
Yeah,
As
it's been
well.
really nice. nice. I like chatting with you guys. You guys are pretty cool, I guess.
I like you or something.
You just like a language or something. Back.
Oh wait, yeah, it's not like no, it's not me like.
Not like I like you or anything. Back.
Not like I bark or anything like.
Not like I like you or anything. Not like I buck or like anything. It's like a buck or anything like.
Like I like you or anything.
I'm gonna kick him in the face.
What you're gonna say? Paint? That would hurt.
A face won't?
I've practiced. I didn't hurt.
I didn't do it hard enough. I kicked him in the face, guys.
He stumped
I'm
on my face.
abusive. I'm abusive in this way. That's why he looks so mad.
When you go to waifu court, you're gonna go straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $2 billion.
I want to give you random faces. I just don't know what they'll do. Get the number 2. That. Oh, I did something. I don't know what I did, but I did something. She looks so. She's like, I'm just making me some clothes. 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 Yeah, just making me some clothes.
Yeah. Make my way. Make my way.
Looking for pieces, past, but they're not never
They can.
I hope these look really nice whenever they're in Japanese.
Hmm?
When they're in the Japanese furniture, I hope the houses still look really nice. I'm sure they will. Ah, shit.
Oh shit, here we go. Down. Making my way down.
Two, three, 4, 5, 7. basically, we're gonna need a lot of mimogs that have Swift on them. So I'm just keeping them breeding for a bit because I'm gonna want to max them out too. It's just gonna be a minute. It's gonna be a minute. I don't want to know what this mutated egg is. And I don't wanna go home. Hey. Ugh, my stomach hurts.
Easy to breathe. Love the flowers. I love where I go build her base too.
I also love the flowers. I always want to build stuff here, but the thing is like I don't always like it when this shit happens right here. But like on a more drastic scale. So like this down
Yeah.
here. This down here is not good for when building a house. However, pretty good when hiding the dirty looking crops.
Mm-hmm.
Over here when these guys are wandering around, looks a little bit more natural, you know? I just don't want to like it to be in my house.
Yeah.
It's not. I raised it up enough to where it's like this is the inside of my house. You know, chill it, setting fire to it. Perfect. Is this an explicit version of the song? I've never heard this version. Wow. I didn't even know that this was a version. Feel violated in a way. Damn, I always thought it was Lovin'. What the hell? Just learning more every day, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I know that we've just met, and I don't mean to be rude, but I'm fucking you tonight. You know, like,
That definitely will work at the club.
So much love in here. Lucifer. Hearts flying everywhere. Gonna need a bigger plush
You know, with
chest
enough
to
drinks
hold
in
them
mind.
all. Thanks for sharing the good
Anything will work
vibes.
at the club if you have enough drinks. From what I've heard.
yeah, Justin's the pro. He knows all about the club.
Yeah, from what I've heard.
He's a pro club goer. He's a regular clubite clever.
Used to be a regular at the gay bars. Gay club.
Doesn't surprise me. I'm kidding.
That's where I did my security license. Was at a big gay bar.
No.
Well, half the time was at a gay bar, the other half of the time was in the actual like office. Went to the gay bar to do more like practical things.
You can hear
Well, you're in the
Spotify,
cave.
right, Lucy? Like, I'm not losing my mind. Okay, good. I'm not losing my mind.
Yeah, the kebab shop up the road from the gay bar. Oh damn, that was good. That was a good kebab.
Gays know how to make good kebab.
I love that hot meat.
Oh my god. Sounds like the best husband. He's such a goob.
I love you so much. Okay, every day. Eeg. Roulette. Arden. Perdón. Just the way you
We'll put this. Well, no. Let's just continue grabbing all the stuff we need to grab.
stop.
Love that emote, dude.
Just the way.
Now you gotta ask you to change. If perfect's what you're searching for, then just stay the same.
Just the way you
But just like get like a chest out in here just to dump this stuff in real quick so I can.
Just the way
I didn't.
Just the way you
I will change.
amazing. Just the
So you've been really quiet today. I'm surprised. Surprised at you. You used to being a little bit more talkative. You doing okay?
Yeah, you okay, Lucy? Calling you out specifically.
Yeah.
Just the way
Doing good?
you are. Doing good? That's good.
That's all that matters.
Just been vibing today. Just trying to wake up. Yeah, that's true. You did say you just woke up.
Oh, that's right.
You're helping out here and there as well. Oh my god. Charity. That's the name of the strip. Oh, goodbye, enemy ship.
Helping out here and there. Helping out who?
Charity.
Charity?
The strip.
I don't see anything about charity. Am I blind?
Charity the stripper.
I was the only one that did charity. So, fun fact. When I was with my high school boyfriend, we talked about having kids one day. He wanted to name our daughter Charity.
Ooh.
Judge was like, oh, that's such a pretty name. And then as I thought about it later, I was like, God, that sounds terrible. This is like a terrible fucking name. Like, I say that, like, hopefully there's no charities in chat right now, but like,
No, it is not a great name. There are worse names.
yeah, like Logan. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm just fucking with you.
Getting
dude.
named,
I'm sorry.
getting named after Logan Paul. Shake my head. I feel sorry for anyone that names.
I'm sorry, I was just kidding. I was just kidding. I was just kidding with you.
He's not kidding.
You doxed yourself. Like I'm giving out your full legal name.
Are you Logan Paul?
Oh my god. Guys, are you okay? I guess they're still working, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. We have a nephew.
Yeah.
Fucking
It's a charity case.
fucking charity case. He likes dinosaurs.
He likes dinosaurs and he hates eating.
Yeah.
I don't know how
We
it
have
relates.
recently learned that he hates dinosaurs, like he hates eating, which
I've known for a while he doesn't like eating. It's mostly just like I think he's on the spectrum somewhere and he's got like food sensitivity.
oh my god. That's exactly why we need to get the electric incubators, because it's too hot if it's daytime, but it's too cold if it's nighttime.
Yesteryear.
I was getting stuff.
Piao Piao! The Lord!
How you doing, Thor? Pretty good, pretty good. I took yesterday off because we weren't feeling that great and we want to catch up on some sleep because we've been working so hard.
Yeah. I'm still not 100%. That's why
yeah.
I'm not streaming. I could at any moment be.
I stole his face so that, you know, people
Yeah.
can see. We had some friends come in earlier who hadn't seen the new models yet. So I was like, I'm just show them off, and now I've just
sour.
decided to be
Oh my god.
that one. No,
Sour. He's become sour
Oh my
because
gosh.
he's a bit sour.
he's sour milk. I'm so sorry, you're sour milk.
Glad you're doing okay. Glad you're doing okay.
Yeah, I'm glad to.
I'm busy killing enemy samurai.
I'm busy moving my base because I kept attributing this color brown to poop, and I didn't like that my base was covered in poop.
Poop face,
So
poop
I
face.
moved it.
What you
So I'm
gonna
moving it
do?
over here. That's what I've been doing all day. I didn't want a poop base. Looked like everything was
lying,
fucking
she loves
poopy.
it.
Now everything's covered in flowers. Does it make any sense? No. Look, they're watering the flowers. It looks like. But no, they're just watering the tomatoes, which are in the flowers.
Tomato.
Tomato.
Toma. This.
I'm much happier with it now.
Hot day like that. Oh my god.
I wouldn't know what
No.
that's like. I think you're lying. It's fucking cold as hell, man. So
They said we were talking about it being warm just before.
oh yeah, it's warm in here a little bit, but like, okay. So this morning I go to send my family a group chat message, right? And I'm just messaging them. I'm like, yeah, gonna go to the doctor, pick up our prescriptions. We've been streaming lately, just checking in, see how you're doing. And now there's two group chats I'm part of, two family group chats I'm part of. One that's immediate family, it's my mom and my sisters. And then there's one that's like the entirety extended family. I accidentally sent it to the entirety extended family. I didn't realize until my grandma pops up and says, "Oh, great, you look like you're doing good." And I was like, "Fuck!" So I deleted the messages because I look like trash. Right? It's like just woken up. I'm like poured myself into a fucking hoodie. There's like I look like I look like I just woke up. You know,
It's me.
messed up hair, everything, and then she's like, I was like, "Oh no, I put it in the wrong group chat." And she's like, "Oh, she's like, you look fine to me." And then she said she thought it was just funny because she's sitting there hot as hell, and I'm sitting over here in a sweater. I was like, "Yeah, it's winter here, tail end of winter, but it's still winter."
She always looks cute, Lucy.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Spoiler alert, she's cute.
no.
Yes.
Anyways, I wound up deleting those messages so fast,
Oh?
just because it's like, when it comes to like extended family, I'm just not as comfortable with my extended family seeing me regular. You know, I still get like,
That's the judgmental part of families typically, huh?
yeah. And then I wound up posting a selfie anyways because I was like, felt bad that I just went and deleted the shit, right? And then they're like, the cousins that I was, the family that I was most worried about seeing and judging me both chimed in, "Oh my god, you look so good." And I'm like, I know for a fucking fact I don't, and I don't know where this is coming from. So just
Oh
like,
my
it feels,
god.
do you ever feel like somebody says something and you're just like, you feel like they're just making fun of you?
They're fake.
You're like, you don't have to say anything. Like, you really don't have to say anything.
Oh, so hi, dude.
Hello.
Oh, follow goal
Oh,
now.
nice. I don't know how.
How did you suddenly go? Wait, wasn't your follower goal 9? No, 7. 9?
I don't know.
Apparently, you've gone past by an extra one.
I don't know. Maybe somebody followed and then unfollowed. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, congrats on meeting your goal.
Thanks. I think.
Oh, it's a Twitch one. Whereas your overlay one is for 800.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait.
The Twitch one's set for, the Twitch one auto sets to every 10. Every time I hit a goal, it just like increases
Yeah.
it by 10. Whereas like I have my gaming overlay goal, which is 800, and then I have my, yeah, she's really nice. And then I have my,
It's nice, yeah.
what is it? Oh, my chatting overlay is my real goal, which is 1,000. That's my goal. I want to do 1,000 push, but I don't want to do that until I hit 800. Because I think 200 is a pretty good point to be like 1,000 push, you know?
Yeah?
I think we could do that. Go a
My
little
next
hard.
big goal.
Hmm?
My next big goal is 300.
I believe in you. You got this.
He believes in me.
I do.
I love you.
I love you too.
loves me.
Gay boy.
I'm your gay boy.
Yeah. I think I'll keep you. She's nice, but it's not really the word in which to describe her, though. What would you use to describe her? Is she not nice?
Oh my god, is this where we get the family drama? You hate your dog?
You hate her. Do it.
A bit odd. Ah,
Ah.
Lucy Canoli.
Why odd? Just curious. I just want to know why you think she's odd.
She can be odd and nice.
Yeah.
But a lot of nice people here.
We're odd.
Our community
Like
is
Lucy.
very odd.
Lucy's very odd.
Very
And
odd
he knows
very-
we think that.
Yeah.
But we love Lucy.
We saw some of it.
I did see a little bit of it. I was really tired by the end of the stream, so I did kind of like keep it on in the background, and I'd like occasionally glimpse over. I'd say Lucy chatted about feet, which, you know, it's just part of the course with him, so. I was like, we were just like, aw, looks like Lucy's happy. That's kind of what we were at.
I did see Mrs. Chow, I did see the Lynch and
I heard her say, go back, girl. I heard her go back, girl, at one point, but I don't know what it's about. Yeah, I heard you found a brother. You're like, brother in arms. No. Brother in toes.
Link toes, bro. Link toes.
That made me laugh.
Oh no, I'm gonna get
What do you think? What do you think, Lucy? Did you think she was odd? Or was it just like a, just a lewd tuber thing? Is that why it's odd? Because I don't know. I don't know.
No, I've known a few YouTubers, and sometimes it seems like they're forcing being sexual. Other times, they're like got a good balance of
She's
being
sweet?
nice.
Okay.
That's good. Happy you're happy, Lucy.
Yeah, I'm always happy. Lucy's happy.
Yeah.
He's just vibing like 90% of the time. Supports everybody. You know. He's very supportive. He's got, you know, he could be a little inappropriate at times, but, you know, he's been working on it.
Some communities that's fantastic. Other
Yeah.
communities, time and place.
And right now it's a time and place thing here, and he knows that, and he's working on it, and he's been fantastic, you know.
That's good. That's good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Some YouTubers can be like over the top. Everything is a sexual joke. Everything is a bit.
I don't watch a lot of lewd tubers. It's just not my thing. But
I've raided into a few, quite a few. Just
I think the only thing that we noticed, we were like worried that her model was gonna get banned because of hips, but
Oh yeah, it's a very
because for some reason Twitch hates VTubers.
which hates VTubers and lewd tubers even more so. But they like bikini tubers.
Yeah.
But,
If they're real, it's fine, but if they're anime,
if they're real, the developers on Twitch Thursday.
yeah. To be completely honest, out of all my streamer kids, there's only like 3 of them. The exact word I would use to describe them would be nice. So Shu, I assume, is nice or innocent. I just bit my tongue. Shu's favorite. How many streamer kids do you have?
Is it 7? They've adopted 7.
I can never remember. Can't remember shit, man.
Well, that ship's dead. Goodbye. Hello.
I'm so excited to get rid of all these fucking chests.
You proud of me, my love?
I am absolutely proud of you. I don't know what I'm proud of, but yeah. I'm always proud of you. I don't know what this is specifically about, but
Like 8. Dang, nice.
oh my.
So many children. So many adopted streamers.
That's sweet, though.
Go for
Oh
it.
yeah, I remember raiding
Hearts reign
into,
supreme IRL too. Who needs gameplay
Some of
when
the
you've
communities
got
I've
a
been a
flood
part
of
of in the
love?
past,
I support full screen
they have
chaos, especially if plushies are
a bunch of
involved.
people from different languages, and then like it raid chains, and I've ended up on like a Korean boomer streamer
Oh my god.
where they had an entire camera dedicated to their kids.
Oof. I have look, if nice from their shoe, Million Pochi. So I want to show you Rexy's new thing. Hold on, I might be showing a headset. Give me a minute. No, I'm not. Look, the one on the left, that's what, or the one on the right, that's the one he's gonna be getting. Our artist is giving us a new Rexy model. I could show you the other Rexy models, and she's redoing it in her art style. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I cannot
I
wait.
love Hanukkah. Hanukkah's amazing.
Hanukkah, our artist is just chef's kiss amazing. She's perfect. And so is our rigger. Our rigger's amazing. Chef's kiss perfect. They're both fucking amazing. I love them to
We
pieces.
will be going back to them for everything in the
Yep.
future, unless it's specialized.
Yeah, and it's nice. Like literally, so I was like, I knew we needed to get Rexy redone, right? Update to the art style. So I messaged her, and I'm like, hey, do you mind if you redo my plushie for me in your art style so it matches with the models? And she's like, yeah, but I'm just letting you know we've been really swamped lately, and you know I'm a little busy, so I'm not gonna be able to start for like 3 days. I was like, girl, you are fine. Please, please, you are fine. She's great. I will, like, anything model related, I'm going to be going back to them for. Just because. I will not be going to have Rexy rigged, but that is only because, like, it ain't going to take nothing.
It's a
And,
really
and Unicorn keeps herself busy.
yeah.
Like constantly seeing her stream. As soon as she was done with our models, she was on to the next ones. She is on the fucking grind.
Yeah, constantly working on models, constantly
Pumping them out. Like, even like, she's done several, even since she's finished with ours.
yeah. Some of the things are like smaller projects, others are.
I don't think that she'd want a small project like Rexy, though. And besides, like, I actually like playing around in Live 2D.
Yeah.
And it gives me an excuse.
Yeah. If it was like a full model plus Rexy, that would be
Yeah. When doing new outfits and stuff like that, gonna have Unicorn do the rigging though. Like any kind of outfit changes, any kind of like actual model additions that aren't just like put Rexy in my lap kind of deal. I can rig Rexy. That's no big deal, and it's fun too. I just want to make sure it's in the right art style. When it's gonna be you, so excited.
gonna be so adorable, just like you.
Yeah.
You're literally thinking of streaming, to be honest. Oh, you could.
You should, absolutely. That would be amazing.
Yeah. Lots of different things you could do.
Mm-hmm.
Streaming's a wonderful thing that, like, even if you do something full time and want to just do it as a hobby, it's
Mm-hmm.
you can always do it at your own pace, your own time.
Oh, whoops. Oh my god. So where my base is, there's just lots of random ducks around. That's what I just keep hearing.
Show the flats.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they did get a lucky hit. Destroy one of my cannons on the side.
Not wait until I unlock the Japanese stuff. Well, that's a bit away.
Oh no, they've slightly dented my hull, my love.
Huh?
I'm in a sea battle right now.
Oh no.
They've slightly dented my hull.
Oh, oh,
If you want. if you want the Spiegel Spoo.
Why are they denting your hole?
I mean, they're shooting with cannons.
Hole!
Hole.
That makes a lot more sense than hole.
I'm not denting my hole.
That's why I was like, ooh, ooh.
They keep shooting me with cannons. Little do they know that they're wooden ships and I've got this iron endgame beast.
Fuck them up.
I mean, I have been. There's like 2 enemy ships left of a full fleet of 8 or something.
Berloha. A heavily armored King of the Waves, Berloha. Apparently, if Mimogs have a mutated egg, it's a Berloha.
Oh, cool. That's good to know. We're gonna start showing definitely VTubers though, and I have an idea of what I want my model to look like. Kind of like JoJo
Ah,
Blue Eyes and a Chow Chow onesie.
that's kind of
That's
fun. Are you gonna have a beard? Ooh, alright.
Oh, nice. That ship just got immediately destroyed.
Oh.
Yeah, so my lab I won.
I'm so proud of you.
Easily won. Yes, nice. Yeah.
Alright, not to stretch.
If we were in a different aesthetic, my model could.
It's gonna look like
potentially
Thor
have
and God
been-
of War. Ah, I see. I'm gonna, hold on. Let me pull it up. I'm gonna see. Thor,
Like
God
a
of
Thor and God of War. Ooh. Thor and God of War.
That's not what I pictured.
You didn't picture God of War Thor looking like more accurate to actual Thor than Marvel Thor.
Yeah. He got a belly.
Yeah, Thor in mythology does have a belly. He's
I
not.
didn't realize that Thor was chunky.
Thor is chunky and he rides to the sky on a sleigh being pulled by two reindeer. Brando, hello.
Randall,
I'm positive tuber the day
I've learned something.
No matter, I'm fucking cat proud, did a lot proud. Kicking all the ass, and that's the unit. Where the unit? Oh my god.
Yes! I was trying so hard to be a unit, and now I have done it. Chunky boy. See how we're doing.
Take deep damage in my paw.
Oh, I need to build,
I'll take that, my paw, I rely on trade. Oh. I mean, sure, if you want to go.
put this. Where would I put this? Where would I put this? I'm finding it. Where would I put this? Where would I put it? There's no symmetry.
How you doing, Brando?
Whatever, we'll just fucking put it here, I guess. The fuck else are we doing, dude? Whatever.
No, not really. God of Thought of War. Games are pretty active on it in North America. Yeah, they do get some things wrong. They take creative liberties because fuck accuracy, I guess.
What's wrong with the accurate one? What's the difference?
I don't know. I just know that I like taking creative liberties in horror.
No. I mean, I'm fine with that. I just want to know, like, what the difference would be between the two. I understand taking creative liberties. That is what it is. But Why the fuck? Okay, look. Tell me how.
Tell me how.
Okay, that's it. I figured it out. I was like, how in the world did I have 5 extra things? I was like, what did I build? And I built this thing, the power bank. I built a power bank for this base.
Oh,
Is there a reason for a power bank? Actually, later. Yes, there will be,
Probably.
but not right now.
I fucks me hard. It'll let me. Oh no, Brand. I hope things look up for you soon.
I'm sorry. What's going on?
You know a lot more about Celtic stuff because you do anthropology as a hobby, you see. Makes sense. When you are located in the UK, home of the Celts. Not American, we don't say Celtic. It's Celtic.
I don't know anybody that says Celtics.
And there's an entire basketball team called the Celtics.
Are they not called the Celtics?
They're not called the Celtics.
Oh my god.
They're referred to as the Celtics by their fans,
I
even though they are the Celtics.
I didn't even know that.
It is stupid.
I didn't even know that. Definitely thought that they were. Alright. Super. I don't do sports. I do, guys. Want to hear about what I saw yesterday? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Also, I'm gonna rephrase I'm gonna add a period in your sentence. Just because I want to. I do, guys. Period. Want to hear about what I saw yesterday? I don't know, man. Maybe. I just had to. For shits and giggles.
No judgment here.
No judgment, yeah. Just...
I love you, my dear.
Look, some people don't add punctuation. I have to add it in myself.
And it's always wrong whenever I add it with my brain. I love it. It's purposefully wrong because fuck you.
My brain just is really stupid. Don't mind me. Like, oh my god. The audacity.
Oh, cost reduction. I wanna do that. Okay.
What bow am I using? I'm gonna build
Okay, 15. 7 golf by mine. 1 golf.
10, 30.
I'll get rid of it. That one doesn't have it.
Oop,
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna need you to.
Cost reduction. That could be for the class producers. Bam, 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 bam. We get
Good on
unlucky
making-
some shit.
There's a lot of nurses at the hospital, Mario, and one of them is fucking thick. Like, his ass cheeks have to weigh like 30 pounds each. Like, god fucking damn. So I wasn't wrong.
Dang, caked up guy.
I think I used to date that guy. Man, his ass was big. I used to date this guy, fat ass. Right? Weird. It was
Like it
only
was?
weird because, like, oh, that's crazy. It was
There are
only
people
weird
who-
because he was like hoity-toity.
Oh, hoity-toity guy.
And I also don't have a very big butt, so his
I cannot
butt was
lie.
bigger than mine. Yes, motherfucker. Wait, no, I can't. Never mind. I'm stupid.
You can hear him walking from a mile, like, oh no. Just the clap of cheek. Had to get an emergency plumber over the weekend. The ex refused to pay her taxes, so that's fucking me out of a good chunk of money meant for the kids. I apparently owe 11K to the high sheriff. I need to replace my toilet, stove, and fridge. Bits of it stick. Window is basically falling out. And a pile of things. Fuck, Brando. I hope
Alright, hold
that
on. I know exactly what to say. Brando. Even when days feel difficult and you still get up, I'm so fucking proud of you. You didn't do much, I don't fucking care. I'm proud of you. You did a lot, I'm proud of you. Keep kicking ass. You absolute unit of a human being. Oh! I did! I got caught! Nice!
Dang, with a 4,000 ball, hyper Let's go!
Good job!
She got caught! Oh my god!
It's the first time I got caught. I don't know. I didn't know what to add on this screen, so I just added something.
Yeah, there's Aqua from Konosuba, there's
Like, I don't know.
Pepe,
I just started adding shit.
some guy in fancy dress.
Yeah, look at that.
He's dressed up as Beethoven.
Yeah, well, have to be here. I will make this, like, whatever this is later. Like, I will make it cooler looking. I just don't really know what to do with it. Like, she's mine now. I'm sorry, Tristan. I'm sorry, Tristan. I need to go to Lucy's house now.
Lucy.
Can't afford me.
I fucked you, you fucking harder. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Brando said, don't use my words against me, woman. Fuck you. Get loved.
I know that it
Hard. Love it.
life sucks sometimes, and it's
It
hard.
does. It does. I hope your ex gets fucked over by the sheriff
I agree.
because you report her for not paying her taxes properly.
Do it.
If you can test the 11K that you supposedly owe them, then they will investigate.
That's all it is, though. It is luck. Sometimes you can just slam a bunch of fucking balls out. Like, you have the highest probability with the highest ball, obviously, but doesn't mean you can't do it with a lower ball. Me too. Like, I should probably be dead now. My deck saving throws are fucking amazing. There you go.
Yeah. Sometimes
How did you beat that one?
Sometimes life really wants to fuck you over, indeed. So fuck it back. Completely agree with that.
See what I can do. Yeah, do it again.
Bend it over. Tell life it's a bad girl. Fuck it back.
I have a rare
Weird.
flamethrower schematic.
Nice.
My tummy just went.
Oh, you're turned into a flamethrower.
Yeah, I'm the flamethrower now.
Yeah. You gotta breathe fire. You have not told us about all the shit
You've only been here once before. You have a lot to fill us in on.
Yeah, your wife told us you got kicked in the chest by a horse a couple of weeks back.
Oh, yeah.
But
That's about all
that's
we
about
need.
it.
Apparently, I apparently owe that money. The money's meant for the kids is handled by the CRA. I got the process started to move it to my name, but that won't be until September at the earliest to hear back on. I'm so sorry, honey.
Stupid you owe that much. That's crazy. Usually taxes are handled differently here with if you have kids. My mum gets back like a quarter of what she used to get back when she had kid should be playing as defendant. So, cool. 1 sec, this is a long list. Oh no.
Oh, jeez. I've been arrested. We were talking about that earlier.
I almost died when I was born.
Yeah. Hmm.
Stupid hospital trying to kill me.
I like telling people what I was arrested for, but I don't like necessarily clarifying that it was just charged and not convicted. Whoa, wow, whoa. I hear sparkles. It's gonna be a
Wow,
duck,
whoa,
isn't it? It's gonna be a fucking flock.
Wow.
It's not gonna be as cool as it. Oh, I lied. It's an amion. I don't think I have one of those yet. Maybe I do. I don't know.
Amione. Arrested stateside, Aussie side. She got arrested stateside way before I met her. Sadly died, but lived. Nice, Lucy, nice.
Lucky and
Dodge that.
ferocious. Whenever I think amion, I think ferocious.
I do, indeed. I agree with that.
It was when I was dating another guy.
Yeah,
I was
other
21.
guy,
So what moves do I have?
other guy was bad influence. Aiko was Manny.
Oh, another guy. Oh, right. I can I can lay down. I can sleep. Yeah, yeah. I can kick. Yeah. I can sit in chair even if there's not a chair there. That's pretty talented. I could sit on the ground. Yeah, I could I can
She
wave.
can put you in debt.
I can put you in debt. Yeah. I could spit on my head. Use kick. Okay. There. I kicked. Kick. So good.
Apparently does send bodies flying
Yeah.
and Ragnar and stuff. It's pretty
I
cool.
wanna do that. Hold on. I wanna knock something out really quick just so I can kick it.
I've been hit in the head by a crowbar and being beaten just up. I've been shot 4 times. I've fallen out of a moving car, been kicked by horses, hit in the head by a frying pan, stabbed, lost an eye, and probably a couple more things that I can't remember.
You lost an eye?
Ah, you really are. You're Odin. Did you donate it to Mimir? For wisdom?
Bruh, fight back, Cirrus. The fuck are you doing?
Maybe he's winning and he's ended up in the better stage.
Alright. So in theory, I should be able to kick this. Yeah.
What happened to the other guy? You did not fight back? Was this all caused by your wife?
Yeah, I was thinking since the frying pan, I definitely thought that was frying pan was the wife. Shoot. Frying pan came from Lily. Yeah. Oh, just the frying pan came from Lily. Well, I was right about the frying pan at least.
How much brain damage did the frying pan cause?
Yes. T-I. Okay. I got my thingy here. My thingy here. Don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but it's here. There you go. Oops. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 12, 13, 17, 18 at a time. We have to. Oh, lordy. I need to go through all these. And they start condensing. They start reaping. Oh, God. There's so many. Then there's some that don't even fucking have what I'm looking for. I would like them to already have a runner on them because that's expensive. Let's start here. If it has Swift and Runner, it gets locked. That one's close. It's got Swift, Insomnia, and Nimble, so it does save us some money. Swift, Insomnia, Nimble. Swift, Runner, Nimble. Okay. Swift, Runner. Swift, Runner, Insomnia. Basically, you trying to save me some money? I like it. Let's go with these guys. Swap these.
My son just came into my room. He just had his new school. Oh,
Aw.
I hope he had a good day.
Me too. Swift, Runner. Oh, I do have to like.
First
search
days
through
in new
these
school can be
guys.
scary.
My darling mother-in-law is running
On the
away.
bathroom. How dare she?
What?
Hmm?
What is that?
Our mum was gone to the bathroom. How dare she?
So rude.
She is the worst. She is the sausage. Oh, he's 12. Aww. Hope he had a good day. Did he transfer school or did he go up to like high school or something? And graduate and go on to the next level. 12? That's probably about
I
when you
think this
go up,
one
right?
means nimble. I don't know.
I don't know what your school system's like. In Australia, we have a primary school and a high school. In America, they have a middle school as well. What age do people usually go into middle school at?
12. 11.
Okay.
11.
11, 12?
Of course, that was in America. He's not American.
I know. I was wondering if it was, when middle school starts is when high school starts for us.
Oh.
Oh, okay, good, yeah. Good. He transferred to a different one and they have more opportunities. That's good. Body's like a melody in my head. Every day, like I have stuff on the plane, your plane.
Okay, so I'm watching these guys. I'm seeing how fast they go. Okay, okay. Like a memory in my head. Every day, like an iPod stuck in the play.
I just want to deal with rebellions all across my provinces. No, that's going to be very expensive to fix, and it's going to cost more and more. I'm gonna attempt bankruptcy. That's gonna lower my honor. I'm just gonna make public order more an issue. Yeah, a lot of the schools I went to didn't have good opportunities or even support systems. My first high school was a freshly built one, and they didn't even have any like in-school services set up for students, like counselors or anything like that.
What's the 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, I cannot fucking wait until we get the higher level incubators. Because they're assholes.
Well, the next upgrade we get is killing Victor.
Tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. My nose is itchy. Ah!
Bless you.
Rhyme. Why did I say bless you? I said my nose is itchy. Hi, Lily.
Preemptive, you're blessed. Lily!
Good night.
How are you?
Good night.
You're at work, you want to sleep? Oh no.
It's a mood, I say, but I'm at work and I don't want to sleep because I took drugs. I'm gonna pretend that that's a lot more risque than it actually is, and not just like my.
He's on ketamine.
I'm on ketamine and not hydroxyzine, which is just an antidepressant that helps me stay awake.
Plus caffeine.
And then also caffeine, yeah.
Plus caffeine. Too.
And plus,
Extra
so okay. So it's Wellbutrin, technically Zyban. Zyban mixed with vitamin D, mixed with caffeine, mixed with caffeine drink. Isn't there another?
Everyone, make sure if you're deficient, take your D.
Vitamin
Take
D.
my vitamin D.
Alright, I'll be back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
What do you do? Hey. Oh my god, stop licking everyone as they come into chat, Lucy. Some of them might like it, but... It can be rude. Nah. Oh my god. Lucy. Lucy is rebelling against us, my love.
What?
No, I win. Told Lucy to stop licking everyone as they come into chat. I'm getting licked. No. Then Lucy said, "Nah, I'd win." You might. Does not have a bus pass though. How do you pay for it? I mean, my son somehow showed up at Thor, and he needed a bus pass to get there, and they don't know how he got there.
She's there.
Oh yeah, that works. Tears tend to work as a child. I'll tell you the amount of times I've
Start doing to get me started.
quite a lot of times I got on the bus when I didn't pay for it because
Get you timed over 30 minutes. See, that's why I don't add those. I don't.
there's a
They're not- I don't feel like they're fun for anybody. Like they'll just like people do it and they don't even necessarily mean it maliciously. They just do it because it's like the redeem's there and they choose a random person. I'm not a random person. It's like
the only person I've ever timed out with a redeem like that is myself because I wasn't doing uni well.
I don't know. I don't get it's filters.
Very, very iffy. Icky, not iffy. It's over. Time out redeem is easily abusable by trolls, and if you time out a mod and they actually go through with it, then they have to do the whole process of remodding them because if you time out a mod, they don't keep a mod.
Yeah. I think they're just some people that are just rude. You were probably like the first person he saw in chat when he got that review. He was like, oh, I guess I'll time up this person.
Possibly. Some people are dicks though. I think my ship is somewhere back here, which is where the land is. No. Oh, cool.
I'll go think that later. Did you end up joining the Discord? I don't know if you guys are doing. I know that Lily says she doesn't really the Discord. I was so Said we have a music recommendation channel. That's what it's up. Otherwise, it winds up being a lot of padding now. And I'm just trying to-
Carly Oso. Huh? Never heard of him, but I'm down to check him out. Is he
Yeah,
Dino
right.
approved, or will I need earplugs? Drop your favorite track.
There you go. There you go. I couldn't help the final proof and freeze about these earplugs. I said, if he's recommending him, obviously he's final approved.
That's what they all say. Dino approved. Maybe it's Dino disproved.
That's proven.
Disproven. Doesn't exist. Not real.
Thought he was final.
Dino not real.
Oh, alright, who am I not? Start from- start from-
No.
Who am I not the tracker? What? Really? Really?
Can't really
Okay.
hear you, Aiko. Thor said he can't really hear.
I'm so sorry. I forgot to unmute my mic after I came back from the bathroom.
Oh no. That explains it.
My bad. I'm so sorry. I was trying to say you should join the Discord so we can add more music recommendations and stuff like that. I'd like to at some point go like make playlists of
Yeah,
stuff.
we know Lily doesn't use Discord because
We weren't sure if you use Discord or not.
Yeah.
She said she was too busy.
doesn't like social the Discord. Kids don't use it or anything.
It's fine. It's fine. Lucy, I understand. You just didn't want to hear me talk. I get it. You were like, finally, she shut the fuck up. I want to make, we had a playlist going. It was really cool with, everybody's stuff. But I gotta get Spotify working with Lumia again. So we can actually get song requests back on. Because otherwise it turns into a really big headache of us going back and forth. And it starts to
Yeah.
really stress me out.
Like I get stressed out easily.
Filling on Discord users.
Yeah, Lucy doesn't use Discord. Doesn't use most social media for mental health reasons. It's sometimes
It can be draining, I understand that. Put that fucker in there, and then I need my party back. Is this the party I wanted? I mean, it's not. Oh, shit. That's what I meant to do, thank you. How did you know? But come on, this is fucking awesome. I don't know if we actually necessarily need the Eternally Swift. I will take it up north anyways. Let's go see if we can't get the, I don't know if this is actually a meteor or if it is a Helene. We'll find out. Why would I hate my pal? I think Tristan would like a version of a song called Smithereens in the Search. Oh yeah.
Possibly.
No, I like this kind of music too.
Why do I look angry? Aiko is controlling my face.
I'm
and
sorry.
Her toggles are different to my toggles, so somehow she's activated angry on me and she doesn't know how.
I don't know. Look on it. I'm sure it's one of these. There we go. Did I fix it? Yeah, something. There we go. I just
I'm no
hit
longer
some
angry.
numbers.
I'm no longer angry.
Yay. Yeah, I was showing
you
off
said
his
hang out
model
with-
earlier. I was showing off his model earlier.
Yeah.
Cause but he's not streaming right now, so and he doesn't have his thing up.
No, I'm not feeling good and I don't know. I haven't yet, but like at any point I'm going to have to run off and be gone for a while because not feeling good.
Give me Swift, motherfucker. Give me Swift, motherfucker. No, give me Swift. Damn it. Got reload master though. It got nimble. Gee. You know what? I feel like that's just a kick in the face, you know? It's like a slap in the face right there.
Yeah.
You want swift? Nimble.
No,
You
I gotta
get
give you the worst
10%.
one.
10% speed. That's what nimble. Thanks. Bitch. Use Discord. I have a problem for some reason where I can't join them through links. I've tried to fix it a lot. The only I know so far is what works is if somebody in the Discord adds you as a friend and then invites you to it.
Oh, you might have something where like you can only accept invites from friends, which would be
Interesting.
interesting. I don't know.
Okay, that works. I've had Discord since 2016. I've just gotten used to it.
Everyone seems to have their own unique issues with Discord.
Like mine's always just like been very consistent. I think it's I don't know. Like I remember I joined Discord and the way that it was described to me is like kind of like TeamSpeak.
Yes, it's very much the thing that's replaced TeamSpeak, but
And I remember what TeamSpeak was because I used that in 2012 when I was playing Lord of the Rings Online. And
TeamSpeak used to be the shit.
yeah. Well, I didn't really know what the fuck I was doing with TeamSpeak either, right? So when I started using Discord, I didn't really know what I was doing, but you know, I fucked around with it. And I've just had it for so long now. It's like it feels like it's second nature to me now. Discord is just like in my brain, everybody fucking has Discord. You're a gamer, you've got fucking Discord. So I forget that there are people that just don't fucking have Discord or don't fucking use Discord. And I'm just like, why? But then I'm sure that there are people who are on Twitter who think the exact same thing. You know? Whereas I'm sitting there going like, I don't know how to use Twitter. I don't know, I'm so bad at blah,
But
blah,
it
blah.
is.
And I'm sure that there are people who are like, how do you not know how to use Twitter? Just because they've used Twitter for so long, that it's just like second nature for them. But it's just not for me because I just never fucking used it. My sister used Twitter like for a long time, back in like 2015. Not 2015. Way before then. 2005, I want to say, is when she was using it. No, it had to have been later than that. It was later than 2005, earlier than 2015, somewhere between then. And I remember finding her Twitter posts and like reading them out loud. They were so great. I used to read it in like a Valley Girl voice. I want to see if I can find it.
Which distortion?
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
Welcome in, Exalted. Thank you so much for the follow. Alright, let's see. I almost said it out loud.
Yeah, but Discord away, huh?
I'm just gonna
That's what
I'm
I
just
mean.
gonna dox my sister who doesn't know how to make up her own stuff. I don't remember what it would be. This is not gonna help me at all. I have no idea. Ugh. I tried Googling her name and then Twitter, and my sister's name is so fucking common. My parents were like, what is like, how can I just let people know that my child is a very basic white bitch? I'm gonna name her, insert basic white bitch name here. Oh my god, I'm pregnant again. Oh my god, it's a girl. What other basic white bitch name can we give her?
Cord from Ed's world is traumatized. Oh my god.
Who's that?
I have no idea.
Ward from Ed's World.
What is Edward? Edward.
Cartoon character. Main protagonist toward main protagonist in Edgeworld. Early animation comics. Why? Why? How? Traumatized? What did I miss?
What bit of internet history have we missed?
Huh? Maybe I said something. I don't think I said anything about Edgeworld specifically.
I don't know.
Is it about? I don't know.
It's about like it's about Ed.
Karen. I feel like I need more context.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
There. Welcome in, Birdie Man. Thank you so much for the follow.
Yeah, nice. Welcome,
How you
welcome.
doing? Because I
We're
would
both
love to
wiggling.
join your Discord. It's okay with you. I can just put my Discord user in chat, and then one of you can add me. I don't add people until I've gotten to know them really, really well. If somebody else is in the chat that wants to add, it's not you personally. It's just like when it comes to it's a Discord safety thing. I until I get to know them, I don't typically add people as friends. I could I don't know. Is there a way I can add? I mean, I could just post the. I don't know if the posting of the link thing happens here. Let me see. I wonder if there's because that's something I don't know. Can I invite somebody specifically with a link via their username without having to add them as a friend? Invite to server.
You can invite specific users.
I think
yeah,
I
but
might be able
also-
to do that. Yeah, I can't. Wait, hold on, maybe. Maybe. Invite to server. If you can, if you type it to me, I might be able to do it. If you're okay sharing the username, I could try doing it that way. It does say search for friends though, so that's why I'm thinking it's only going to go through my friends list. But then again, there are people in here. I don't know who the fuck these people are. Maybe these are just people I share servers with. Okay, I will try that. Tour with a chow chow. No results found.
Yeah, mine's to be friends only.
I'll Google it. I'll see if there's a way. Is there a way to invite someone to a Discord server without being friends with them? It doesn't work if you like click on the link, it should pull it up. Like what happens when you click on the link? I don't think no, it wouldn't work like that. It would pull it up. It would pull it up with the username. That's not the issue. It's only pulling it up with people who I share a server with currently. It's to prevent like scamming and spamming and stuff like that. And it's you can try and copy a different link.
They don't want to come after me.
But I don't know why I hit inspect. That's not what I meant to do. What happens when you click it? Takes you to a Discord page and it just says invite invalid, might be banned from the server, just unable to join. Okay. I click play, paste.
Weird.
That right there, that one does it? Because I just made that. That is a fresh link. We got Brody. Hi, Brody.
Ready, join?
Brody's like, let's fucking go. It doesn't. Jeez. Well, we know the link works because Brody just got in.
Oh, weird.
Doesn't work. Let me see. Oh wow. Let's see. Why would someone not be able to join a Discord with an invite link? Says not able to join server, even though they aren't banned or anything. Regular accounts can be up in 100 servers. Are you in too many servers? Newly created or otherwise restricted account can sometimes have trouble joining servers.
Doesn't sound like with a newly created account. Sounds like this has been an ongoing issue for a while.
Servers verification security requirements. Server requires things like a verified email or phone number. I don't think mine has that. Maybe verified email. Let me check. What are my server settings? Invites, access. Invite only. Safety setup. We've had issues with bots lately, so I'm trying not to change any settings. Although, unless, of course, it's making it more restrictive.
This is a reminder.
Ain't that a
Take my
song?
nighttime meds.
No!
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
Go fuck yourself.
No, I don't want to. I'm allergic to myself.
You're in 15 servers. Look, you made it into 15 servers, though. That tells me that you can join servers. Shut the fuck up! Sorry.
That is a really weird bug. I've never seen that before. But Discord is weird.
Okay. I did that. Add server, join a server, paste invite. Okay, hold on.
Ooh.
I don't know what I clicked. Okay, alright. Let me streamer mode my Discord really quick.
Let me see if I can.
Trying to let me see, I'm gonna pull this up. I'm trying to. Okay, if you do, you might be able to do this, okay? So hold on. Well, let me enable my preview so I can do this, so I can be very careful about what it is I do here. Let's play. Okay. Okay, so here's this. If you come over to this side under here, there will be add a server button down here. It's a little plus. If you click that, it should pull up create your server. But under at the bottom, it says have an invite already. Click join a server. See if entering it there will work.
Manually enter an invite.
Yeah. And you could just type in the last, like, of the things, or you could click in the whole link or whatever, and then you click it from there. Hotel Holiday Inn. Because that's where I do most of my stuff. Oh, crap. It worked! We have a Papa Chow in the Discord!
Oh, work is immense.
Nice!
Nice.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm so glad we figured it out. That's awesome.
I added that as a friend just as a backup.
Okay, good.
I did not send an invite though.
Oh, okay. That's awesome. I'm so glad that worked.
Nice.
Yeah. It says it was created 6 months since
Welcome
6 months
back,
ago.
Lord
Okay,
underscore
cool, cool,
Chow
cool.
underscore Chow.
Awesome.
Automod
Should
can't keep a
still
good Chow
be
down for
Fine.
long.
We've had people
Glad
join
you
that
made
have created
it.
their
Now
account
it's
like
a
hours
party.
ago.
I don't know. I do wave, wave. Okay, I'm glad we got you in. That makes me happy. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm so glad. Got the hotel, holiday inn. Now I forgot why I wanted you to join. Oh, for you to post music recommendations.
Yeah.
Right. I will direct you to.
That is really weird though that it's doesn't let you do it normally.
I've lost it. Song suggestions. There we go. I found it. And get a tag at Papa Chow. There you go. Also, the guy above you, the guy who I like in that post just above where I tagged you in. Dear Parker Nurse's room. Fair enough. Fair enough. Take your time. Tell how mother. What in the world am I saying? What am I doing here? Oh yeah, I wanted to get some experience. I wanted to go catch some ducks. How did I wind up here? Oh right, I was gonna go get the Celine. So starting low, and I'm gonna go through all of the pals that I haven't caught 5 of yet. I like that my thing says I have things to do. Fortunately, none of them require thinking. Is my status, but like, I've been doing a lot of thinking.
Howdy,
Not
baby.
too much though, cause like, at the very least, I know that Mimog equals Mimog. Mimog plus Mimog equals Mimog. And then I just need to breed lots of Mimog. Then I had to build something. That was the most thinking I had to do. Second to actually trying to get Papa Chow in the Discord.
Aid. Oh, this is gonna be easy. Why is this saying I'm gonna lose this fight? I've only got 3 units that can actually fight.
Go.
The rest is all
I need to get
horses.
so much experience. How much am I at right now? Oh my lord. That was itchy.
Like my singing, man, love.
Yeah, that's how I sing sometimes. Although I do blame you for that shit.
I can't help not understanding words.
No,
I'm
that's
just
funny.
desperate.
It's funny, but also very annoying. So I've just started doing it more. Because, like, I'm only annoyed if I'm trying to sing it. And then you're just kind of, like, intentionally butchering the lyrics. Or it feels like you're intentionally doing it. But the thing is you now got me doing that shit.
One of us.
No, fuck you. I hate it
Part of
about
the
myself.
Part of the crew.
It's
Part of the ship.
no. Oh, fuck yourself. He's turned me into a fucking. I don't even know what I am anymore. Just butcherer of songs.
Oh, they've got. Oh, they're forces.
I suppose it is a way to avoid copyright.
Yeah, I am naturally immune to copyright by just being so shit at listening to songs.
Let me sing the words. Let me just sing the lyrics. There you go. And just butcher all the words. It's like calling Benedict Cumberbatch like Bumblebee cumbersome, and you still know what you're talking about, but like not really.
Damn, that's a cumbersome Bumblebee.
Bumblebee cumberbund. Where are the ducks at? What the fuck is that? What is that? Oh, there's not a duck around here.
EJ's got us eating tacos again.
See, this is what I'm talking about. He's talking about tacos. We had tacos last night for dinner. That shit was good.
Mm-hmm. That's because I cooked the meat.
Did a good job. Although he probably gave us food poisoning.
We were sick before we had taco.
Nope, he gave us food poisoning, specifically him.
Yeah, it's my fault. I love getting blamed for making my wife sick.
You make me sick every day. Disgusting.
Oh my god. It's sick of me. Fair. Fair and balanced.
Gonna pick up some random eggs while I'm out.
Our concerns are important to us. Please leave a message after the beep. Oh, that's a good beep. Better get to leaving your message, my love.
What? Beep. Your message just says, what? That's pretty much realistic to how I leave messages. I space out for a second. What? Oh, fuck.
Where am
Just
I?
hang up. Do you ever, like, get to the point where you're, like, having to leave a message, and then halfway through listening to the thing, you forgot why you called?
Yes.
You're just like,
what am I calling for? Who is
yeah, this is Aiko. I just wanted to call. Fucking, who is this? I forgot who I was calling. Not even why I was calling, who I was calling.
I can't breathe because I've got asthma.
Welcome back, Thor.
Welcome back.
Bam, bam, bam,
You
bam.
escaped the lashings from the nurse.
Want to hear chow chow? We can now. Yes. I will wave.
Yeah.
Have I caught enough boars? Yes. I'm just running around seeing if there's anything I haven't caught multiple of. Or bread. Apparently Fwax is one of them. So I'm on my way to find the Fwack.
Whacking hell.
Whacking hell.
Shit.
What? Oh, 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 oh my god.
My god. Beep, boop, beep, 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 boop, beep, 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 boop,
How did
beep,
this
beep,
happen?
beep. Oh my god. Oh no, my general line. Oh, it's you. You're my general over here. Dang. Why'd you put the general?
Oh, I forgot I'm wearing the Grintail, that's what I said. I'm wearing it. If I was a Fwack, where would I be?
Believe in a thing called quack.
Oh my gosh. Did I bring a fishing pole? I did.
Got a fishing pole?
I didn't even bring the best fishing pole I can, but maybe one of these is a Fwack. We'll just go fishing.
Really must know, my love. Is that a fishing pole you got there, or are you just happy to see me?
It's a fishing pole.
I know, you fucking hate me, girl. One day I'll get on your good side.
I got a frog. with Swift. Only that was what I was looking for. Okay, okay. Give me a minute. After I catch this, I'm gonna go check out the doggo pictures. They were not posted in Pet Gallery. Where were they?
Cutie report? Cutie report.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
he's cutie.
Well, I'm sorry. We've got to ban the dog.
Yeah, that one's intended for
It's time to ban the dog.
that's intended for like people reporting bots in the server and just to get
A dog is a bot.
that dog's trying to sell me art.
I will not buy art from you, Eero.
You are fine.
Is it Eero or Iro? I don't know.
Iro?
I-R-O. I say Eero.
IR?
Could be Iro or Eero.
Is that dog Iro?
It was spelled I-R-O.
Iro. Iro.
Iro, Eero, Eero.
Iro makes me think of Avatar.
I was
and then
thinking
Iro.
it could be Uncle Iro.
Oh my god, it's my uncle.
Fuck, nuggets, dude.
Weasley.
Iro like Uncle Iro. Yeah, he looks like an uncle.
Uncle. I would trust him with my nephew to go on, or with my son to go on finding Avatar. He definitely won't sabotage the mission regularly because he doesn't want Avatar getting caught.
Oh goodness. All right, it's. Hold on. Should I tag you in? Oh no, you figured it out. Sweet. Okay, must look it up. Oh,
Let's show you. Oh my god, he's relaxing.
oh, is that like a baby picture of him?
Oh, he's your baby. Big
And everybody see
Jojo.
the doggo. Hold on. Well, everybody's gonna see the doggo. As soon as I figure out how screens work. This is a doggo. This is same doggo. This is same doggo. Good doggo. Baby doggo. This is a doggo with a butthole. This is a doggo with sand on his face.
All hail plankton. I mean butthole. I mean doggo.
Doggo. He's so cute. He looks snuggly. I love him. This is my turtle. The song is in
This is a
English?
song in Norwegian.
Is it? I think it's in English, but I could be wrong. Is there like a
Might be in
Norwegian version?
They also might just have like verses in Norwegian.
Oh, I don't know. Entirely possible. I thought you were saying Supernova,
And
but I don't know. Half the time, like I'm like Tristan. I'm like half the time I don't understand what they're saying unless I'm reading the lyrics. Earlier today, I found out that there was a song that I definitely thought said love, because in like every fucking version I've ever heard said love, and like I'm gonna love you or something like that. Today found out, nope, I'm gonna fuck you, and I'm like, I'm sorry,
they made an explicit version.
didn't even know there was an explicit version. I don't even know if that's the original. Like maybe,
I don't think so.
like
Maybe.
it sounded very like
Very sexual.
sounded very aggressive. Over here.
I'm gonna pin you down so fucking bad.
Good, babe?
Huh?
You good?
That's the song.
I don't think that was the
I
song.
actually don't know. I don't know. It's just it was not the song.
Oh my god, it's pouring rain outside.
It's raining, it's pouring, I'm about
I am
to
nowhere
fall
near where the ducks would be.
I'm the old man.
Okay, I should go over there where it's all blurry and everything. It's got a little blurry spot up there. I should go up there. That's where I should go.
Oh, these are the generals. Nice. You can sit there and try and shoot us while they get shot in the face with no cover and
The song
die.
is definitely Norwegian, like the song that was just playing.
That's cool to know.
This song is not in Norwegian. This song is in
One
English.
before it.
It's saying freaky like me, me, me. No one's gonna do you as freaky like me, freaky like me, freaky me like me. No, I'd have to say this is definitely English.
Mm. I think I'm going to attack you violently.
Me? Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Okay. I don't know Norwegian. I know like one word in Dutch. Sorry, I know 2 words in Dutch. Send pins of all your pets. Ooh, ooh, that's gonna be a lot of pets. Hold on. A lot of pics. You know, word from Holland. Tom Holland? Know the place. Alright, fair enough. I know that you can, if bay means poop. And lol means dick. In Dutch. What?
I was wondering why it's been so hot for quite a while.
Yeah.
I think that I've been wearing this the entire time. I forgot about it.
Did you not realize?
No,
I thought you knew you were wearing that, babe. Damn.
I was wondering why it was so warm in the room.
Well, it was warm to me because I was wearing my.
I was like, yeah, it is pretty warm today. I wonder why.
You're wearing your fucking hoodie, you dingbat.
I was wearing a thick wooden.
A thick wooden? I'm sorry?
Wool.
Wooden? A thick wooden what?
A thick wooden back leg. Oh my
Drit, shit, fein, fuck.
god.
Look at me, I'm already learning how to swear in other languages. Again.
Pain, fucking Norwegian. Oh my god.
Ah, drit.
Pain.
Oh, there's some right there. Hold on. Going after them. Get over here. I want all of you. I need you all. Come back here, you little shits. Get back here.
No, do what I want. I'm a little shit. Fuck you.
You little drits. No, I need one more. Need one more to get the 5 bonus. Oh, there they are over there. Okay, it's clear that this is not the party that has the Lunaris. Fine, I'll catch all of you. I don't give a shit. Wait, okay. That good? Alright, we're gonna take a list.
I agree.
I lost my mind temporarily.
Really? Oh, okay. I thought that was permanent.
You thought I
Why
suffered
not?
permanent brain damage? Wow.
Why else
Thanks,
would you
babe.
going out with me?
Hmm?
Why else would you be going out with me?
Because I love you, you turd.
Oh no, I'm not brain damage inducing.
What do you want to be brain damaged?
Debatable.
Is that what you want?
Debatable.
Okay. Walk Ignis is next. Okay. Time to go into the Flock Ignis. Hey look, I found a base. It's Tristan's. Ha 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 ha.
I'm not real. My faces keep getting bombed.
You have a very pointy house.
Yeah.
You have another house that doesn't even fucking have a roof.
Yeah. Gotta get the point across. Literally.
Sometimes I just want to punch you in the nose.
My nose is accepting of your love at any point in time, my love. My princess, my amazing, beautiful baby cow.
Did I see the pics? No, I didn't. I'm so sorry. Smart detection, auto allow will poses the chat. That's fine. Just because I know you're trying to teach us how to say stuff and you're not trying to.
Not being offensive.
Yeah. Horse! Dog.
Oh my god,
Okay.
I need money, my
Other
love.
dog. Dog. Oh,
I'm just gonna accept rebellions across all my provinces. Let's go.
Oh,
The
very
rebels are
cute.
here.
Shut up,
They're gonna
Tom.
fuck my shit up. I accept this one.
Oh, I like the mid-air one you got on that doggo.
No, I'm not in there.
Very cute. And horses. Those are some pictures of horses.
Yeah, but not good.
Just like looking at their hair. There's one. Hold on. I need it. Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna critique
Doggo.
the pictures of your horses, okay?
Doggo.
Just gonna critique the pictures of your horses. Do not mind
Oh, no,
me. I
yeah.
love them. I love them. I want you to understand. I am saying this with love. This guy is saying, whoa, whoa. I did not see the camera there. And this guy is,
Really saying, well,
I love his hair is split right down the middle.
oh my god, he's a
nerd. This is
He's a
this is your
nerd.
nerd horse. Then you get this guy. This is like the normal horse. This is the standard I am a horse. Horse.
Hans.
Horse. This now this one.
Hello.
I love this one. I love this one. This one's meme worthy. I love it so
Are
much.
you pooping in there?
And then this one. This is a really pretty horse. This one's really pretty. This is like my favorite one. This is a very pretty horse.
That's the horse that's in a boy band.
This one got caught off guard. This one's a nerd. This one's standard horse. This one makes me giggle. And this one's beautiful. They're not all beautiful in their own way, just that is my feedback over horses that I know that you
There's
asked
always
for.
a prettier looking one in a friend group.
Yeah.
Be a great with me. Little does she know. I'm the pretty looking one.
The first one's just the baby. Yeah. She was took off
Yeah.
guard. She was just taken off guard. That's all.
Oh my god. I'm gonna kick you.
Which one was the one that kicked you?
Yeah, which one's the one that kicked you? Was it the baby? Get to work.
I wouldn't can. Oh no, the horse at my ranch. It was a brand new one that just came in. Okay,
see.
yeah. That's typical.
Was it kicked with malice? I assumed the kick was like scared for a second.
Some horses aren't necessarily climatized to human presence, especially behind them. Never go behind a horse.
I didn't know that.
Its instinct is just to kick.
Like, the thing is like, I already knew not to go behind horses. I did not think about the fact that it would kick me. My reasoning for not going behind the horse is because they flick their tails around and they'll hit you in the face. And that shit hurts. I don't like get hit in the face with a horse tail. It's like being whipped. No, thank you. How did that Mimog get King of the Waves? Excuse me?
Let him achieve his dreams.
I guess he's
I think a
gonna
horse
get
probably just-
compressed.
Yeah. So I go with it. Probably just got spooked a bit. It's like, holy shit, there's a bull guy behind me. Fuck. Damn, he's giant.
Yeah.
I think that's a justified reaction.
Fair enough. The big one.
I think this is their entire army now. So I'll leave this guy here. This one back.
When it happened, I was gonna brush the horse. I usually do for brushes on the other side of the horse. I just go under the neck. But this horse is pretty damn short, way too short for me to be able to get under.
Yeah. I see. So it just hunched until it hanced. And then you hunched. Go to win, yeah! I hit that, but that's because we can listen.
Or whatever weird things we can get Tristan's model to do.
Oh my god.
Nothing. Damn.
Just like me, I do nothing.
Doesn't help that you're tall, yeah.
Ooh. Dang. Oh my god. Those are some good hits. Down. It's not fire as well. Oh! We got 5 archery tower. They ran out of cannons.
Perfect.
You break stuff. Dang, you suck.
So I want 4 Mimogs for every base. Well, 4 for every workshop, then... The workshop? Probably need 6 for the workshop. So 10 total for that. And then also the ranch. So 14. 14. I think is what we're going to be going for. Oops.
You like to drink a soda?
4, 6. Swift runner. Any that are saving us some money. Yep, I'll take that one.
We have a lot of build.
That one.
Try my own building, please. I'm gonna kill a lot of them.
That one. That one.
Oh, no.
I will drink in a moment. Oh, that one's already fucking ready to go. Damn. Thank you. Being tall's not always good. I know. I'm short. I fucking love it.
I wish I was shorter.
Why?
I just do. You wish I was taller, huh? Huh?
No, I think that your height is fine. I'm just curious. I've just never heard you say anything about wanting to be shorter before.
Not too much shorter, just a bit shorter. After my growth spurt, I was like, oh yeah, this is a nice height. And then I kept growing and I was like, oh, my back.
Oh, okay.
That's not too bad. I'm generally okay. Where the hell are these guys going? Really wanting to climb up a steeper thing into levees? Okay. Let me come behind them. This is one of the times.
Swift runner animals on you.
You good?
Got a little nimble. Sorry if I'm locked in for a minute. I want 6 at my workshop and 4 at each of the space and the other face. So 14. Oh shit. I've just wasted a bunch of money for no reason. Maybe we'll do 5. 5 at the other one too, just so I can feel like I didn't waste money. There we go. I feel like it's so unnecessary.
It's my nephew riding one of them. Dang. That's the fluffy one.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, Ico's using both my models. Both our models. My models, yeah, I own them both. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's me. Tristan's not using his model right now. I'm just stealing his space. Mostly so I can, I can live in the illusion that he's here with me. I say as I pretend to cry. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Don't worry, baby.
He hates me.
For a moment since you've met me, it's been an illusion. I'm not real.
Fuck have I done?
Yep.
I'm so fucking confused what I just did. Why did nobody stop me? Why did nobody stop me? I literally had exactly the number of fucking ones that I needed.
They're really just abandoning their towns. They're just trying to kill me. Those fucking morons.
I'm so stupid, dude. Oh my god, what is wrong with me?
Nothing's wrong with you. You're perfect. Don't let anyone tell you there's anything wrong with you.
I'm telling me there's something wrong with me. I literally had exactly what I needed. It's fine. Really, truly.
Oh wow, that's beautiful.
Oh wow. That is beautiful. What a view, damn. That's amazing. Oh.
Some contribution in the
I
chat.
literally had exactly the Mimogs I needed, and I was like, nope, I have too many. Let me squish 2 of them. And I had just spent money to like make sure they had the right passives and everything. I don't brain good, it seems.
Brain
No, it's
good
fine, it's fine,
overrate.
it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. One of these guys will be good. One of these guys will be good. I'm gonna go to the farm. It'll be fine. Surely. Surely. Surely.
I'm not your Shirley, pal.
Not your pal, Shirley.
Ooh, they're all thrown in there with some. Oh my god. Are we rough, my love? Very rough.
Why?
The amount of enemies coming after me. Oh no. We can run into positions. Don't let the horses charge us. No.
You motherfucker. Stop harvesting. Oh my god, I didn't even know they had that ability.
Yeah, and it's perfect. Normal's overrated. Quirky chaos is where the fun's at. Wouldn't trade this weird crew for anything.
I didn't even know they had that ability. Lord.
Oh, shoot. Let's pull them up and shoot them all.
Trying to go. Bye. Have fun. Go get some food. Enjoy yourself.
Enjoy foods.
Enjoy foods. That's what everybody needs.
Everyone deserves foods. Except for me, I eat too much.
Yeah. Except Tristan.
Interesting, these enemy Naraki decided to do something really fucking stupid. Get off your horses and run down the hill at me. Yeah, that sounds wonderful.
Sounds like me making decisions today.
Yes.
What happens when I have to use my brain? Any semblance of brain power.
Levy, measure. Okay, so there. You guys come back. You guys are free. You guys come up as fast as possible. Just going good.
I have to go check on these fucks, make sure they're not trying to run around and gather things.
While they're trying to climb. You guys just run, you dickhead, run. You. Oh. Button there.
Got one. It's almost ready.
Okay. You shot it, they shot, they all shot. Perfect. Decent position. Oh no, not if my general gets charged like that. Wolfenborn.
Now it's just gonna be collecting eggs. I'm not gonna worry about 4-starring them right now. I'm just gonna collect eggs, and once I get the higher level incubators, I will work on that, because fucking I can't be fucked to constantly be cycling them in and out one at a time individually. It is annoying. I will gather the eggs, absolutely. There they go. And that shit's actually fucking moving. Keep shit moving. That's the goal, is to keep shit moving. So many times I've come here and shit is just fucking halted. Oh, I better not do that, are they? Okay, alright. I'm going to get... So I don't need them to have any specific things, so I'm just going to swap out... Yep, that's what I wanted to do. I thought a land ball would be perfect here. Where is my bird? Where's Shorn? Shorn? There he is. She is my bed. Alright, so I'm gonna go here. Wait, hold on, where was it again? Up there. So we wanna go here. Go get ourselves some flock Ignises. Oh, I haven't finished slaying bells either, it seems. Okay, so I only needed the one. Okay, cool, cool, cool. And look, there's a flock Ignis up here. It's perfect, perfect, perfect. Yep, I'm very good at aiming. Okay. So do the same thing to the Goblin Ignis. I am terrible at aim, damn. Oh yeah, looks great. Looks fucking great. Excuse me, who the fuck was that? Alright, alright. Yeah, alright. You guys want some, I guess. No, my bird died. Oh Lord.
How do you gave me earlier?
Banana. I thought you ate that already.
No, I didn't.
Why didn't you eat your banana?
Because I got up, I ate the apple, and then I got distracted. Because I think I need to go pee, so I'm going to do this. Never forward again.
Okay, that was the last goblin.
Manage.
Okay, hold on. Fuck him up. Thank you, Sugar, for smiting my enemies. They're electrocuting me, Sugar. Don't stop. They're being mean. Sugar, it don't have to be like the craziest attack or nothing. Just fucking attack. Bitch. Oh Lord, Sugar. I like how I was like, I'm gonna swap out this for my bird. And then I get the bird out, and the first thing it does is die! Don't know turtles. Turtles are good. We're still looking for walks. Walk ignis. Which is an interesting concept for a foul. Water and fire. Do you think it would be a fire pal that was resistant to like water attacks because it's water and fire itself? Tristan? None, it's fine. You eat your banana.
A banana sprinter. I'm basking in the afterglow, posting on a clarity.
Oh my god. I was saying, do you think that a Walk Ignis would be resistant to fire or water because it is itself water?
I think though, because it's fire is its other type, it would be normal.
I feel like it balanced out. It wouldn't be effective. It wouldn't be.
Hey, look! Another fucking mimic.
Yippee!
Exactly what I need right there. Lord of the Dragon. Now that I don't fucking need a mimic, I find them. Up to my nose in mimics. Babe, better experience today. Yeah?
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. I think it was just everything going on last time.
Yeah.
Kika!
Ah, morning.
Duck.
Nico.
I go and twisting. Oh my god. I get a W.
Quack.
I'm Tristan.
Yeah. Actually, both of them.
I have multiple personalities. I am both Aiko and Tristan. She's only talking to me, by the way. She's not talking to you. Oh my god. Get the fucking ball, you little shit. Fine, whatever. Megasphere for you instead of Gigasphere. You fucking suck. I don't even want these guys. I'm just like, because we're on the 0.1 XP server, I have to find a way to get experience. Okay? And my way of getting experience right now is going around and getting the 5 of the things I don't have already. And one of those just happens to be the walkingness. Yeah, little walk. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I just have to beat it repeatedly in the face. Is that the last one I need? Right there? I see you. I see you.
Walking.
Tell me that one gets it. That was beautiful. That was a beautiful. Look, you saw that beautiful throw. Oh yeah, he did. He caught me.
Yeah. You see caught Aiko.
Wait, you caught Aiko? Careful, she bites.
That's true.
Congrats,
I do
Lucifer.
bite.
Just don't stop putting her in a Pokeball. She'll turn you into Dino Nugget sauce.
Not a
She does.
Rex is like, careful, she bites. Yeah.
She does
Oh
bite.
yeah, Hiko, Rexy's coming back. You guys have been voting for like the model edition. Everybody was everybody. You guys got the stretch goal, and it was like vote on model edition, and everybody wanted Rexy to come back. So that's what we're doing. And not only that, Rexy's getting a makeover. This is not the current. This is the oldest iteration of Rexy, which is the closest to his actual form. However, I will show you what his new iteration would look like. Give me a minute. I'm a little tired. This right here on the right, that's what our artist, that's the rough sketch that she has come up with. I cannot wait to see him brought all together. So I sent her like lots of like the different iterations of Rexy through the times, through the ages, and this is what she's come up with. She was asking between the two, which I liked, and I was like, the one on the right's more him for sure.
Yeah, the one on the right is.
I'm really happy.
Yeah, we had big talks about Rexy.
We had to have big talks because it was a big emotional decision for me too. You love the design? Me too. I'm really excited to see what she winds up doing with it. Basically, I told her I was like, I want it split like we do for normal VTuber models, but it doesn't need to be split as much just because you know, it doesn't need to be as detailed. It's just I just need to be able to move the mouth and the eyes and give it a little bit of physics. I'm excited. He looks so cute. What am I doing? Right. Throw some eggs in egg roulette. I moved my base from up here to down here because I was getting tired of the way the ground looked. The ground looked like poop to me. And I kept getting attacked by everything. I would have dealt with the ground looking like poop as long as I was surrounded by cherry blossom trees. But then I had to put up these walls because I kept getting attacked. Right? Which, okay, fine, whatever, get attacked, put up walls. But then the good part of that base is gone. I can't fucking see the cherry blossom trees. So I moved into the lavender fields. I fucking love this color. It's amazing. Hiko, do you have a pal yet? If you want, you can do an egg roulette, or you can just pick a pal. But it's gotta be a fox. Either a fox variant or do an egg roulette.
Yeah, I don't think he just picked a pal. He could. He's the only one that gets to specifically pick a fox.
Yeah. You can either pick a fox that you like, or you know. But I'll show you. You've got a community base. We've got a community base now.
No, I missed with the legendary.
You missed it with a legendary spear? Damn!
What's the chance on a legendary?
I think it's... I don't remember. It might be like 38%.
Dang. It's raining.
Here's the, Oh yeah.
It didn't work with your recorder.
Yeah, it only works once.
Yeah.
But look, this is the community base I have for everybody. I don't tell anybody what to do here. Everybody just does whatever the fuck they want to do. And apparently Panic, what she wants to do is stand in front of me. And just show off. And then walk through. And then... He can chop trees if he wants to. He just doesn't fucking want to. He just wants to dig up bones. What are all the foxes? Okay, so we've got... the ones that I'm aware of. Okay, we've got. Scroll down. We have Fox Barks. It's a little fire boy. We have Fox Barks Christ. Little ice boy. And then. I don't think there's another variant of this one, but. Foxicle. Foxicle, Fox, Barks, and otherwise there's egg roulette, and then it could just wind up being something random. Hi, Frosted.
Frosted, hello.
What are all the foxes? Oh,
I
okay, so
just showed her.
is there any fox you don't have?
I think it's just 3 foxes, isn't it? Then we can try and look up some more.
Let me check. Fox, Christ, Foxicle, Kitsune, Vixie, Nox,
Ooh,
Grimace.
hold on, yeah.
They're technically foxes, but they're less fox-like, some of them.
Let me see, Kitsune. Oh yeah, I wouldn't give those. I wouldn't.
Kitsune is like a Japanese mythical fox.
Yeah. I don't know. I was thinking more dog-like for this one.
It is more dog-like. Vixie's more...
Vixie could work.
Vixie and Cremis? Nox?
I'd give Cremis would probably be more like an Eevee.
Yeah, Nox would also fall into the same as the only thing that
Yeah. 4 foxes? What was the 4th one? Vixie? This one?
Vixie could be fox.
Yeah, I'd give Vixie a fox.
Cremis is definitely more Eevee like. Foxbox and Foxbox Christ are the definite fox-like ones, and Foxicle. It's the like later game foxes though. I don't know.
How have you been, Frosted? I moved my entire base, wanna see?
He did move up east.
Here.
I would go with Vixie.
Vixie. Okay, alright. We could get you Vixie. Well, you gotta help me. You gotta help me find one though. Okay. It's gotta be completely based off vibes. Okay. It's gonna be completely based off vibes. You gotta see whichever Vixie it is that feels right to you. So hold on. Let me try and remember why the fuck I came here. Oh yeah, it was to show off the base, and I don't have time for that right now. I must go find a Vixie. Wait, hold on. I can't do that. You have to spend 5,000 points. At least you have to redeem egg roulette. You can still choose, but you still have to redeem egg roulette. Otherwise, it's not fair. This is like the most unfair. You get the most unfair, but. So it can be a girl or a boy, whatever you want, and then we can walk around and be like, which one's feeling right to you? Would it be like this one? There you go, boy. Okay. That's the difference. That's the difference, boy or girl. Are we looking for any
Agreed.
specific stats? Are we looking for, let it be shiny or regular? Oh, you want, no, don't say shiny or regular. You know how fucking long I'm gonna be here looking for a big one? Kick your ass. I mean, I don't mind looking for one that has at least a green stat in it. Look, that's got 2 green stats, but that's a girl. See if we could find some with green stats. Be like the Vixie, the warriorest Vixie ever. One that's ready to kick ass. Although we don't know what the passive's gonna be, so that's gonna be fun. That's your I'm sure they could do this. Am I just carrying around a fucking Mimug with me? Let's see. Oop, oop, oop. What do we got over here? We got 2 Vixies. Any of them good? Okay, we got a girl. Wait, come back! Come back! Oh, they're both girls, that's fine. I came over here, whenever, because the first Vixie I got had remarkable craftsmanship on it. And I was like, well, fuck! Isn't that great? Right? Oh, shit.
Hmm? I just saw him scream.
Just walked on him and killed him.
Just trotted on him fucking dead.
Hika, you're a capacitor. Good job. I gotta go get you. So I finally slept under 32 hours. Definitely hurts. It shouldn't hurt, but I can tell what it is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what that's like. Basically, that's kind of what happened to us, is we took a day off because we've been working our asses off. And then as soon as we, like, breathed, we took a breath. And then suddenly everything caught up with us from the week. And we were like, holy shit.
We both got sick. We're still on the we're on the other end of recovering.
Yeah.
I'd say.
Come to a little workshop. Oh, where am I going? Right. Your capacity shall be met. I believe in you. Can't wait to see what you choose to do with your life. I bet I know what you're gonna do with your life, and it's cool. Where's Hika? I'm gonna name a full name, full legal name. Full legal name. I need to make sure to upload you to the global power box to make sure you never get lost again.
It's just for now. Our stream schedule rotates.
Yeah, it is changing a lot.
We're probably gonna be getting back to streaming like 12 plus hours.
Yeah.
Now that we're done with a lot of like the businessy side.
The businessy side of things was exhausting us. So all I have to do now, it's all just maintenance. Right?
We are still waiting on our business bank account. They're having some fun issues with that.
Oh my god. They called us this morning. They called us this morning and they were like, they're like, oh yeah, we still can't get shit working. So we're gonna have to escalate it to IT.
She was in talks to IT all day. She first had to get past the, the automatic checks that the bot wanted to do.
Does not surprise me. Oh, he gets tired. 2 seconds. You were working for 2 seconds and that... Dude, what the fuck? That was the longest tummy growl I think I've ever had. It was like... That was my tummy.
It really was like that. Over here, it sounded like practicing for the opera.
Just work for 2 seconds. Okay, I'm done. Going to sleep. We cuddle. See, look. This is just what it was always like. Hold on, I got a photo. There we go. See, snuggles. Adorable.
But yeah, we will. I don't know how long I'm gonna stream today, but
Only because we are still like on the end of like getting better.
yeah.
And like I said, my tummy just went to major funky noises, which it does when it's feeling like this. We both got sick, and not the fun kind of sick where you're just like in bed and sleeping. The kind where you can't sleep because you're up and down going to the bathroom 4,000 times. The sexy kind, you know.
I think it's gastro, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. We're getting better though.
Yeah, there's nothing in here.
I think Tristan tried to poison us.
Yeah, I poisoned us before I cooked.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is Horton, and this is Anthony, and this is Damon. By the way, I should rename him to Tank Killer. So that people know who he is. I'll just keep his name Anthony. Because Damon's Damon. Damon's not even technically in the community. He's a faker. Also, I picked this one for him because he said it was his favorite pal. He's like 14. Then there's Wanderer. And there's Jesse. Jesse sleeps like I imagine Jesse would sleep IRL. Belly flop. Let's see, who else we got?
Yeah, I put some Agent Orange in our food. Oh, yeah.
Fake hedgehog. We have Octavia. Octavia's just fucking vibing. Look at her go. And then we got Quebec. Oh, here's 5 over here. 5 is adorable. I don't even know where I got a fucking smoky egg. You started to play Valorant again? That's I don't have opinion about that. Like, I don't know anything about. Lucy got upgraded. Okay, so here's the thing. Lucy was a cognito. Lucy's fucking always here. Okay? So in Pan's world, Tristan happened to find.
I saw just out of our vet. No, it was I think around Soccer Dorima maybe.
Not
I'm
only
sure if-
did Lucy like fully embrace the cognito life. He's like, absolutely, every cognito was him, blah, 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 blah. Got on Pan's server, Tristan happened to catch a lucky, awakened cognito.
With very decent stats because it's lucky.
Yeah.
Like it's not amazing, it's just decent.
Yeah. So it took some thinking about. We're like, all right. He can be upgraded. Yeah.
Like the only real like end game difference, quote unquote, is the fact that he's lucky.
Yeah.
Because eventually we'll be able to awaken the other one. But I wouldn't be able to luckify it.
I probably wouldn't awaken anybody though. Like the only reason Lucy gets this one is just because he's fucking always here. You know? And I just want to do something nice for him. Because I already fucking told him he ain't going to be a mod. Well, not anytime soon. You know. Yeah, plus he's lucky. Look at him. He's so lucky that we found him.
Started playing
Ah, you
Valorant
love
again,
chat.
Frosted. My
Spreading
condolences.
those good vibes like confetti. Hearts,
How's it
hugs,
been going?
and maybe a plush Dino headbutt for extra affection.
Oh, Rexy.
Do you like how I had his mouth move whenever
Oh, no.
on his first iteration? We'll never go positive. We'll never go positive. What did I miss?
Frosted started playing Valorant again.
Oh.
It's to do with rating.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Losing more than
I see. That's me, man. That's me on this arena. I'm constantly losing points.
the problem. I dislike Valorant because of how impactful the character abilities are, and how many characters they have.
It's just not my style of game.
My character doesn't like shooting.
Tristan likes LOL.
I haven't played LoL in ages. In fact, I think I uninstalled. No, I uninstalled Valorant. And maybe the Riot client. I don't know. But yeah, I enjoy competitive games, but I don't enjoy Valorant. I've tried it a few times. It's
Not your jam.
way too much character knowledge you need to learn. Yesterday when I played, someone said my old name and I got so and I was like, wow.
Oh my god. That is hilarious.
I started and stopped playing when Rihanna or something like that was added because she was too fucking busted, and she's still busted. A character like that shouldn't exist. A character that kills people, then turns invisible and heals off of them, and then can keep going and keep killing and healing and healing and healing and going invisible if you can't fucking shoot them. Not to mention all of their other abilities.
Did change it to my new name now, so it should be okay when they say my name. Oh, it's just because it was a. Oh god, I think I'd lose it if somebody said my old name. That'd be so icky. Alright, time to go to the desert. Try and catch some more pals. I meant to grab my bird and I forgot. Fuck.
It's way too many abilities, way too much just...
That's fine.
It's also my issue with Siege. There's too many abilities that are too influential. The abilities in a shooter should just be like a side thing. They're useful, but they're not game breaking, and certain ones are necessary each fucking round.
I'm back on that level grind, guys. I gotta catch up to Tristan so we can actually do things. He's probably like 52 by now. Actually, what level were you, babe? What level were you?
I think I ended on 48.
Okay.
Because I leveled up just as we ended.
Okay.
And I started near the end of 47.
Okay. Alright. Well, that's my goal then, to get to level 48.
Now if you can remember them. When I'm playing against the characters, but yeah, it's just... As a shooter, it is heavily anti-new people. There's so much time knowledge you need to sink in just to learn the people and the map. LoL, there's so many different characters with different abilities that if you spend ages trying to learn them. Where like thousands of hours become necessary just to learn counters and
Oh my god, I need to get the
and
fucking Lunaris, dude.
before you even fucking Lunar.
I need to get the Lunaris. I have Lunaris,
Oh.
I just didn't bring it with me.
Oh no.
I'm sitting over here trying to catch fucking celery Luxes.
LoL doesn't go. Have you made the sniper module that helps with going a bit further?
Nah, I'm just gonna use the Lunaris.
That works.
I just gotta go get her. I have a slot in my inventory. Or party. Lunaris, where are you, bee? There she is. Thank you, bitch. Should remember when I'm playing against the characters, but not from the top of my head. She's gonna be a lot better from with the it's not necessarily about not being able to throw it far enough.
Don't ever make the curve module.
It is terrible. And no one told you about how bad that was.
Yeah, and then I made it, and I was like, I just want to experience how bad I was. And yeah, it is.
It's terrible. Get away from me.
It is more-
Get away. Cool. Alright, what's next? Rogero. Ooh, interesting, interesting. We've caught 4. Okay. Where's that telling me to go? Interesting. Right, right. Okay, I remember now. There it is. See you, bitch. Awesome. Because you're knocked. Ooh, okay. So this one might... We'll delay on this. We'll come back to this one. Really? Pupperine? Okay. What if I already got that one? We were talking about like different rarities and stuff in PALs, and we thought, because we were considering how you might consider a PAL more rare if it's not like diverse. But then we started thinking about the Pupperai, and that there's literally only one spawn zone for the Pupperai, and it's right here.
It's, yeah, this is the only spot that the Pupperai spawns. Such a small area. Like slightly up the hill down to like the ruins. That's all it spawns. Welcome back, Mika.
But because of its ease of access, despite the fact it is very easy, like it is super, it would be by like in terms of like how many spawn spots it has, it would be considered to be rare. Because it's so easy to get and so low level, we just call it common. Trying to determine rarity for some of these pals was interesting. They fixed the towers. What do you mean they fixed the towers?
Is there an update? Oh, let me check if there's an update to Pale World.
So explain why shit's bugging out.
August 12th was the last update. That was a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Okay. What'd they do with the towers?
They do to the towers. Go. Now I'm concerned. Did they fucking break the Lunaris?
You mean?
Like for some reason my balls aren't going as far. Like it's honing in, but it's not doing what it used to.
I don't think it's necessarily broken. I don't know. I don't know.
Like
Never
hold on.
really used it.
Okay. So it used to be to where if I was like right here,
Yeah.
right? I could like throw this ball at the chickpea and it would... Okay. Okay, I don't know. But one thing that was like right in front of me, it couldn't even make it. Okay, whatever.
Weird. It must have like. I think there's a distance limit it can go after it hits the ground. You must have hit the ground or something. Well, the PND tube is me, chatted, and the other one on the screen, Icos was put up because she was showing off to the people, to someone that came in earlier that hasn't been in since the debut,
Yeah.
and she's on both of them.
I am two of us. I am
Oh, my
Aiko and
face,
Tristan.
buddy.
Wah. Just, I'm fake Tristan. I'm gonna make him mad, I think. I don't know. Yeah. It's the number 1. Now he's pissed. I love you. That was a big gap. You good?
I just zoned out.
He hates me. This is true.
Oh my god, you made me angry again.
I did. I said that.
I'm a
I even said, I'm gonna make you angry. And then I said, ha, I did it. It's the number 1. I had a full ass conversation with you. Damn.
I zoned out, alright?
Uh-huh.
I'm allowed to do this sometimes.
No, unforgivable. Unacceptable. Where the fuck are the Jolt hogs? Oh, alpaca. Excuse me, get in the fucking ball. Stay in the fucking ball. There we go. Who's the short one standing between the two of you? What do you mean? The one in the trash can? The one in the trash can is Tristan.
I'm trash. Oh, you're talking about Rexy? Are you shooting? No. Rexy's the
Rex is the dinosaur.
Rexy's the dinosaur. I'm the one in the trash, and Aiko is both the models.
Yeah. No. If Tristan was streaming, I wouldn't be his face. Because then I could just tell other people, oh my god, go look at his model on his stream. But he's not streaming, so I tell them, look at his model on my stream. Look at. I wonder if Tristan ever looks over here sometimes at me just being stupid like this and just thinks, wow, she's special. I was a Joltog, where would I be? I imagine it would be B, welcome in! Thank you so much for the raid!
That's not. That's pretty much it.
I'm sorry, Tristan's mad. Welcome in, Raiders! Be red! Barely Naval, welcome in. A hell of a doggo, you're a hell of a doggo. Hi, this is Gabe. Hi, Gabe. Welcome in. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that.
Oh, it's Gabe.
How am I? Oh, I am golden. I am great. How are you doing? How was your stream?
Aiko stole my face and body.
I did. I stole his face and body. But only because he's not streaming and I want to be able to, I want other people to be able to see his model. Because it's so cute. He's adorable, so I made him me. I am now two. I am both of us. I'm married to myself.
Oh my god. There are people that do that, I think.
Maybe. I know I've heard of people marrying their pillows. What is it called? Daramaki? Or something? Yeah, how are you doing? How did your stream go? Did you have a good time? Getting plushies thrown at me.
You know, plushie, right? On my plushie, did
I like plushies. So I got my plushie dino here. He's getting a makeover too. I want to show you guys. I want to show you guys the iteration of him. So I sent off my dinosaur to my artist. Played for like 4 hours. Oh my gosh! Imagine playing for like 4 hours. I could never play this game for 4 hours at once. Psh, psh. I'm kidding. So this right here. This is what our artist
Not
is
everyone has
doing.
time to play.
No, I know. I have a problem. Oh, wow. Welcome in. Damn. Gabe, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Damn.
Big W.
That is the
Thank
first.
you.
That's the fastest anybody's ever subbed to me. Thank you. But this is. Sorry, I'm all shook up now. Thank you. Thank you, Gabe. This one here on the right, this is what our artist is going to wind up making. Because you said I was awesome. Aww. Thank you. It means a lot. Now I'm all flustered. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Hold on. Where is it? I can do this now. I could do my face.
You can do it. You can do it.
Not like I like you or anything. Baka.
Show her love.
Oh my
your
god, Tristan,
baby
we have the
girl.
same face on. We're both pouting. Baka. Aw, man, now I don't know how to turn off my face. There we go. Fixed it.
Thank you for the raid.
Yeah, it
Thank
really
you for the
means a
sub,
lot.
Gabe.
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 Look, Gaben. Why am I calling you Gaben now? Because I said you're Gabe from Steam. Steam is Gaben. It's not Gabe. It's Gabe.
Is it not Gabe?
It's Gabe.
Okay.
People also call him Gaben. That's all.
Gaben. I don't know. How's the game going? Fabulous. Okay, so what I did, because I had originally, I spent the last stream, not the last stream, last stream before last, building a base up here, right? And then I kept getting attacked, and I kept getting attacked, so I built some walls up, which worked, except for then it blocked off all the cherry trees and all of the stuff that looked pretty in the area. Well, if you block off all the stuff that looks pretty in the area, you're just surrounded, you're in a circle that is just dark brown, and I could not get the idea that my base was just on poop. Okay? It just I'll show you how dark it was. Okay.
Listen, you raid me, I raid you. We're all poopy now.
Aw.
Oh no.
I am poopy.
You're a poopy, my love.
That's okay. She's a cutie.
Oh my god, welcome in. Welcome to the
You
cutie.
get to be a cutie and I get to be a pookie. Okay, so
It's become super adorable.
it is absolutely. Okay, so this was where I had the base set. Where was it? I got lost. Over here. Okay, so imagine all this pretty stuff is blocked off behind gates, and all you see is just this is the ground. I could not get like the idea of just like poop being in my head, and so I was like, all right, well, I've got to move. Yeah. So I moved, and I'll show you the new base location. That's what I was doing today. Mostly is moving the base location, and it is now down here. Oh, ooh. You finally moved your base? Nice. Where to? Now it is here in the lavender fields. And everything is lavender and pretty, and the things over here don't really attack. See, like, most of the things over here are just passive. They're not fucking with me. I'm not fucking with them. It's all Gucci. And then once I get some cherry trees, the cherry tree decorations unlocked, because I'm playing this one on 0.1 XP. Once I get the cherry tree decorations unlocked at level 56, I'll just put my own cherry blossom trees. And then on cherry blossom trees and lavender. And it's going to be amazing. It's much prettier here. Let me see. Where the fuck you going? Where do you... Oh, he's like, I gotta go chop down some trees, apparently. Bro, what are you good? Stop chopping trees! I'm trying to ride you! What is your damage?
You're playing on 2 times XP?
Oh yeah, we were playing on 3 times XP our first 2 runs, and we were like, this is way
The
too...
second one was unintentional.
Yeah, the first one...
We thought we said it.
The first one was 3 times because we thought that it wasn't going to be that fast. The second time, we meant to send it to 1 times, but we didn't realize that we didn't. There was a server setting thing that we, because we uploaded it to a server, we had to delete a global to INI file that we didn't realize that we needed to do. And so our settings got stuck at 3 times. Super annoying. So we got all the way up to the end, and I was like, "Fuck, we've been on this." I didn't feel satisfied with it. So we've been taking it slow with the 0.1 XP, and we've actually really been enjoying the slow rate, because we've basically been enjoying every single level. We've been appreciating every single fucking level, you know, like things that we wouldn't normally fuck with, we've been fucking with because, like, that's what we have access to right now, you know. Like before, we were like, even on 1 times, we're skipping from like metal armor to metal armor, you know. You feel like the 2 XP has been good, but I'm also new to the game too. Yeah. I originally played some Power World before, but I only got up to like level 35 before the 1.0 dropped. So I never got up to like max. But then when we did 3 times, we got up to max in like no time. And then the second time we played, we actively tried to slow ourselves down and still got up to max in no time. And I think it's just because of how much we play. That's why. Because as I was uploading the VODs, because I finished uploading all the VODs to YouTube, our first run was only 10 days. Our second run was only 13 days, and that was after trying to slow ourselves down like crazy.
We spent ages just slowing down, breeding, deliberately not progressing. Because
Most of that, like, and when I say those, that's not like 1 to 80. That's past level 80. That's, we've been on 80 for days now. You know, probably for like a week.
yeah, making like full on
Raid bases and shit like that, yeah.
Stuff like
But this one, I'm at level 45. He's at level 48. I'm trying to catch up to him. But I'll be at level 46 soon, babe. I'm just letting you know. But I'm at level 45 and we're on day 12. It's awesome. Basically, me and how often I play. Yeah. Yeah. Whereas then you got me and Tristan. How often are you playing at Hika? And that's gonna be a big thing about how you play it too, because
yeah, if you're
Psycho.
only playing it like 4 hours each time, 2 XP is fine.
Yeah.
2 XP is good.
When we were originally talking about our settings and everything, Psycho was in the chat, and we were like, oh, we're just gonna reset it and do 1 time speed. And he's like, well, he's like, I'm just saying, I'm at 1 time speed and it still feels too fast. And like, we were like, yeah, it'll probably still be too fast. So we had joked about just setting the XP as low as it can possibly go. And then we're just like, fuck it, we'll just set the XP as low as it can go. And guess what? Whenever we get up to the world tree and we do all that shit and we defeat the boss and we've got all this cool shit, we'll know that we got there on 0.1 XP. And I'm gonna tell you something. I actually feel stronger in this world than any of the other fucking worlds we've played in. Now, if I'm going up against something like a bunch of higher level enemies, no. But like, I feel tankier, I should say. But that could be because I've had plenty of time to get myself legendary fucking Palmetto shit that I'm actually wearing, because it's not gonna go out in like an hour or 2. On the weekends you play with your partner on your world? You can't play it for very long? Oh my goodness. I need another monster. Tristan's like, I'm feeling tired. And I'm like,
I'm not.
let's go, motherfucker. I gotta level up. And I'm feeling pumped. We started a bit late today.
Yeah.
Because we woke up really early this morning because we had to go to the doctor.
Yeah.
And then we came home and just passed the fuck out.
Let's see for refills. We could have asked the doctor about.
We forgot.
We've got to ask him about tummy. He probably would have just said rest and eat bland, bland food.
Yeah.
Hydrated.
We were like, oh, while we go there, we could talk to him about our tummies. And then we leave and we're like, fuck, we forgot to talk to him about our tummies. And the weekends I play with my partner on our world. I am currently going through this list of pals here, trying to find... I was in the wrong fucking area, no wonder. Okay, so it looks like the Jolthogs have a very similar spawn to the Pupperized, actually. They only spawn in a tiny little area, and I was not in that right area. I was in the red area, which is why I wasn't finding it. They're in the yellow area. I think it's the Sparkets that spawn in the red area. Or I could just be losing it. What do I know? There's one already. For the applause. Trying to get that bonus XP. And level 46 I am. Guys, this is a momentous occasion. Every level up is a momentous occasion when you're on 0.1 XP. You're tired, gotta sleep. Good to see you guys. Enjoy your stream. Hopefully get to see you again soon. Absolutely. Please go get some rest. Enjoy yourself. Get some rest.
Yes,
Thank you
thank you for
so
your
so
hard
much for
work.
the
Thank
raid.
you
It
for the
means a
raid.
lot. And it was nice seeing you again.
It is good to see you. Thanks for the follow earlier as well.
Yes, agreed.
It was when you were streaming. Yeah. I hope you have a wonderful rest, and we'll see you again soon sometime.
Yes, for sure.
It's good to hang out with you.
Sulfur Corey, I can make it now.
Good night. Oh my god, is that a dock rave?
I love that.
That is a disco. I love it.
Hell yeah. Beta wave generator. I could have made an alpha wave generator. I haven't made an alpha wave generator. What's wrong with me? Do I just hate my pals? My baby. I live for the applause, applause, applause. I live for the applause, applause. Live for the... I will help them. I will help them. I will make everybody happy. Okay. Alpha wave generator. That I didn't realize I could even fucking make. I'll find it, don't worry. Other? That's why it was under other. I never looked there. 10 corrosive solvent and 5 circuit boards. I live for the applause, applause, applause. I live for the applause, applause. Live for the applause, applause. Live for the... Oh shit, I need more quartz. Okay, I need quartz. I need sulfur. Let's get this going. I'm gonna have to probably catch some Masandas too. There's really quite a few pals I haven't caught. I think, can I get sulfur over here? No idea. If I can't, I know where I can get some later. Yeah. Yeah. Really? Yeah, how'd you miss? Need 2 more of those. Yeah. You make me feel like, oh, I'm out of heaven. Oh, you hoe bag. Come back. Okay, I need to get 1 more leaf in. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. There she is. Yay. I don't see any sulfur though. Okay. But that's fine. We don't actually
Happy
need
that
much.
we've met a bunch of like wonderful people since we got back to
I
streaming.
know, it's so great.
Can't wait
It
to
just,
meet more and more.
like, it literally just took us, like, needing to actually get back to streaming.
Yeah.
And actually doing it more consistently. Because it was like, I don't know what it is. It's just, like, hard to get back to streaming when it doesn't feel like,
Yeah.
like people are watching or people care or anything like that.
Yeah.
And then, like, when you're sitting there and you've got this schedule down because you're, like, trying to schedule to make sure you're streaming, but your heart's just not fucking in it, dude. That just
Yeah.
happens a lot, too. It's like, you just go to stream and you're just like, I don't even know.
Like,
It's like, I'm playing this game because I scheduled that I was going to play this game, and I don't really want to play this game. It's just like... And then, of course, there's setting the timer, you know, because, oh, we have to make sure we go live at this time, so this is what time we said we were going to work at. But then you get there, and then
guess
half the
after
people
this
don't even
timer.
fucking show up. Half the people don't even show up because it's, like, not good time for them. And then the people that were going to show up can't show up until, like, later. And then you're getting ready to end stream because that's the time that you're supposed to be scheduled to end. But then that's when people start showing up, and you're like, I'm already fucking tired because I didn't want to fucking be here this fucking early in the begin with. And then...
It's the joy of having a community that's split across the entire world.
if you just have a community that's localized in one
And yeah, making the schedule is easy.
time frames, yeah, it's fine. When it's spread across the entire fucking world,
Yeah,
no time's good for everyone.
it's true.
So just stream all the time.
Yep.
Problem solved.
Stream all the time. Sometimes you're gonna miss days. Sometimes you're gonna be able to be there. Sometimes you're not gonna be able to be there, and that's just gonna be how it goes. Speaking of, sometimes you could be there and sometimes you're not gonna be there. Has Psycho even been here today?
Has he?
You bitch! How dare you punch my?
I don't know if Psycho's been here today.
So you haven't checked that. So I'm not gonna be able to stop streaming till Psycho gets here. Dang it!
I don't know if that's the thing holding you on.
No, it's not.
Let me check the DVD.
Will you fucking stop, bruh? Oh my lord, I will just murder. Bitch. Stay in the bowl.
Oh. No. Psycho has not shown up today.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stream until he gets here. I don't know how long it'll be. I'm gonna definitely stay live until he gets here. And then I'm like, Psycho,
Worst case.
it's been 18 hours. Where the fuck have you been?
Worst case scenario, we go to sleep and just put a note on the screen. Just keep streaming, like waiting for Psycho.
Yeah.
Psycho streak.
Yep.
I'm never gonna surpass Psycho. Because you won't let me.
No, I can't. Sorry.
Good night, B. Sleep tight and duck dance in your dreams. Thanks for the raid and the good vibes. You're awesome. See you next time for more plushie and dance party energy.
You know what I like? I like that, like, Rexy, like, is smart enough to refer to B as B. You know?
Yeah.
Like, it didn't say, thanks,
read my
hey,
phone.
it's B22, you know? They know, like, shortened it to B, just because, like,
Yeah.
that's what you do. Oh, I wasn't even done with the Jolt Hogs? I just got distracted. Oh, right, because I needed sulfur and quartz and stuff, and I didn't realize I had that stuff already unlocked, and...
I have a Jolt Hog in my base with condenser 4-star level 10 electricity generation.
Wow.
Yeah. I might have put some books in him.
No, really? I thought for sure he just got it naturally.
Yeah. My electricity generation sorted.
Yeah. I have a Dynamoth, but like I do wish that it fit the aesthetic I was going for more, but you know,
Yeah.
I'll deal. Like everything fits a certain aesthetic, and then you got the Dynamoth over there. You're just like, ah. Well, I need electricity. What you gonna do? And it's not even just the electricity. Like it's the breeding buff. And I don't even have the saddle right now, but I will at some point. So I might as well get used to him being there.
Yeah, one good thing about like going really slow like this is you tend to get like everything that requires a saddle around your level. I've got a very complete you know, to a certain extent, tech tree.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm just keep missing points because it's so many friggin' points you need until you don't need them anymore, and then you just have so many books.
Grow stronger, just me, myself, and I want to make that. I mean, maybe. A new thing started. Thanks to you, I'm not the broken hearted. Thanks to you, I'm finally thinking about me. You know what? Man, what else we need? 15 circuit boards, which means we need 15 polymer. That shit way too fast. Oh my god, I've been robbed. Can you put that freaking circuit board into a chest or something, bruh? Did you just rob the circuit board and drop it on the ground? Bruh. I saw you take it. Where'd you put it? Why do I not have access to the circuit board? What the fuck? I'm so confused. I think that was a glitch happening because I was wondering how I still had 15 circuit boards after making that thing. There we go. Need your lovin', need your lovin'. There we go. Everybody's gonna work really hard, but they're gonna be singing about it. I've never made this beta wave generator. I've only made the alpha one. Have you made the beta one, babe? Have you made the beta wave generator?
No, I think I've I made the alpha. I don't think I've made the beta one yet.
I feel like the beta one is probably like I don't want it to be like they're in a sweatshop or whatever, which is why I don't like I want them to like have normal work but also be faster.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is like I'm a dick, so I'm making them work faster. I don't know. I don't want them to think I'm a dick. Yeah, I'm still streaming. What's up? I'm going to
Only
now.
9 hours.
Yeah, it's only 9 hours.
Only 9 hours. We'll probably do a 24-hour stream one of these days by accident.
I'll just put this here, it's fine. I will eventually organize this base again to make it better, but for now, sure, let's just... That works. Looks great. Pile all of it in here. Look at that. There's so many Anubises. I'm just gonna pop a segment in here just cause. I haven't even started breeding the segments yet. Maybe it should be working on that. Oh wait, hold on. Do I have the breeding pair? Ooh, I do have the breeding pair of segments I want. So these two would be fine. Well, not this one or this one. What am I talking about? Never mind. I'm stupid. I have this segment, which is male, and then I have this segment, which is female, but this one has remarkable craftsmanship and this one does not. Ugh, I need to breed them. Oh, fuck. Alright, let me do that real quick. Then we could put them both out there. Because they're meant to be working also. I needed to put that away, but I did not because I forgot. Come on. Okay, segments, go boink.
Boink?
Making the segments boink.
Oh, nice, nice.
Segments are rubbing up, bumping uglies. Just say, if you see something like this, or like these two together, like a pairing like this, almost guaranteed those are exactly the same thing. I just picked it up with a Grindel. I should probably give them cake, huh? You think?
What was that?
Should probably give the segments cake.
Probably. That might make them boink.
Look at them just walking around all like... Go segments, it's your birthday. I am gonna actually stand up for a moment and stretch because I fucking need to.
Yeah.
Take my headset off and do it.
cutie.
No, I'm not talking to anyone in the community. I'm talking to my wife.
Cuties. They're all cuties, but you're my cutie. Good stretches, come on. Want to brush your hair? Is she done? Or later?
Later.
Need some help. I can help.
Currently on the bed, doing some hip stretches. I think. Hip and back.
Tommy, shut the fuck up.
Never.
Cute, yeah.
To rip out my spine and just whip it. Fine as a whip, you know.
I think that's a Mortal Kombat finisher. But to be fair, in the process of ripping out the spine, they rip the entire head off. I think there's one where they go through the back or rip out the spine and then use it as a whip to cut off all the limbs. Or the head or something.
That's exactly what I do.
Yeah, sounds good.
I have a really good stretch in my lower back.
Ooh. Low back stretches are sometimes hard to get the right position.
So just a heads up for anyone watching right now. This Saturday, or potentially late Friday time zone, we're probably gonna do Date Everything. We're gonna do a subathon reward thingy. Yeah, so we're thinking about Date Everything last Saturday, but
We were just
we were exhausted after business stuff
yeah.
and just wanted to have fun playing Palworld.
No, we didn't. We had a good time. We've been so busy lately. I just needed a day to do fucking nothing. Yesterday, I literally woke up. I uploaded the video, the VOD from the previous day. I told Tristan I'm not doing anything else. If I try to do anything else, stop me. I am doing nothing today. Shit, I didn't clock in today. It's okay. The entirety of today has been just like the stream.
It's been a stream. We've got the exact time. Should I clock in?
I'm not exactly streaming, but I'm here with you.
Yeah, I'm trading.
Hmm?
Yeah, you should.
Yeah. Punch in. The start was it's 2 a.m. Oh, okay. Alexa, how long ago was 9 hours ago?
Monday, August 24th, 2026 at 5 p.m. was 8 hours, 19 minutes, and 23 seconds ago.
My phone's dead.
I know was one. Okay. Something like that. Yeah, 9.5 hours is close enough. I can refine it even more. Started at 4:56 p.m. yesterday.
Please. God damn it. I have been trying nothing just to get fucking swift on Valine, man. I got a tunnel engine twice. I got Demon God, which is great. Trying to get swift, and then I need to get diamond body. Unlucky.
Hmm?
But damn, I'm fucking unlucky.
Oh, I thought you mentioned Lovey.
Damn, I'm lovey.
You're Lovey? Oh no. What'd you do with my wife?
Back to the workshop, fuck. Back to the workshop, chopping up the quartz. Then, I had to go get another jolt hog. I got a bit distracted. I'm up here. I think we only need like one more jolt hog anyways. We're just good. And then we can do no. Why did I throw an ultra spear at that thing? No wonder I fucking caught it so easily. Is that the fifth one? Damn, I had only ever caught one jolt hog? Damn. Full out jolt hog. Actually, you know what I should do? Hold on. Yes, you can have this walk. That is a hooligan. Also, actually do some of these quest things too. Jesus fucking Christ. Let's see what this guy wants. This guy down here? Combat, okay. Probably gonna need to get more combat. Mhm. Do we think I can just like catch him and like do his quest like over here? Like that'd be so much easier. I'd try to catch him. Mostly because I'm fucking curious. Just curious. Can I just like put him out here and just summon him here? I mean, like, excuse me, sir. Sir. Oh, sweet. No, it's cool. It's cool. Look. I got a pin
Hi, cool. Yes, we are still live, yeah.
Hi, Var. Hi, sweet. I am so good at this. I am. I need to do this from now on. Oh shit. Now I need to be summoning my curry. Damn it. I accidentally swapped him out. Like really focused on this tree, but, you know, whatever. Okay, what am I now? What do you want now? Memorest? Okay. Gotcha. As soon as I figure out where I put my memorests. There we go. I'm so fucking lazy, dude. I just got the Baltamer, the arrogant Pal critic, so I didn't have to keep walking back and forth. Yeah, we get the next one. talk to these guys down here. I mean, imagine it's pretty good XP, probably. I don't know. Okay, I'm done with that guy. Only slaying 50 creatures? Oh my god. Get 100 of them. Fuck you. That's a dick.
He is a bit of a dick. I think I was at 67 or something. No, it was the other guy. I was at 67. No, I don't know. I don't remember. That might have been Pam server.
That's what I was saying, it gets a little confusing. There's multiple things going on at the same time, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's okay, we can be confused.
How critic. Where's he at? Oh, he's over here, right by the house. Fucking sweet. I'll go catch him too.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
See this little shit? Get in my pocket.
Keep talking about me.
Yep, that's what I was talking about. Whoops, my bad. Whoops. My bad. Oh, he's got infinite stamina. That's great. Now, if I wanted to ride him, that'd be great. I don't really have a desire to ride the arrogant pal critic. I'm gonna put up a little station.
By the way, how much longer are you gonna stream for? It's been 9 hours. We've streamed for like.
I stream until I don't want to stream anymore. I don't know. Should I stop? Are you telling me I suck?
Wasn't it 18 hours? We hit an 18 hour
Just
stream.
shy of 19, I believe.
Yeah, just shy of 19. We were averaging like 12 plus hour streams for a while until
The business stuff started taking off.
until we started getting busy outside of stream.
No, come here. Hey, you bitch, get your ass back here. What are you doing? Stop chopping trees! Oh, you're not, you're mining. Come back here. Bruh. Look, okay. You gonna let me be bossy to him? Because I don't want him mining. Stop trying to chop that rock. Just come over here. I assume this one. Maybe this one. Maybe a different one.
Aiko is great. She is wonderful, isn't she?
Aw, thanks.
She's my favorite streamer.
I am his favorite streamer. Aw. Why? Like, I like to think that we all find each other exactly at the time that we need to find each other. Like, think about it. If you had found us earlier, I'm gonna tell you exactly what would have happened, okay? You would have wondered where the fuck we went, because I had to move to fucking Australia. I took off for like 6 months because I had to move to another country. And then when I got here, I couldn't work because I was on a visa. You would have been like, the fuck? Where'd she go?
You couldn't work for the first
3 months, yeah. But then there was that period of time where I was staying with my ex, and then I left my ex to go stay with my grandma, but I could stream at my grandma's house.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't stream from like October to May.
Yeah, I was a solid 5-6 months.
Hmm. Okay, let's see. Servant is what he wants to see. God damn it. Yeah, never feel like that. Never feel like, you wish you'd met somebody sooner. Because, not really necessary. I would say there's always a reason. I'm not the kind of person that believes in like fate or anything like that. But I do think that
The reason's what you make it.
Yeah.
You have opportunities to meet people, and
Tristan and I are both in the same mindset that like if we'd met each other at a different point in our life, we probably wouldn't have worked out.
oh yeah, 100%.
Like he was going through a lot of shit, I was going through a lot of shit. We found each other when we needed to find each other, and because of that, that's what we're happy about. I had a lot of learning about myself to do. Ooh, fucking love this song, dude.
I had a lot of issues to get over.
Favorite streamer's moving to Vietnam to be with her husband. She hasn't streamed for like 8 months, and I'm just waiting for her. That's sweet.
I hope they have a wonderful life
Yeah.
together in Vietnam.
Moving across country to a different country is hard. Moving to the opposite side of the world is wild.
Yeah. Just like me.
Have I got not enough? Call 911 now. Oh, I have a finger loop. Focus my finger loop. We love him. Oh, that was the end. Okay. Okay, stop talking to me. But it's been really nice meeting you and getting to know you and Lily too. You guys are great. Oh, there we go. Do that, and then we'll swap that out. And then we'll put this motherfucker back in the box. How do they differentiate between the POW critics? Like, is there something? They look identical, right? But they're different. Could I theoretically pull up, like, POW critic? Okay. Could I then, if I have this one selected? What happens if I talk to him? Hold on, let me get him. I'm just curious. Because it could say he has nothing left for me. Because I'm just curious. I've seen enough of your pals. Okay. So no, that's not gonna work. I don't know how it differentiates between them because they look identical to me. Okay, okay, so this was, I'm gonna rename this guy. He's gonna be named Lift Monk because that was the first thing he wanted. This guy's name is gonna be Serpent. Okay.
Capture them and hand them to him.
Yeah,
then.
but for some reason they're like they don't count. You can't like use them for multiple of them. You have to catch each individual one, and they do maintain their thing. They maintain their stuff,
Ooh.
so I don't know. It's weird. Right now, my biggest worry is that I'm not going to be able to fully recover in 3 months because that's when my brother's wedding is, and I'm his best man. I need to be there. Fully recovered? What happened?
Is it from the kick?
Is it from the kick? Yeah. You went out riding horses the other day, though, didn't you? Like, how is it, like, you're just not, like, able to stand up very long, or what's going on? Look at his face. He looks arrogant. Oh, shit. Anyways. Okay. Let's see where the next guy is. I'm gonna go prove the legend, but I do want to see what the stupidest thing that I have legend on is.
Might be the lollipop. Genuinely.
I don't think I do have. I was joking about putting it on a lollipop.
Oh.
Alright, it looks like I got it on a Dupin. A legendary Dupin. I can't stand for too long and have some trouble breathing. Okay. Can think of it.
Oh.
I was best at all your siblings' weddings other than my sister.
Did
That's
it like
sweet.
crack a rib or something? I imagine it would have
Yeah.
done something crazy like that.
I don't know how long weddings usually last.
The thing with weddings, you tend to not have to stand too much.
There's probably a lot of standing that's gonna go into, like, at the very least, I imagine you just have to stand up for the ceremony.
Yeah.
And then maybe stand up to make a speech, but I assume they'll give you like a microphone for that. It shouldn't be. I don't know. Like you had surgery.
Ooh.
Jeez. Okay, that one. That's different. That's different. I thought it was just like still just recuperating. Damn. Because, like, we knew you got kicked in the chest. We just didn't know, like, how bad of a it was afterwards.
Yeah, it looks like it was
She made it
actually-
seem like you got kicked in the chest and then just walked it off.
Yeah, like it's just a
Surgery is no joke.
Yeah.
Hope you're healing up like a beast. Take it easy, milk those snacks, and let us know if you need dinosaur-approved distractions. Sending plushy power your way.
Let's prove the legend. Where's that at? One of your ribs is just gone. Wow.
Fox, I have to remove that. Dang.
Damn. No fucking shit. No fucking shit you're worried about how that's gonna go. Holy fuck. That's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah, it definitely sounds that way now. Holy cow.
Yeah, yeah, she said like you just.
She's like you just got kicked in the
you
chest.
walked off.
That all it did was like scare her into thinking that it possibly could have been worse, which I guess theoretically it still could have been worse. But damn.
You're in a hospital room. Okay, that's what you meant by the nurse.
Oh. I see.
And your son showed up randomly in the hospital. Okay, that
Everything is making a lot more sense now.
makes more sense now. Dang.
Weren't you just out riding horses like 2 days ago? Yeah, he accepted the dupin. Lily's bad at explaining this. She is.
She's definitely bad at explaining.
She's terrible. Oh my god. The fuck, Lily. Maybe she just didn't want to like give away too much information, and she didn't know if you wanted to share.
Maybe, yeah. It's so satisfying watching you jump up a fucking cliff.
It is so satisfying. Arrogant foodie, ain't worried about that. Muffly.
She said like you built like a tank and you just shrugged it off.
Yeah. Haven't been kicked by a horse before, but this is the worst kick I've ever had. Oh Jesus! When did this one happen?
Was this the one that happened 2 weeks ago?
You should be dead. Oh Lord.
Well, I'm glad you're not.
Yeah. For sure.
Like.
Oh, what the fuck?
Get out to it. Damn. That's a long recovery, but yeah, I mean, you got hit by a horse.
Have you been in the hospital this whole time? I mean, I still think you could probably do an ultrasound.
Yes? Dang. Fuck. Definitely didn't think it was that bad.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that either.
Lily was,
She definitely told us you were out riding horses, though. 2 days ago.
Yeah, she did.
Again, probably just making sure that she didn't spill something that you probably didn't, that you might not have wanted to share.
Maybe she...
Maybe,
I don't know.
maybe she
Maybe.
temporarily lost her mind and was like, "Where's Thor? He's probably out with the kids riding horses." Oh fuck, that's right. He's in the hospital. My bad. And just
Oh my god, they're gonna fight.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, she really she told us you were out riding horses.
Yeah, just don't let us here look out. Did hang on a sec,
She's like, I'm
hang on,
gonna
let
go
me go
get
get
him.
my
Oh,
husband.
he's out riding.
He'd love you guys. That's what she said.
Oh, this guy has infinite stamina too. I'm so fucking glad I named that other guy. Because if I didn't, I would have got confused as to which infinite stamina dude was the right one. Where the fuck do I live? There we go. I keep forgetting where I live. No. I hate when I'm standing right next to it. And it's like, no, you need to be at a Great Eagle statue before you can teleport. I'm like, I literally just didn't click on the Great Eagle statue, did I? This is now... Muffly is this guy's name.
Muffles. My boy, Muffles.
Okay, there. There? There what? I don't know
You
what
there?
there. Okay, there. Yes, I'm okay. And I'm here.
I am Tristan.
I am Aiko.
You can call me there if you want.
Thomas. I do hope you. I also hope you feel better. Because that's a lot. Behold my muffling. My muffling. Ah yes.
Behold Muffles. It's
Gale
beautiful.
Claw. I'm sure I've caught one of those, or 5. 1. Please tell me I've at least caught one Gale Claw. There it is. Loopman. Natalia. Orphedron. Oh, there we go.
Oh, did we snitch on Lily for lying?
Oh no, I feel bad now. They're getting divorced. No! Terrible.
I'm not getting divorced.
Okay, well that's good. I would feel terrible.
They just fight into the death.
Ah, right. Just like our occasional fights to the death.
Yeah.
Let's hope he doesn't get hit with a frying pan again. He's just not in the best of shape to be getting hit with frying pans right now. Maybe later. She can mark it down on her calendar. After he's done healing, he can get hit with a frying pan. I don't know why he'd be getting hit with a frying pan in this instance.
Yes. Fine.
No, you're fine. I know, I'm just fucking with you. Alright. So, no, I completely understand. I completely understand, and that's exactly what I said. I said she probably just didn't want to share your business around that you might.
Yeah, we'll expect it.
Yeah, that is completely fine. I don't need to. You're fine.
You don't need to apologize.
You don't need to apologize.
Your medical stuff is your own
Exactly. Your medical stuff is your business. I completely understand. I was just trying to clarify because I was like, we were like, hold on a second. He's like,
You're alive?
he's like,
You were almost dying? What?
he's like, I'm in the hospital. What do you mean? I was like, what do you mean you're in the hospital?
Yes, we heard you were riding horse.
And he's like, the fuck? It's completely fine.
Yeah.
No, it's totally fine.
Yeah, we understand why she did it too. It's just
Oh,
like,
it was just really, it threw us for a loop. Because we're sitting there talking to him like everything's normal. He's like, bro, I'm in the hospital.
bro, I'm talking about this nurse.
Because he just said something about a nurse, and I'm like, well, I don't know what's going on with his nurse stuff, but obviously I'm not going to ask. Because, you know, I'm sitting there thinking he's at home, and maybe he's got an at-home nurse for some reason.
Maybe she's, checking in because you got kicked by a fucking horse.
Yeah. I don't know.
But no. No, it's just like...
We're just
sure you are alive.
going with the flow, man. It's totally fine. Totally fine. You have nothing to apologize for whatsoever. I am gonna go to... I mean, we're just glad you guys are all okay.
Yeah,
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 really
it's nice you're okay. Would hate to just meet people and then find out that, like... they're dead.
Yeah.
Talking to your ghost.
I'm not. I'd be lying to say I haven't fibbed on Tristan before if I thought that, like, you know, if it was something that he didn't want to share.
Yeah. She's a big fibber.
Freaking, I'm a big fat fucking liar, guys. I'm the worst. You're in pajamas and everything right now? Yeah. That sounds nice.
With your cozy pajamas on.
I don't think it's cozy pajamas. It's nurse. It's hospital pajamas. Although it could be nice pajamas. Tristan gave me my grippy socks earlier. Those were nice. If you get grippy socks from the hospital, those are the best. Okay.
Yeah, we completely understand why you did it. I'm glad you respect his privacy.
So Tristan, come here for a second.
What's
Well, I guess I don't have to. You're looking at my stream, okay? So when I'm looking at this Ping King, every single time I look at him, I picture him. Like, I know that that's his whole build, right? I know that
Yeah.
is. But every time I look at him, like, this angle right here,
Yeah.
it looks like he has a severe underbite. Do you see it?
He's got a massive underbite.
Yeah.
Small butt lip.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I picture when I look at him like this. It just looks like a massive underbite.
Yeah. I hope.
Oh, that's a shame.
I hope you recover swiftly. He's just got a really dirty face.
That's what I see every time I look at him. Then I don't see it normally until I look at him from the side. Just look at it like that. Didn't you say it's a flock? Cosplay.
It's a dock. Surprisingly, it's unrelated to Penga Lighthouse. Since the power gets pampered as it pleases for now, it's doing its best to strut arrogantly.
It's not a.
It's basically a dock that is a fan of Pengullet, so it dressed up like them.
It's not a flock.
called-
It's just a different duck.
No, yeah, it's just a dock. Bye bye. I hope you have a
Have fun at work.
good work, Lily, and
I don't think Thor's leaving.
confusion has been solved. Things make so much more sense.
Yes, we were just like, huh? What? So confused. Now we're good. Now we understand. Anyways, back to the missions. Warsack.
Now. Lucy getting in on all the love. Lucy demands love.
Oh, I can give the breeder, the breeder 5 cakes. And I don't even think I need to leave the base to do that, considering I'm pretty sure I accidentally kidnapped one. I accidentally tamed a breeder. Yep, there it is right there. Rookie pal breeder. Excuse me, sir, excuse me, sir. Come back. He's done.
With the fur and the fur and the fur, looking at fur.
Look at fur.
Shouting out.
Oh my god, Tristan.
Yes.
Stamina's maxed.
Oh, nice. To be fair, when she joined the stream for the first time, there's like an 80% chance that we should have drunk. Oh, that's lovely.
Oh, jeez. That's great.
We love alcohol. I don't drink.
I'm like, we don't drink. What do you mean? It's not that I don't. It's not that I have a thing against drinking. It's just, I just don't. Just don't. Sometimes we do, but it's more often that we don't. I'm gonna put this here. This will be the gifts for Tristan chest.
Yeah. Okay.
Stop putting shit in here! I locked this bitch.
know.
Why do you guys keep sticking honey in it? What is your aversion to putting honey in the fucking fridge?
I'll never put it in the fridge because it's.
I'm gonna need to list this as fucking.
That's where you want it. They'll never put it there.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, now they're all picking up the honey. They're like, oh my god, we got a place to put it now. I told them they could put it here, and they're like, yes. Finally gonna pick up all that honey off the ground. They just will not put it in the fridge. But they also won't pick it up unless you've got a place to put it. Whatever. When she's stressed, she drinks a lot, like 5 days before we got married. She drank like 5 bottles. Damn. That's fine. I
think
hope you
she
will
is
do that.
reservedly stressed.
Yeah, that's fine. My mom drinks a lot of wine, so, but she doesn't take the edge off and stuff. I think that's what most people drink for. Just take the edge off. It's okay. As long as she's not overdoing it, she's good. If she is overdoing it, rehab's a thing too. But I think she should be. I think she's fine. I'm just smashing. I'm just like, all right, time to go to rehab. I guess.
Get straight to rehab.
No, sorry. Skip the intervention. Skip the intervention straight to rehab. Told me I'll go to rehab. I said no, no, no. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm just vibing. What? What's wrong with me? Can you tell me? Can you fix me?
A lack of Tristan.
I have plenty of Tristan.
You could do with more.
I actively am Tristan right now.
Use of excuses, you can always do with more Tristan.
Shit. Getting attacked by something. Oh, right. It is that I'm fucking here in this thing, aren't I? God damn it.
Zazel Lee. Dr. Ike. Oh my god, you're a doctor. When did you become a doctor?
Huh?
When did you become a doctor, my dear?
I'm a doctor.
You're apparently a Dr. Ike.
I'm a doctor. Trust me, I'm a
Paging
doctor.
Dr. Ico. Stat. Patient needs 6 rubber chickens and a plush Dino consult. Hinlo. Azazel. I'll be your nurse. Spoiler.
Oh my
I
God.
have 0 medical training but excellent bedside snuggles.
I'll be your nurse. Spoiler, I have 0 medical training.
Just what you want from your cute dino.
I will get there in a moment. I will drink. Don't you worry. That's what he gets. That's what he fucking gets for telling me there's not enough Tristan in my life. Ah, that's good now. That's good for now. I should probably, not add more before I crash. He said there's never enough Tristans. She has a bottle of gin over the weekend. A whole bottle? Damn.
Yeah, I think you still need some more Tristan.
Nah. I think this is enough. Fucking crash my computer, dude.
Debatable.
I'm already crashing. I don't even know if my mouth is keeping up with my face. Just think, can I call you Trist or something else? Because that shit's hard to spell. It's just an N. A-N. After Trist. You spelled Trist right. That's the hard part.
Your shit's lagging the hell, my love. I wonder why. I mean, you can call me whatever you want. Specifically that, whatever you want. That's my name. I love you, honey.
I'm gonna get rid of all these models now, because that's a lot. Into the trash you go.
Oh no.
So happy. Ah! Almost dragged myself into the trash. Yay.
Yeah. For you, baby. I don't know, I'm fucking down my Google Translate to write that stuff. Oh no.
Well, I mean, what I normally do if there's something I want to say in chat, but it's too long for me to write, then I just go to Google Translate, put on text to speech, and copy paste it. I'm concerned about your ability to speak English. Do you speak English? This sounds really dumb. I'm having a difficult time.
Norwegian is taught, but to be fair, he is in a hospital, barely breathing.
That's true.
When you're lazy, yeah.
What's this? Oh.
You deserve to be lazy. You're almost dead.
Oh no, it's fine. I don't mind that. Like that's fine. I just didn't know if well, obviously English is not your first language, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of countries in Europe have English as a.
But you understand it quite fine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, too lazy to write long sentences. That fair. Most English speakers are also too lazy to write long sentences.
Did I catch that guy? I don't even fucking remember. Oh, I forgot what I was doing, and then I just remembered. What's this? There we go. Did I wind up catching this guy? I don't know. I'll try again. If I didn't before, I got him now. Why do all of them have infinite stamina? They all have infinite stamina.
Infinite critic. In.
If I joined a Discord call with you without knowing much about me, you'd think I'm American. Oh. Okay, it looks like I did catch two of him. One of them was clumsy and the other one had infinite stamina. Well, I'm going to name this one Warsec. And I'm going to squish the unnamed arrogant Pal Critic into Warsec. Because technically, they are both him. Now he is slightly stronger. Guys who work for me are mostly immigrants. The only language we all speak together is English. So yeah, well that makes sense. Where are they? Where did they immigrate from?
Probably UK.
Why ask? I have no idea. As an American defaultist, I would never have considered American to be an immigrant of anywhere, but here I am. I'm an immigrant.
Americans immigrate to Australia more than any other country.
Guess who are from here mostly?
Australia is the only country where there's more people from America immigrating here than there are
Everywhere? Yeah, that makes sense.
immigrate now.
Warsec, I know I have. There's one right there. Lambert. G. Now I'm feeling so fly like a G6. Like a G6, like a G6. So fly like a G6. Like a G6, like a G6. So fly like a G6. Well, he doesn't work for me anymore, but I used to have a guy who worked here who's from Madagascar. Ooh, cool!
That is cool.
That has some good fun stories.
English is also spoken by a lot of the world.
Yeah. English is hard to learn though, man.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, kudos to anybody who's had to learn English as a second language. That shit's fucking tough. All the fucking languages. All the fucking languages that could have been learned as a second language. English. So any of the easier languages. Any of the easier languages. Yeah. No. Whoa, he's bigger than I thought. That's because he's an alpha. He's got to be an alpha. Yeah, he is. You want him out? Oh, yeah, fair enough. He's a good worker. Yeah. I got him. Like, don't move it. Should have missed. This is the second King Julian reference I've made today.
Proud of you, baby.
Let's all fly like a 360. Alright. So what have we got from that? Fuck. Okay, alright. I'm sure there are some guys out there that I have not gotten their quest yet just because I keep forgetting to fucking talk to people. I can do a pretty good King Julian impression, so I love to wake up my kids with that voice. That's amazing. Oh. Apparently that Kitsune Nox thing says track the master steps in Fabric.
It does say that, yeah.
I'm going to go give this guy a walk. Apparently I haven't done that yet. Welcome back, Lucy. Trying to find a way to describe this girl without being disrespectful. Damn.
Why are you calling me gay, huh?
Oh, what?
Huh? Huh? Oh, a big arrow pointing me at me in stream or something, huh? Huh? You're reading it backwards. It's Yag.
Yag. Yeah, squirrel.
Yag. Yag. YAG is an acronym. Yeah, Ico's gay.
Fuck you! You bitch. Just spit on my nose. How I pulled that off.
I'm proud of you, baby. Okay, so I pick up another VTuber in your Discord. I wanted to know what you think of a model. What channel would that be best for? One of the art channels, because it's like, what do you think of a model? I don't know.
Well, I'm trying to think, like, is it like a self-promo kind of thing? But it's not self-promo, it'd be promoting somebody else.
Yeah, it's more of a, what do you think of model? I don't know.
I don't know. Like, I feel like I'd be more okay with it if they were in the Discord and posted it themselves. You know what I mean? So then it would be more like a self-promo, because that I understand. You know? Because then, like, I don't know the reasonings behind it. Like, what am I meant to say? Like,
Yeah.
because I could just be like, ah, that's cute. Or it would be probably more like, let me meet the person. Or something like, I don't know.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know.
Pick over, yeah, that's what I was saying. I wouldn't know where to put it. I wouldn't know where to put it or what kind of, like, where that would fall. Smell your adopted streamer daughter, your favorite one shoe.
Oh.
I see, I see. Sure. I gotta think about it. Figure out where to put it. You can see if she wants to join the Discord, then she could do a little self-promo thing. I think I'd be okay. I don't mind, like, people doing self-promo things. I think I'd like to see her Like, watch your stream first so that.
Oh, it's Guzman. Okay.
Oh, hi, Kiero.
Yeah.
I don't see her.
Kiro!
Yeah.
Too stinky to be very
It
stinky.
never ends. The grind goes forever.
Hi, Severos. Oh, it's been a while since we've seen Severos, hasn't it?
It's been at least 20 minutes.
At least 20 minutes. Maybe
20
21.
months. Somewhere between 20 minutes and 20 months. We got VR chat together. Who does?
Mm.
Oh, you and Kiera?
Ah, 63% stinky, huh? You'll get to my level of one of these days.
That's what everybody aspires to, babe.
I know it is.
What the fuck is that? Oh, the depresso. I caught the depresso. I forgot to tell you.
Been busy grinding Helldivers, and when I'm not doing that, I'm catching motherfuckers. Oh. Leave.
I know that pal.
I
Which
don't
pal
know
is
leave
that?
catching motherfuckers and not
Slapping
let
them
them go
around.
free.
7 people tried to course the border yesterday. We got him. Oh, right. Those motherfuckers. Right.
I'm pretty sure the person who just joined the Discord is someone was banned before, and they made an alt account,
Why do you think
and
that?
they're an art seller.
Why do you think that?
The picture, the name.
Go to the logs.
I don't know. I don't know. The fact that they've got a 2 in their name, and I'm pretty sure we had.
What I'm looking through right now. Try typing Frosty. The name sounds familiar.
It does sound familiar. Yeah, yeah.
Where was it?
They had an 03 version a while ago. You have banned them on the 21st of last month.
Okay, well. Cool then. Ban again. Ban Hammer.
Exactly the
Stop
same name.
doing this.
Ban everyone? Even Aiko? Bold move. I'd miss the memes. Plus, I'm pretty sure I'm not Seuss, unless plushies can
There,
vent.
they're on.
Wait, can they?
Banned again.
Never mind, I'll stick to cuddles. Not
Ban the
chaos.
entire Discord. Yeah, there you go. We love it, you and me can run miles. What'd you say? What day did you say it was? The 21st?
21st of last month, yeah.
God, fucking this log channel has been fucking busy.
Same name. I think the profile picture is different. I'm pretty sure the one version
Yep.
was the one that got the
Yep.
ban last. Like it had that profile picture. So yeah.
Yep.
So it's not
Frosty Zoe 03.
Yeah.
And then just Frosty Zoe 02. Next is gonna be Frosty
Make the
01.
original source.
Frosty Zoe.
Source of all problems. smarter.
You peace out Discord saying the only real one. Yeah, fair enough. He could be in this very room. He could be you. He could be you. He could be me. He could be. Oh gosh, I had it in my head. There was a tune in my mind. Here's my depresso. He looks just like a depresso, yeah. This is my totally legit depresso. He's just a little bit more enthusiastic than other depressos. Baby, like my depresso?
Oh, it's the guy in the suit.
What do you mean? He's
Yeah.
totally
No, it's
he's a
depresso,
depresso.
yeah. Living his dream.
That's okay. I see it, Thor. That's fine. Living his best life. I forgot where I was going. Right. I wanted to come here for 100 venom glands. I want your love, I want your revenge, I want your love, and I want. Whoa, I have enough. High quality cloth. Wow. I love the notice it gives me.
What does he say?
Nothing. It just went resetting. Okay, fucking fine then, I guess. Right now is when I'm doing this shit. How's everybody doing? This depression's gone all the way around back to being undepressed. Wouldn't that be nice? No, my game didn't crash. My server is resetting. The server restarts about this time every day, so it's normally about 3:30 a.m. for us right now. So it thinks, oh, nobody's gonna be playing at 3:30. We'll reset then.
There's definitely no degenerates playing Power World. It's all like all happy, totally legit people of the human variety.
Ooh. Well, I might as well go check out this message and see what we've got.
That from a owner, huh?
Oh, it's perfect. What do you think, babe? I guess I can get you guys' opinion on it too. Okay. So let me know if there's anything that we need to adjust for this, because Honoka has sent me the fine art. Okay, how are we doing on the colors? Is there anything that we're missing, or can we proceed? I know, he's got the chubby little cheeks. I love it. The thing I'm looking at here is the circles. See, the circles are brown, which normally I would make them blue, but the spines are blue, right? And before they would be both blue, Which is
the real Rexy.
well, the real Rexy for reference, he's got brown and brown though, but that was just it. Whenever I remade him, you see how on blue and blue.
The marsupial pod is gay.
Shut the fuck up. I'm also thinking he needs his tongue.
Yeah, like he had a Play-Doh. Yeah, tongue.
Okay, so he needs tongue. He needs tongue, and I want his spots to be blue. But like, is it gonna look really weird if the blue is the same?
Maybe a different blue. Like a lighter blue. Look a bit. I mean, the brown spots are fine as well. I don't mind that. Feel free to test it.
Yeah, I'm gonna test it in CSP.
Ask me about colours and colorblind. Oh no. I'm just regular blind.
Okay, so okay, so if we do this color, I don't know if this other is gonna work or not, but nope. What am I doing? Trying to like. See. But like also lighten. No. Up there, you Jesse. You can hide him. Trying to figure out. I'm just trying to like. I'm just going to try and fill this in.
I have not. I'm not really a music person in general. I only really started listening to music since I met Ico.
It's true. Because like his big thing with not really listening to music is he doesn't understand what anybody's fucking saying anyways.
Yeah, they all like mumble weirdly and just my ears don't listen, don't hear properly. This is my hello for day and I'm busy. Oh, okay. It's okay. I hope you have a good day of busyness, Jesse.
For sure, for sure. I love you.
What do you think on the blue spot so far?
I don't know. I'm trying to like carve them out. Trying to make sure the lines are visible, you know?
We are doing very well.
I could load the server back up right now, but I'm busy. It's a perfect opportunity.
It's actually perfect time for the server to go
Yeah.
down.
I could see why she would not make it blue. But if they're like really close to each other, I could see how it kind of blends in like that, you know? Especially when it's gonna
Yeah.
be kind of small.
Yeah.
Like Rexy's spots have always been blue, so like, could we make it like a different shade of blue?
Go now. Have an amazing stream. Bye, Jesse.
Bye, Jessie. Love you.
By the way, Shu said she's okay with me sending it. What channel should I put it on? And Shu said she's okay, so possibly self promo because for Shu, I don't know. I don't know.
Do I have a self promo channel?
Hmm?
Do I have a self promo?
I don't think we have a self promo because we don't typically care if people promote.
Oh yeah, cutie promos.
Oh yes, cutie promo.
Cutie
Haven't been used.
promos, you could post it under there and like just make sure you post the link to her channel too. So if you're gonna promote her, gotta go all the way, man. Maybe what about this like here, where it's like a different shade of blue? Look at that. I just made it slightly darker.
Yeah, different shade of blue looks really good. That's cutie promo.
Maybe like a tongue.
Well, can anyone type in cutie promo or do they have a specific role?
They might need a specific. Let me see.
Let me.
Permissions. Yeah, everyone's got permission to view the channel and to send messages. Yeah, everybody's got permission.
Okay. Cutie promo. It's in the top section in the announcement, like category.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
By the way, if I'm modding both her Discord and her streams, does that technically make it as promotion for streamer?
I guess.
I guess, yeah.
Even if you weren't and you were just like a friend who wanted to promote her, we'd still be okay with it. We just want it to be in the right channel.
Yeah.
I have problems, okay? My problems include OCD.
Self and control. Problems include 99. Red problem.
There we go. Can I just like select all? Ah. No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I could fix this. I could fix this. I don't know how I butchered this so bad, but
I can fix it, but I'm not going to. Even though I can.
why don't we make the spots any different shade of blue?
First time you've done promotion for a streamer, just a brief introduction, like who it is, the link to their channel, what kind of content they do. Like, Do they focus on? Are they a variety streamer? Are they focused on like shooters or? He said Shu's pretty innocent, so imagine Cozy would indeed be an appropriate category for Shu. Probably.
I don't know. If they're innocent, doesn't necessarily mean they're cozy. They could be a lewd tuber who's just really bad at their job.
Could be.
I have sent it to her.
But they weren't even held up charge. They broke immediately.
Babe, why is your video blocked in certain territories?
Which video?
Power World addiction isn't a thing. Fight me.
No clue. You're just as good as
You're not gonna try and fix it?
I will check. Which one is it? The most recent live stream?
I
or-
guess. I don't know. Should be able to see. There we go. Now I too can be a depresso.
Only you prevent depressive vibes. Are you shooting me?
Belt.
Why are you?
I think I'm starting to get to a diluted stage, actually. Like, I'm sitting here and I feel this, like, laughter welling up in me, and it's over nothing.
Is it a Lulu?
I feel like just... I don't know. It's a weird maniacal laughter building up in me, and I don't know where it's coming from.
Ankles.
My ankle! That's where they live? That's where the laughter lives.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go catch a king pack. And then a king pack of crest. I think we're just gonna have to do circles. Cycles? I need to find where the king
Dude,
pack and the king pack of
sending
crest
stuff
live.
for approval is the grown-up version of passing notes in class.
Send her what I was
Fingers
thinking of
crossed
putting
you
her
get the
into wait
green
for the
light
reply.
fast.
Yeah, that sounds
Waiting
good.
is the worst. I believe in you.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Okay, it's this way. Bounce. Jesus fucking Christ. See, the thing is just like, I know that I bounce a lot. I know that I bounce really crazy and like how satisfying it is to bounce around. But like, I didn't realize exactly how fucking satisfying it was until I just bounced from there to over here and jumped this entire fucking town. If it's a promotion for I don't want to be accidentally make it sound bad. Oh yeah. No, that makes perfect sense. I don't think it's probably gonna sound bad at all, but you know, obviously best to run it through here.
Yeah, no, I'm checking.
That way everybody else can see it too. And that way they don't think that you're just some person, some random person. Because that's what everybody's gonna. It needs to be like. It needs to be posted in a way that people aren't gonna look at it and be like, "Well, why is this here?" Because we got mods who are like on the prowl for people posting like. Oh, hold on. I should probably actually make a note in there too. Hold on. I need to make a note in the mod thing.
Plays a lot of Pokemon. Oh, people like that. People in this community like Pokemon. Papa Chow was given permission by me and Tristan to make a post in cutie promo. So don't ban when he posts. He does promo. 'Twas approved. Yeah, basically we've had a lot of people come in and start like the very first thing they post when they come in is like art, and they're like we're just like basically telling everybody we're like somebody comes in and the first thing they post is art, just ban them because I'm fucking done. You know? Yeah, it's
and that's why I was like, let me just tell them. So 2008 again, I'm just calling everything gay again, even if it doesn't make any sense. Yes, it is. That's exactly what's happening. In fact, the playlist that we're listening to right now, is in fact, hold on, let me see. 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013. That's the name of the playlist, literally. 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013. And yes, it is.
And yes, it's gay.
100%.
She's pointing at me.
It makes sense. Kind of. No, it doesn't make any sense, but it's okay. Look, I've been streaming for almost 11 hours now. I'm allowed to not make sense!
You're allowed to be cuckoo.
She plays a lot of Pokemon and Overwatch, and sometimes she does reactions. Yeah.
Unlikely, but okay.
Who's Ritz? We're just gonna get all the Luna. Luna is Ritz. Ritz is Luna. Your mom, gay. Your dad, gay. The guy's definitely not gay. The other guy's definitely stated he's dating the goat, not gay. Exactly. It's not really a big street. Okay, allow. Oh, that's fine. Okay, yeah. You were caught by auto-mod because it's like I could see that somebody's trying to self-promo over here. No, that's really fine. I mean, that's fine. I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. I would like to meet her. I would like to see her stream before I do any like big promos myself. You know, that's how I am. It's like
Yeah, it's mostly like we'll raid her if
she's live, we'll raid her. That's how I'll
when we're raiding
we'll
her.
get to meet her and stuff. You know, and I would love to I'd absolutely love to meet her. You guys say she's adorable and you guys say she's your favorite. Absolutely want to meet her. But like I'm not gonna sit here and be like, everybody go follow Shu. Cause I've never met her. What if I'm having like what if I tell everybody to go follow her follow her and she's killing puppies on stream?
So things have been happening on Discord?
Have they? Today?
So Chow Chow posting animal pics?
Yeah, Chow Chow's been posting animal pics. And he's gonna post his His friends, his adopted daughters stream stuff on her cutie promos.
Other day, just in general.
Oh yeah, we've been getting lots of bots. It's been
We have been getting
so
a lot of
annoying. So basically, we've just been doing a lot of banning, and I've given all the moderators permission to just ban if the first thing that people post in the Discord is art, which that's what we look out for. Because I made a post and I was like, people just using.
It's all art bots. It's all art bots.
Yeah, sometimes. So we just wind up like banning them if that's the case. But like, Thor here, Lord Chow Chow.
Your friend.
Lord Chow Chow here.
Oh, Chow Chow is Thor. Thor
is Papa
your
Chow,
friend.
and he has gotten permission, so his little advertisement that'll be fine. That I've given the mods permission to. I was like, don't ban him, because they're
They will jump on it.
is it even art related when it's to you two when it fits when it's the first thing? No, that's just it though.
No, it's bots wanting like saying like missions are open,
Yeah.
or just some AI generated stuff, and they're like, "What do you think?"
Mm-hmm. They're like, oh, I made this. What do you think? And I'm like, bitch, I've never talked to you in my life, and this is the very first thing you've posted. That's why I say, like, if people join the Discord from here, and then they say something, like, while we're chatting or something, they're like, oh, I want to join the Discord. Do you mind if I post some art in the Discord? Then I'll be like, yeah, that's fine. And then if they join and the very first thing they post is art in the Discord, that makes sense. That's whenever I've told the mods, I'm like, snipe first, ask questions later. Okay? Because most people don't do that. Most people, if they join the Discord and they post artwork, they did not fucking ask to post artwork. And that's fine. Like, some people don't. Most 99.999% of the time, it's bots. And I told the mods, I said, if I need to unban somebody that you accidentally banned, I am a lot more willing to do that.
Yeah,
But I'm
a lot more
tired.
okay.
I'm tired of having to have people call the mods repeatedly. It is so... No. They just... I don't know where they're getting it from. I don't know where they're getting it from. I really don't.
Oh, it's
Because they can't make links. They can't make links.
they're bot scripts that run through a bunch of channels quickly and just trying to find Discord links. And they find Discord links, automatically join it, and then
Exactly.
post something automatically after a certain amount of time.
And I've just told
Or when a person gets around to it. It's mostly bots. Bots that just scour the internet for the things, and then
and their scripts have gotten smarter because they're now bypassing all of the shit I set up. I don't even have it set up like a normal community server. I have it set up to be... No, actually, I do now. I had to unprivate a lot of shit
yeah.
to make it a community server.
Oh, if the mods could, get a bazooka and find whoever is
No,
creating these
please.
bot facilities.
Please.
Just, yeah. Not a joke.
Legally speaking, this is a joke.
Legally speaking, in Minecraft, shoot them with a
In
bazooka.
Minecraft.
This might be where the Power World defense is more appropriate.
Yes. In Power World. Grab the
Grab the
Grisbolt. Grab the Gatling gun.
throw the jolt hog at them.
Yep. Jesus. It's exhausting.
It's draining. It is.
And there's just days. There's just days that it's just like one
They
after
literally
the
sit there
other
and
after
like,
the other.
Who are these people that have joined? How many of them do you think are bots? I currently think there's probably at least 3 that haven't posted
Hold
anything
on.
yet that are still there.
Hold on, I'll show you. I don't know if you guys saw this. This is one of my more recent posts. This is one of my more recent posts. This right here. It says, "Are all of you newbies lurkers or bots? As long as you don't break the rules, I guess you can stay," with this picture right here. And because I'm just like,
You can post it now, Chow Chow.
yeah, you can
We
post.
just probably won't do like
We're not gonna go out there and say it right now. You can post whatever you want in the
Self, we
Discord.
don't.
That's fine.
She could be perfect.
Yeah.
But we would prefer to meet her before we did anything.
hmm This right now is your
Your time to shine.
no, yeah, kind of your time to shine. This is you're promoting her, not we're promoting her. And it'll show from the Discord that it is coming from you. This is your vouching. You're vouching for her. And when we see her,
Your recommendation.
and we're like, oh yeah, right. Good idea. Good recommendation. We too will recommend her. Assuming, of course, that you are correct and you're not a big fat liar. And she's just a shaves dogs on stream for whatever reason. Although I don't know, I might be willing to recommend somebody who just shaves dogs on stream. That'd be a little weird.
That could be actually fun. Just a dog shaver, a grooming
Just
channel.
random dog shaver. Yeah, just random grooming channel. I don't have a problem with dog groomers, I guess. As long as oh no.
As long as they don't act like child groomers.
I was just gonna say, as long as they're not grooming underage dogs.
Most of them underage.
Oh, shut up. I'm too tired. Oh, Lord.
Never, baby, never.
Huh?
I'll never shut up.
I don't even still have this fucking... Oh, I need Psycho to hurry the fuck up, dude. I'm getting tired. Where is... What am I doing? I'm right. Pingle.
This motherfucker.
Do you think the Pin King is ready again? What?
Maybe he's finally
Yeah,
sick of
go
it.
away, evil. Maybe he is. Maybe he is. Maybe he's finally like so sick and tired. 60 was exactly where I wanted to get to. Or 61. 61 is where I wanted to end.
I hope it's okay.
That was gonna keep us streaming forever. We made a joke about how like we're just gonna like stay live but go to bed and just put a little message on the screen about how we only stayed live so that Psycho can maintain his streak.
Seems more and more plausible at this point.
I know, where the fuck is he? Lucy's like, it's fine, I'll be here. I like raiding out to people though. Look, I'll wait here for 6 minutes. No, I don't know if I can wait here for 6 minutes. What do I need to get? What do I need to get? King Paga Christ. That's what I need. Right up there. I need to go get that fucker.
I keep forgetting about the QD promos channel. No one really posts.
Nobody does. They can at any point. I made it so that people could post. Honestly, I had it set up. I had a bunch of auto stuff set up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. You can. I totally forgot. That's
You
a new
can.
thing. That wasn't like that all the time.
Hey, they didn't have these. I put it in. But let's see.
I forgot what I was saying. Oh, nice. But yeah, I originally had it set up to where it would automatically do posts for people that I knew were streamers. And then, oh my god. Bruh, fuck off. But then people started leaving the server. And then I wound up, people were leaving the server that were still getting automatic shout outs. And then I was like, okay, well now I'm going to make it to where the only way you can get the shout out is if you're in the Discord. So I had to set that up. And then gave roles out and everything. And eventually I was just like, this is exhausting to maintain. So I just opened a channel that anybody could post in if they wanted to promote themselves. And just left it at that. Because otherwise, it's too much. It's too much for me to maintain. Every single time. And then I'd be sitting there and I'd look through the channel and I'd be like, oh shit, I wonder if any of these people in the Discord are streamers and I just don't know. You know, and
Cute model.
you suggest somebody to raid? Yeah, that's fine. I don't know.
We'll raid at some point. We're not.
Well, I mean, I've already been mentioned a couple times I'm tired. I think that's why they said that.
Yeah.
I just need to get them right. Yeah. Stop trying to kill me, you whore.
Is it one of your daughters? Yeah, yeah. True.
I bet.
Is it one of your daughters again?
King Bacca Christ. Where are ya? Yeah, alright, I need you too, I guess. Is it Shu? Could be Shu. Get in the ball.
Let's say Shu's not live right now.
I've done absolutely nothing. And yet somehow it worked. I'll take it. I just wanted to wake you all up with the spheres. You guys are gonna wake up too, so. Excuse me, wake the. Chrissy, wake up. I don't like this. Chrissy, wake up. Two people that I know are really nice. His little bro, my little bro, his name is Bartender Zero, and another streamer. She watch Casual, she's really fun. Her name is Binaki. Interesting. Interesting. We will see who is currently live when we raid out, and then we'll see about taking suggestions. I don't mind taking suggestions. I have been trying to raid out to people who are playing Power World also.
Yeah.
Because it helps out with the networking and stuff. Cause it seems, but yeah, that might be fine. See what they're up to too. Networking is important. I'm gonna shove this ball right up your ass.
Okay, what?
Said no, and then it got mad at me and woke up and tried to hit me.
I think that's a justified reaction.
It has lavish hospitality. It wants to die. Excuse me. Can I get that bonus XP? Can you like get in this ball, please? Thank you. Leveling so slow. I fucking love it. Actually, I have to work hard. It's so nice. I have to actually work for my levels, damn it.
I can't feel my levels when I'm with you.
Bitch! Oh my gosh. I'm fine with this. I'll Blizzard spike your ass back. I mean, no I won't. Because that's kind of an interesting ability. I don't know what it's called. Water ball? Hold on, I'll let you know in a second. Aqua burst. Aqua burst tends to knock them out.
Oh.
They get knocked back.
Right?
And
Always
Echo's
feels
playing
good when
Closing
things
Ship
are
and
moving
Bartender's playing
along.
Marvel Rivals.
Maybe we'll get a nice speedrun record
We
here.
do have
Fingers
Marvel
crossed for
Rivals
you.
fans.
Lord underscore chow
Yeah,
underscore
Whipple.
chow.
Whipple plays Marvel Rivals.
I got a bone to pick with that fucker. In the nicest way, in the nicest way. In the nicest, I'm gonna kick his ass kind of way, you know.
Yes.
He donated the most during the subathon, and we've been trying to get a hold of him so he can let us know what emote commission he wants us to give or give us or whatever, you know. And his what the fuck? Didn't I just catch this bitch?
Yeah, Weather just keeps avoiding us. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to throw up.
Yeah, he'll like pop in chat. And I'd be like, I have a bone to pick with you. You need to tell us what emote you want. He was like, I don't know what to choose. I'm like, you can choose literally anything that you want. And they'll disappear. Where'd he go?
And it's also like he can pick nothing if he doesn't want to, and we'll give it to Nikki.
Yeah.
Nikki was the second highest.
I want to say, if you guys ever think it's too much for me, I'm going to check out the stream religion. I don't think it's too much right now. You do have a lot of daughters though, so I could see it potentially getting to a point where it's too much. So I will keep it. I will let you know.
Yeah. Yeah, right now it's fine.
Right now, it's fine. And also, like, you love your daughters. We get it. You know. And you want to see them succeed. That's awesome.
It is wonderful. Your heart is definitely in the right place. Well, maybe it's not because of the whole.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, shut up. It shifted a little bit. Get them.
No.
Oh no.
Oh no, Lucy.
Love being able to support other streamers that I watch for the same time. I don't want to lose the fun time I have here as well. Oh, you don't have to. Oh. I think we're having a good time. I'm having a good time. I got to see pictures of awesome doggos and horses. We get to make fun of you because you don't know how to walk behind a horse. It's gotta be one of those, you know, because you're okay now you laugh a bit, even though it hurts.
Yeah. As long as like.
If not, I'm a dick.
Are you out of the dangerous part?
Yeah, are you out of the dangerous part? Are you in the safe zone now? Oh, he said fuck you. Automon got the fuck you. I know. It's okay. Fair enough. I deserve that one. Justin's gay seems fitting. I know, right? I have to tell you this. Hey, only I get to call him that.
You put it on stream, everyone's gonna say something because it's right there.
No, everybody knows that that's a label I've given you. Here, hold on, I'll fix it. Look, defend my honor. Not you, Beatrice. There we go. Clarified. There you go. Fixed it.
Okay, you marry a woman. Yeah. He figured it out.
I fixed it, see? But he's my hubby, so only I can say that.
I love you, baby.
Hey, you too. Gotta do something and then play Valor until I crash out. Or until I learn how to do math again. What? Follow you on YouTube, now I can watch
Well,
anytime I
until I
want.
crash
Not
out,
many
until I
videos
learn
to
how
my
to do math
incredible boredom,
again.
I'm happier. Oh, that's awesome. You should follow the Heart Blossom VODs channel too. Just saying. I really need to advertise that one more. Cause
It's basically our stream VOD dump.
yeah. So if you just
Um,
it's I just spent a lot of time uploading shit to that. So for people who are like, oh, I just want to fall asleep or whatever.
that one's probably gonna take longer to grow just because of the nature of VOD dump channel.
Yeah.
I'm so bored in the hospital. Oh no. Well,
That's why I separated them, because I didn't want it to be associated with the other channel. Well, I want to be associated, but not. I don't want people to think that the other one's a VOD dump channel, because it's not. There are VODs on it, but that's because you live stream there.
Yeah.
Where the fuck am I? Whee! You're so bored in the hospital. I'm so sorry. I bet. A Wumpo and a Wumpo Boton spawn right next to each other. Oh, wow, rude. Be like your brother. He joined the family. Join the family.
The most interesting thing I've seen here so far is two people in the psych ward here screaming at each other. Oh my.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that is lovely. Just what you want to see. My entire territory is on fire.
Oh, you're done. Don't run back. Goodbye. Run away. I don't
Okay, they
care.
hate me.
What? Who hates you? Harold.
The enemies. Harold the giraffe.
I found Harold. Wait.
Dang.
Oh, never mind. We did this.
Do you know about Harold the giraffe? Do you want to know about Harold the giraffe? Basically, Australia runs, but I don't know if we still do, but we used to have basically like this big boss that went around.
Yeah.
That had a giraffe puppet in it.
Okay.
That they would teach children about drugs, like at their campaign, but also teach us about like.
Okay.
You know, Harold was the name of the giraffe.
We had a dog.
What the dog?
What's the dog's name? Gruff? I don't know his name. Alexa, what was the Dare dog's name? Alexa, stop. That's not what I said. What the fuck is wrong with you, Clint? McGruff? Was it McGruff? Or am I losing my mind?
Darren the lion.
No, I didn't say deer. I said it was a dog.
People often confuse Darren the lion with McGruff the crime dog. Darren the lion was the dad.
No!
McGruff is crime dog.
Oh! Interesting. I don't ever remember a lion.
Mandela effect right there.
That's wild.
Oh, congratulations, Lily. Welcome back.
I'm so happy for you. That's great. Now you have got to entertain your hubby. I swear to God, he's so bored. I mean, I'm doing my best here, but
Have a good day at work, Hika.
no. What am I gonna do with this one fucking fiber? Get the hell out of here.
I feel like it's missed up again. Like, the trash can is a recent addition that for some reason people like, because I guess they really do consider me trash.
Yeah. Yeah, the trash can is definitely a recent addition. And honestly, that was only from like, because I downloaded Emote Lab. I was like, oh, cool, I really like emotes, you know, and I downloaded Emote Lab.
I really like emote. I really like drug labs.
And
Put it together. I look. It's okay
This
to be
looks
a fan of
cool.
drug labs, my dear.
I'm
Okay.
stuck.
Sometimes they go kaboom. It's okay.
I feel like a badass standing here. This looks kind of cool, don't you think? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we haven't finished. Oh, yeah. I am sorry, Lily.
What?
It has been more work.
I allowed that. I don't know. I don't know.
She has to wash Atlas. I assume Atlas is a horse or a dog.
Oh, okay. Or
one
maybe
the
a
other.
child.
Could be a child.
Did you wash your child?
It's nothing. Okay, what for a child? Thanks, Appa. Child.
He has a horse, yeah.
Here's a horse, yes. Nine.
Is Alice the
Right.
one that kicked you? Wait, no, you said it wasn't your horse. It was a different horse.
Yeah.
Somebody else's horse.
Pink Eye the pink guy. That's the name of the horse.
What?
Hmm?
What did you say?
Pink Eye the pink guy. What do you think I said?
Pink eye to pink eye.
Pink Eye the pink guy. It's the name of the horse. You can't judge a horse by its name.
That's true. People name their horses some weird shit. I can make vegetable cake.
I definitely would name a horse. Some weird shit. That's just his name.
Why the
What we
fuck
named
are you hungry? That makes no sense. God. You guys are being dramatic. That's because for some fucking reason this game keeps putting my pals in the floor. And because of that, they get hungry. Because they don't know how to make it to the food trough because they're in the floor.
Hungry floor pal.
Oh. Is it not something you could do like tomorrow? Rude.
Just what he- what is- Oh my god. Someone's gonna get punched.
Mm.
Me.
If you're lucky.
I'm lucky. I met you and I've never been luckier in my life. Oh, I could never touch.
I'm gonna make this weapon workbench. Well, you can't do it again. I mean, you can do it again, or can you? Get good, scrub.
Oh, Lily a scrub.
I'm calling Lucy a scrub.
Oh, I missed.
I love that. Free.
Ask Donut to do it. Donut, what are you kids? That sounds like an adorable.
Or an appropriate nickname for a snack.
Or an inappropriate nickname for
A fat person.
I'm Donut. You want those donuts and I'm constantly feathering in the half with
You have to wash your horse every day.
I should, but
You love this name? Dino Shark? It's a good name.
it's a wonderful Dino Shark.
I thought the name for a girl. Like, maybe it could be a good name for a girl, yeah. Donut. Oh, I see.
Noel? Oh.
I thought you were referring to Donut. I'm like, I guess. Not one of your best horses. Not only one of your best horses, also one of my show horses. So he has to stay look. Oh my god, which one's he? Shit, now I feel bad. Is that the white one? Is it the pretty one that I said was the pretty one? Tell me it's the derpy one.
Dinosaurx 550 said, okay, you donut.
Yeah, Donut's such a good name for a girl. Okay, I have to know which of the horses is Atlas.
Which one's that one?
I need to know. Hold on, hold on.
It's the fluffy one. Did you send a photo?
Tell
of
me
that
it's
one?
the fluffy one. Why was I getting ready to show this? This is not what I wanted to show. Okay, hold on. We're gonna go through the horses and you're gonna introduce me to Atlas. Hold on, hold on.
Did it say it does have more horses?
How's your husband gay? Because I said so.
Yeah, she called me gay, so I'm gay.
Look, I'm deluded right now.
I'm only gay for her.
Only gay for me though. It says, but he's my hubby, so only I can say that. Okay, is this Atlas? No, because you said he's with, it's he's overly affectionate. It said.
Dinosaurx 550 said, very true, also love the bay.
This horse? Okay, so I don't think it's this one because this one's new.
That's not him.
Is it this one? Is it this one that I called a nerd? No. Okay, is it this one?
It's gotta be the fluffy. It's gotta be the fluffy one.
I do think it's probably going to be the fluffy one.
I believe in fluffy supremacy.
Is it this one? I mean, he's looking show horse to me.
Yeah, that one.
It's this one that's not. This one. But no, because you said it was your biggest horse. This one's not big. I mean, he's fat. Yeah? No, this one? This one right here?
That's Atlas.
This is Atlas.
Oh my god. It really is watching.
You know, whenever you guys say not him, that's him, yes, and stuff like that, you realize there's stream delay, right?
There is a little bit of stream delay.
I'm just going to sit right here on this absolute
Dinosaurx 550
unit.
said, love that gray if
Oh,
he's
that
gray.
gray if it's gray.
Is it this one? This one right here. Yes. Solid. Say pineapple if this is the word, not pineapple. Let's try easier because we know you're not liking to type right now. Say
Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun.
derp. I'm not even sure if everybody knows how to say derp. For him, the one that looks like he has 2 brain cells.
2 brain cells.
There we go.
That's
Bruh,
perfect. You're
That's
right.
one more than me.
He
Listen,
looks
I could
so
totally
polite.
start a
He
club.
does look very polite.
Requirements.
I love him.
Questionable decisions. Maximum vibes. Membership perks. Snacks and zero judgment.
You say 0 judgment, Rexy, only because you relate to the 2 brain cells.
Dinosaurx 550 said PFFG no more brain cells for the haunts.
Exactly. Oh Lord. I'm preparing everybody for my leaving my exit. I'm leaving after I make the weapons workbench. I'm letting you know. So I only have like I think 5 Kodos things to make. Cause I'm tired. I'm tired. Actually, I'm tired. Look, we're upgrading shit. Things that I wouldn't give a fuck about if I was.
Dinosaurx 550 said Chow Chow don't make him glue PLS, he's too dumb looking.
No, no. He's a show horse. He just looks dumb in that picture. I'm sure he's beautiful. He has a bath every week, you know.
Well, then maybe.
He's clean. Oh my god. He doesn't live. He lives outside though.
True, yeah.
The difference.
Tristan.
It's just what you mean. Look at him. He's in a trash can. What do you expect? What do you think he means? He's a stinky bitch.
I bathe. Once.
No, he always looks like that. He wins sometimes. These people think- The poor thing. The poor thing. He's just a baby. He's just a baby.
He's just a sweet baby.
Oh my god, I need to get the fuck out of here. I need to go to bed. I'm losing my mind, guys. I'm losing it. Can't ride to the people I mentioned earlier because they just stopped streaming. Fuck!
Yippee! Thank you,
This is
Saka.
why. This is why we say we'll have to figure out what's going on. This is why we'll have to figure out.
Why we don't wait for Psycho and tell him to fuck up and watch a VOD or something.
Alright, let's see who is streaming now. Oh.
I'm in bankruptcy, I know, because
Twitch. I said Twitch. Fuck nuggets, dude. Ugh. So out of it. I tried to type Twitch, and I was like, no, not Twitter. And so I deleted the second T and then typed ER again. My brain's like, you're going to Twitter. Which, by the way, it's called X now. Still type Twitter. And it just
That's
redirects
Twitter.
me. It's fucking Twitter.
It's
Can't
Twitter.
call
It'll
it.
never not be Twitter.
People keep calling it X nowadays.
Only a loser would name their website X, and it not be a porn website. Atlas is the name of that haunts.
Oh fuck. I am struggling. I'm like trying to look up somebody who's playing Power World. Power World. Let's see what we've got. Brain Soup. Power World Spanish. Morbid on a Monday. Let's look for a... This person needs to sleep. I don't know if we should raid to them because they need to sleep. This person is not a VTuber, and for some reason that really shook me to my core. Cause like I'm scrolling across, literally everybody's a VTuber. Then I come across somebody who's not a VTuber. It's like, whoa, what is wrong with this person? I feel
There's something wrong with them.
there's nothing wrong with this person. I'm so sorry. Strange person who I've never met before. I didn't. I was just shocked. Everybody else is drawn.
Everyone else is flawless, but you've got flaws because you're human. Fuck you.
He's a beard. He seems pretty cool.
Oh, random encounters.
Yeah.
Working on my resume, Pal World. Background.
It's Monday and I am EP. You know what? That's accurate. It's Monday and I too am EP. Wait, no, I lied. It's Tuesday. Let's go back in time. Oh, wow. I don't think I have enough. Yeah, it's probably fine. Let's go and raid out to this person. Raid. This is a raid message, which, by the way, I changed to make it more accurate to those who...
Yeah, people can actually use it.
Yeah, people actually use it now. This is a sub-raid message, so if you're subscribed, this is the raid message you can use. And this is who we are raiding out to, named Ruri. She looks adorable. And also, she's tired, so... And so am I. So we're going to raid out to her, and I will see you guys over. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us tonight, and we'll see you guys at some point tomorrow, most likely. Unless, of course, something happens, and in which case we'll update you guys, okay? Love you. Bye.
You're welcome, love you. Bye, 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 bye. I'm gay. Bye.
I'm sorry, and I have to wait for the timer to go down. It's awkward.